looks like everyone's in place, and I think our folks are ready to start, so we'll come to order. And Ms. Guy Smith, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. The commission recalls legal investigator Mackenzie Myers. Is she still under oath, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, she is.
Ms. Myers, did commission staff review DPS records for all 5 defendants in this case?
We did.
Commissioners, handout 87 is a summary prepared by commission staff that provides details from the DPS records regarding the education records, IQ test results, and mental health records of the co-defendants in this case. You all reviewed that on the evening recess. Judge Locke, in order to obtain those DPS records, the commission had to obtain a court order, and those records are not public. Mental health and education records are also governed by additional federal laws. Because we quoted directly from those records in the handout, I would ask that you consider sealing that.
All right. I will certainly sign such an order.
Gotcha. Ms. Myers, did the commission do anything else related to the defendants' DPS records?
We obtained the prison phone calls for all 5 defendants associated with their individual PIN numbers from the Department of Safety. We also obtained the prison phone calls associated with the cell phone numbers for the 3 defendants who had finished their prison sentences, and those were Christopher Bryant, Jamal Tolliver, and Derell Brayboy.
Did commission staff obtain DPS phone records for Christopher Bryant, Nathaniel Coffin, Jamal Tolliver, Rayshawn Banner, and Derell Brayboy while they were in custody of the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, we did.
And explain to the commissioners what was received and reviewed.
Sure. DPS maintains phone calls for a certain amount of time before they are purged from their system. The commission obtained all available phone calls made from each of the defendants' unique PIN numbers. Originally, the commission entered into a consent order with DPS signed by Judge Wagner on August the 2nd of 2018 to obtain any records of phone calls maintained by DPS for all calls made by each co-defendant's unique PIN numbers.
What were the date ranges and the total number of calls made by Christopher Bryant's PIN number?
Although DPS had provided records of phone calls made, these included number called, date, time, and the duration of that call. The actual recorded calls are purged according to a schedule, and so the dates of the actual recordings provided for each defendant varied.
What can you tell us about the date ranges of phone calls provided for each of the co-defendants?
DPS had recordings for Christopher Bryant from February the 18th of 2014 to February the 2nd of 2017 when he was released from DPS custody. The total number of phone calls made were 1,469.
What about Nathaniel Coffin?
DPS had recordings for Nathaniel Coffin from November 17th of 2015 to March 6th of 2020, and the total number of phone calls was 86.
And what about Jamal Tolliver?
DPS had recordings for Jamal Tolliver from March the 6th of 2014 through February 2nd of 2017 when Tolliver was released from prison. The total number of phone calls for Jamal Tolliver was 338. DPS also had recordings for Rayshawn Banner from March the 20th of 2014 through March the 5th of 2020, and the total number of phone calls for Rayshawn Banner was 886. DPS also had recordings for Derell Brayboy from February 11th of 2014 through November 1st of 2017, and the total number of calls for Derell Brayboy was 375.
Did commission staff review all of the calls obtained from DPS from the dates stated above?
Due to the sheer volume of calls that the commission obtained, commission staff identified key time periods and focused on those calls specifically. Commission staff listened to calls from all co-defendants that occurred in 2017 around the time Bryant and Tolliver were released from prison.
Related to Mr. Banner and Mr. Coffin, what additional calls did the commission listen to?
Commission staff listened to their phone calls around the time that both men were interviewed by the commission, phone calls around the time they applied to the commission, phone calls around the time of Derell Brayboy's murder, phone calls made on the same day that they called Hunter Atkins, and calls for Mr. Coffin around the time he had indicated he spoke to Mr. Atkins when he had called his mother and Mr. Atkins was present. Commission staff has also listened to phone calls from around the time claimants were notified of this hearing.
Did commission staff have any assistance in reviewing these calls?
We did. Again, because of the sheer volume of the amount of phone calls we received from DPS, we had the help of several pro bono students and interns, and commission staff also listened to calls as well. In total, the approximate number of hours spent listening to phone calls from volunteers alone was approximately 200 hours. And in addition, commission staff listened to approximately 150 hours of phone calls.
Commissioners, handouts 88, 89, and 90 contain relevant information from the PIN numbers and calls made from those PIN numbers of Rayshawn Banner, Nathaniel Coffin, and Jamal Tolliver. The charts do not include details of calls where the defendants only talked about getting out of prison or future plans without specifically talking about the case. You all reviewed those last night. Do you have any questions about the calls in the charts from handouts 88, 89, or 90?
During the course of some telephone calls of a couple of the defendants, there was a matter of newly discovered evidence that was discussed, that was attributed to one of the lawyers in their case, as well as possibly, I couldn't quite understand what they were talking about, possibly Hunter Atkins. Did the commission, after reviewing those records, pursue any evidence of a trail of blood that from the crime scene that was not in the first two trials ever put into evidence or pursued?
In terms of the trail of blood, that is, to my recollection, is not something that we discovered throughout our investigation of this case. So I personally am not aware of where that comes from.
Did the commission note that conversation and ask the defendants about that, or the sources in the interviews with those people about, was there a trail of blood that was not pursued or not tested in the original investigation?
So I know that obviously we documented that in the phone calls that we listened to. In terms of when we were following up with law enforcement specifically, we asked them about the search that they did of Bellevue Park and the surrounding area of Mr. Jones's home, and there was no indication from any law enforcement officer that there was a trail of blood.
In any of the files from the defense lawyers, or in gathering the records from law enforcement and the physical evidence, was there anything found that might have indicated someone made note of a trail of blood or any swabs or that sort of thing, that they just simply didn't pursue after 11/19/2002, when all the boys and Jessica Black confessed, allegedly?
Not to my knowledge of reviewing the records. I can confer with my with Ms. Bridenstine to make sure that my recollection of that is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Myers, did the commission staff have several swabs that were noted as red substance tested?
Yes.
Any other questions?
Can I follow up then on your question?
Sure, she's probably not going to be able to answer any further than that, so if you have questions about that, it may be more appropriate for us to recall someone else later.
Well, let me just ask the one, Commissioner May. The swabs, are you aware the location the swabs were taken from?
I am not, so that will be something that somebody else will have to testify to.
And this does relate to your testimony. I missed the name of the first claimant, who you said had a much lower total of phone calls. Do you remember that time?
The much lower total of phone calls. I believe that was Nathaniel
That
Coffin.
was my understanding, and the number was 80-something.
It was 86, I believe. Let me double check that really quickly, though. 86.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Myers, did Christopher Bryant and Derell Brayboy make calls from prison?
They did. There are no charts for Mr. Bryant or Mr. Brayboy because while they generally discussed their release from prison, neither mentioned anything specific related to this case.
Ms. Myers, did the commission request any other phone calls from DPS?
We did. The commission sought and obtained an additional court order for DPS calls from all pins at DPS made by 2 numbers for Christopher Bryant and phone numbers for Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, Jessica Black, and Hunter Atkins.
What was the purpose of obtaining those records?
The commission wanted to make sure that there was not any communication going on between Mr. Banner and Mr. Coffin with the 3 defendants that had been released from prison using other people's pins. The commission also wanted to determine if Mr. Banner or Mr. Coffin had contact with Jessica Black and Hunter Atkins.
Did the commission find any communication between Mr. Banner or Mr. Coffin and Mr. Bryant, Mr. Tolliver, Mr. Brayboy, and Jessica Black?
No, we did not.
Commissioners, Ms. Matoyan testified earlier this week about the phone calls between Mr. Coffin and Mr. Banner with Hunter Atkins. Do you all have any questions about the calls made to Christopher Bryant's phone number after his release?
I have a question. Would you know, have any idea if any of the incarcerated defendants sent a letter to one of the defendants that had been released?
We would not have known that based on this.
I have a question. With respect to our rules, are each of the claimants, are all claimants notified what those rules are regarding communication with the media?
They are.
And how is that done?
In this case, that was done via letter and also once they had attorneys to their attorneys.
Do we have copies of those?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll pull those.
We'll pull those for you. Ms. Myers, is there anything else with respect to Christopher Bryant's calls after he was released?
Yes. Mr. Bryant had 2 phone numbers that the commission was able to obtain the records for. For the first number Mr. Bryant had after his release from prison, Mr. Bryant talked about his prison and post-release experiences generally. The only thing Mr. Bryant said about his case was that he was reluctant to talk to Jamal Tolliver when they were first released because Jamal Tolliver's family was the reason they were in prison.
What about the second number that the commission had for Mr. Bryant?
In those calls, Mr. Bryant spoke about the case and this hearing in more detail.
Commissioners, handout 91 is a chart of the relevant information from the phone calls that other inmates made to Christopher Bryant's second phone number, if you want to take a moment to review that.
What's the exhibit?
91.
91. You all did have an opportunity to review it over the break, but you may want to refresh on that. Commissioners, do you have any questions about those calls for Ms. Myers?
Mr. Bowden, who's listed in that exhibit, he's an inmate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's not clear on the chart.
Okay. And so the purpose of this chart, and I apologize that it's not clear, the way that we tried to title this was that these were calls from prison to Bryant. This was the second cell phone number that we were able to obtain. So I appreciate you pointing that out. In this chart, the name that is under the 2 column, those are people that are in DPS custody that are making the phone call to Christopher Bryant.
I would just note that in the first entry, you state that that individual was interviewed in prison.
Correct.
And was the second person ever interviewed?
He was not.
Okay.
Is it your statement that based on previous testimony, if any of the claimants had called out from another PIN number, you would not have access to those records?
We would not have access to those phone numbers unless we specifically knew that one of the claimants was using that particular PIN number. Then we could ask DPS for calls associated with that unique PIN number. That is why the commission asked for calls related to specific numbers outside of prison, so that we would be able to try to see what calls were being made from these claimants out to outside.
Ms. Myers, did the commission review phone calls made from prison to a number for Jamal Tolliver after his release?
We did. Mr. Tolliver did not discuss his case, but did talk about his post-release conditions and about life outside of prison.
Did commission get phone calls made from prison to a number for Derell Brayboy after his release?
There were no phone calls made from prison to Derell Brayboy's number after he was released from prison.
Did commission staff review phone calls made from DPS to a number for Jessica Black?
We did. There were 2 phone calls from prison to Jessica Black. Neither of those calls had anything to do with this case.
In all of the phone calls that you were able to review, did any of the co-defendants admit their guilt in this crime?
No, none of the phone calls that the commission reviewed, the defendants never made any admission of guilt in this crime at all.
Did the commission ultimately obtain some additional phone calls for the defendants?
We did. On March the 5th of 2020, the district attorney's office provided a disc with 1 phone call from Mr. Banner to his mother while he was in the Forsyth County Jail for his resentencing in 2016, and 5 calls from Mr. Coffin to his mother while in the Forsyth County Jail for his resentencing in April of 2016.
What were the contents of those calls?
Teresa Ingram told Mr. Banner about a conversation she had had with Mr. Jones's family about them forgiving the boys and the fact that the other co-defendants had been released. Mr. Coffin and Ms. Ingram discussed his resentencing, the Mr. Jones's family's reaction to the resentencing, the police investigation, and their innocence. Mr. Coffin also talks about writing a book and asking his mom to contact a man about publishing it. In his DPS calls, Mr. Coffin has talked about writing an autobiography and a fiction book.
Did Mr. Banner or Mr. Coffin admit to guilt in the crime during those phone calls from the Forsyth County Detention Center?
No, they did not.
Any additional questions for Ms. Myers about the DPS calls?
Yes, is there any evidence that the claimants knew that while they were in prison, their phone calls were being taped?
Yes, they are put on notice of that. I believe it's right when they pick up the phone call or place their PIN number in, but they are notified that they're being recorded. You're welcome.
I'd ask that Ms. Myers step down. Commission recalls Staff Attorney Julie Bridenstine. Commissioners, for your reference, the red blood substance is noted on page 39 of your brief and page 66 of your brief. Those are the police reports related to that. Page 908 of your brief is the testimony related to that. And page 2029 is Appendix C of the brief, which outlines the evidence collected. Ms. Bridenstine, what can you tell commissioners about the red substance that was collected?
Police collected 4 areas that had a red substance. They were from the hood of the Lincoln, marker 3, which is the carport step, marker 2, which was in between the Lincoln car and the house in the carport, and also another red substance from the carport step.
And is there any additional indication in any of the files that you've reviewed or through your investigation of any additional red substance or blood-like substance?
No,
There's been testimony this week about the red substance and the testing that was done on that, is that correct?
that's correct.
And all of the red substance that could be identified was identified as belonging to the victim, is that correct?
That's correct.
Any other questions?
Just briefly follow up on that. In, handout number, 24, I think that's the forensic, chart that the staff did. And it does indicate that the red substance is on the hood of the Lincoln. Number 3, it does not say exactly where it is, but in where the substance was lifted from. But in handout 32, the photograph of the carport indicates 2, 3, and 4 are all from inside the carport and around where Mr. Jones's body would have fallen apparently before medical personnel removed him from the carport. Is that your understanding of all of the red substance that was recovered and tested, all within the carport?
That's correct.
Okay, so, other than handout 32 and the references in handout 24, is there any documentation that law enforcement, or recovered evidence that you all discovered, that law enforcement discovered or swabbed a, quote, trail of blood anywhere other than within that carport?
No.
What do you make of the conversation that was being had on the jail phone related to the trail of blood information that one of the defendants was talking about attributed to a lawyer?
I don't think I can speculate on that.
And was the lawyer questioned about, was that a statement that was made to one of the defendants or to Hunter Atkins, identifying there's newly discovered evidence of a trail of blood?
I am not clear on which lawyer that call references, so the answer is no. We haven't talked to a lawyer about a trail of blood.
You did. Okay, thank you. Nothing, please.
Commissioners, you previously heard testimony about a fifth co-defendant in this case, Derell Brayboy. I'm sorry. Ms. Bridenstine, did Mr. Brayboy apply to the commission?
No, he did not. We were able to interview him in March 2018. He was killed in Winston-Salem in August 2019, and he did not apply to the commission prior to his death, and we are not able to review, we are only able to review living defendant claims of innocence.
Commissioners, handout 92 in your notebooks is the transcribed interview of the commission's interview with Derell Brayboy. You've had an opportunity to review that before this hearing and again on the overnight recess. Do you all have any questions for Ms. Bridenstine about that interview? Ms. Bridenstine, was the commission able to obtain any educational records for Derell Brayboy?
No, we were not able to get his school records. We requested those records from the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Public School System, and they searched several locations and were not able to find any records related to Mr. Brayboy. This middle school that he attended is no longer the same school, and they searched and were just not able to find where those records might be located.
What did you learn about Mr. Brayboy from his DPS records as it relates to his education level and mental health?
His IQ score in 2005 on the revised beta IQ examination was 83, and there are no records that indicated that he received any ongoing mental health services or treatment while he was at the Department of Corrections.
Do any of the DPS records that were provided to the commission indicate that Mr. Brayboy ever admitted to participating in this crime?
No.
During your interview with Mr. Brayboy, did he maintain his innocence with you?
Yes.
Can you remind the commissioners what Mr. Brayboy said about his whereabouts on the night of November 15th, 2002?
Mr. Brayboy told the commission that he remembered most of November 15, 2002. He said he did not go to school that day because his mother and sister had gone to court. After court, he said he went to Christopher Bryant's house around 2:30 or 3 and played video games. Around 3:30 or 4, he walked to the Amico station with Bryant, Tolliver, and Donovan West. Jessica Black and Nathaniel Coffin came over around 6 p.m. Then Mr. Brayboy, Mr. Bryant, Mr. Tolliver, Mr. Coffin, and Miss Black went to the park near Moravia Street and hung out in Jessica's car. He said that they probably walked around the park. He said that they stayed there for about 15 minutes and walked home around 6:30 while it was still kind of light outside. Around 7 or 7:30, Mr. Brayboy got in a car with Jed and went to Jed's grandmother's house until about 8:30. And at that time, Mr. Brayboy came back to Devonshire Street and saw Rayshawn Banner, Nathaniel Coffin, and Jamal Tolliver. They went to Christopher Bryant's house around 8:45, and Jessica Black was still there. Nathaniel Coffin, Rayshawn Banner, and Jamal Tolliver were there. They went to the bowling alley, but Nathaniel Coffin got into an altercation, and an officer made them leave. Ms. Black took them back to Christopher Bryant's house, where Mr. Brayboy said that he spent the night. He also said he thought they drove by the crime scene.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Bridenstine about Derell Brayboy?
Given the fact that this was an interview and not a deposition, I'm assuming he was not subpoenaed for this interview, is that correct?
That's correct. It was a voluntary interview, and he agreed for us to interview him at his house.
So did you meet with any resistance from him, since he was already out of prison, in getting that interview?
No,
If you remember.
it took us a little bit of time to locate him because we didn't have a good phone number, but we were able to find him, and he agreed to talk to us.
I just want to be clear about the defendants, all 5 of them, testimony on the issue of guilt as to under oath testimony. So as to Mr. Bryant, he testified in a subsequent suppression hearing. I know about the confessions, but he actually testified under oath in a suppression hearing that he was not guilty. Isn't that correct?
I would have to refer back to the transcript, but I do recall that there was some reference to he did not commit the crime from his motion to suppress testimony.
Did he testify?
He did.
March 23rd of 2004, just for reference, that's what I have. And he did in fact testify, following up from yesterday's expert about after the pressure's off, then they would quickly recant. So he did actually testify under oath at that suppression hearing, but he did not testify at trial, correct?
That's correct.
And as to Mr. Tolliver, he did not testify at trial. Do you have him testifying under oath in any other proceeding after the confession?
Jamal Tolliver and Christopher Bryant and Nathaniel Coffin all testified at the suppression hearings. So did Derell Brayboy. The only defendant who did not testify was Rayshawn Banner.
Okay, so you're saying Tolliver and Coffin, also testified at the suppression hearing?
They all testified except for Rayshawn Banner.
And, did Mr. Tolliver deny his involvement at the suppression hearing?
Ms. Newton, I don't remember the exact language that was used, but of the 4 who testified, they all made references when they were talking about their interactions with the police about not committing the crime, is my recollection. We have provided in our appendix regarding a summary of all defendant statements. There is at least a portion from, I believe, the suppression hearings for all 4 who testified about what they said about the crime, and I would just ask you to refer back to that.
Commissioners, that begins on page 575 of your brief. We've provided you with a summary of the suppression hearing, digest of the testimony of the co-defendants, and the actual transcript of that testimony. If you'd like to review that at some point to see their statements under oath.
And finally, you, I believe, make sure I understood what you said, Rayshawn Banner did not testify at all in any proceeding.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bridenstine, I'm going to turn your attention to Jamal Tolliver. Commissioners, I will be calling Mr. Tolliver in a few moments to testify. I'm going to just ask Ms. Bridenstine a few questions first. When I call him, I will have a couple of questions for him, a series of questions, and then we'll allow you to ask any questions that you have of him. Ms. Bridenstine, what did you learn about Mr. Tolliver from his DPS records as it relates to his education level and mental health?
The highest grade he completed was the 7th grade. His IQ score in 2005 was reported as 75 on the revised beta IQ exam and as 62 on the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale. His mental health records indicated that he had been referred for services as a mentally delayed inmate, but he did not receive treatment.
Commissioners, you were previously provided handout 9030 to read prior to the day. That is the transcript of the commission staff's interview with Mr. Tolliver from February 19th, 2018. Ms. Bridenstine, did Mr. Tolliver's DPS records indicate whether he ever admitted to participating in this crime?
The answer is no, he did not.
During your interview with Mr. Tolliver, did he maintain his innocence with you?
Yes.
Remind the commissioners what Mr. Tolliver told you about his whereabouts on November 15th, 2002.
Mr. Tolliver said that he was supposed to go to the mall that day, but he missed the bus. He remembered that Jessica Black came over to the house around 6 p.m. and took him, Derell, Brayboy, and Rayshawn Banner to her house and then brought them back to Christopher Bryan's house. He said that he went to the Amico around 6 p.m. but was not sure of the time. He said that at some point they dropped Sherman Williams, or Jed, off that day, and that was at Bellevue Park, but they did not hang out there. He said they saw a lot of detectives and a big crowd of people when they dropped Sherman Williams off. He remembered asking what happened and learning that a man had died. He thought it was around 7 or 8 p.m. He did not know if this was before or after he went to the bowling alley. He mentioned that Nathaniel Coffin was there that night, and he did not remember if Sherman Williams went to the bowling alley.
Ms. Bridenstine, did you have any conversations about Hunter Atkins with Mr. Tolliver?
Yes, that's when I learned that Hunter Atkins had contacted Jamal Tolliver to talk to him about the case. That was during our interview on February 19th, 2018. And this was the first time I was aware that Mr. Atkins was investigating this case.
Do you all have any?
Could you give that date again?
February 19th, 2018.
Commissioners, any additional questions for Ms. Bridenstine about Jamal Tolliver? Okay, at this time I'd ask that Ms. Bridenstine step down and the commission would call Jamal Tolliver. I think it's just a minute to get him in the room.
Yes, we do have some of that.
Okay.
Tyler, if you would please, place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. You swear, sir, the testimony you will give before this commission this day will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Have your seat, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Tolliver.
Good morning.
My name is Lindsay Guy-Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Innocence Inquiry Commission. I'm going to have some questions for you this morning, and then when I'm done, the commissioners seated around the table will all have an opportunity to ask you questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I would just ask you to keep your voice up for the court reporter so that she can hear you,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
make sure to give verbal responses to all of the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Jamal Matthew Tolliver,
Can you spell your first name?
Jermal.
I'm going to turn your attention to the case at hand. Did you rob Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am.
Did you kill Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in any way in the robbery and death of Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when Nathaniel Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
No, ma'am.
Were you nearby when Nathaniel Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
No, ma'am.
Did you see the crime being committed?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever participate in any way in a plan to commit this crime?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of who committed the crime?
No, ma'am.
Did any of your other co-defendants in this case, so that would be Christopher Bryant, Derell Brayboy, Nathaniel Coffin, or Rayshawn Banner, ever tell you that they had involvement in this crime?
No, ma'am.
Did any of your other co-defendants in this case, Christopher Bryant, Derell Brayboy, Nathaniel Coffin, or Rayshawn Banner, ever tell you that they had any knowledge of who committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
Other than your statements to police on November 19th, 2002, have you ever told anyone else that you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
Where were you on November 15th, 2002?
Okay.
Do you want to start in the afternoon and walk
Yeah,
us through your day?
because the morning is kind of blurry.
Okay, start in the afternoon.
The afternoon, I came in from school, and my mom, I was in there talking to my mom, and she never said anything about detectives or anything about to come by. They just popped up.
I'm sorry, let's go back to the date of the crime.
Oh, the day of the crime.
Yes, what were you doing that afternoon?
That afternoon that it happened, the 15th.
Yes, sir.
That afternoon, me and a few of my friends were at Bryant's house. And that was like, I want to say about 3 something, because we were supposed to go to the mall, but it started raining. And so we revised, we changed our plan. We went back to Bryant's house, and from there I went to my house. And that's...
You stayed at your house the rest of the evening?
Yes, ma'am. Until Jessica came and picked us up.
Where did you go when she came and picked you up?
As soon as we got in the car, we went to go drop Jed off, and that's on Moravia Street. As soon as we got around there, we see lights and everything. So everything's up. So we pulled to the curb. So everybody gets out the car. So we're walking up, and this is the girl I know from school named Latoya Mayshak. So I asked her, I was like, what happened? She was like, somebody killed Mr. Jones. So I'm like, who is Mr. Jones?
What did you do after you pulled up at that area and saw the flashing lights and talked to Ms. Mayshak?
We left, and we went to Davidson County. Yeah, Davidson County, because she had to do something for her grandma, or something. She was checking on her or something. And after that, we went to Creekside Lanes.
Okay. What did you do at Creekside Lanes?
Walked around, talking to people. We kind of me and Brian, we kind of went where the games were, and everybody was just doing their own little thing.
Who all was with you then?
That night it was myself, I want to say, myself, Bryant, Brayboy, Coercion. Yeah, it was me, Brayboy, Bryant, Coercion, Miss Black, and there was one.
Was Rayshawn Banner with you?
Not at the bowling alley, no.
Not at the bowling alley. Did he go with you when you went to take Jed home?
No.
And when you went to take Jed home and you saw the flashing lights, did Jed actually go home at that point?
Jed stayed around there, yes.
So
He
he
stayed.
did
He
not
didn't
go-
leave with us, no. He didn't go to the bowling alley.
I want to take you back in time to before you see the flashing lights. I think you said a minute ago that you were at Christopher Bryant's house. Can you provide any more information about the time period between when you left school and when you saw the flashing lights?
What did I do? Yes, ma'am. Where I was going? I think Bryant's sister got sick. What else did I do? It's something else. Y'all gotta forgive me. It's early in the morning.
Is your memory foggy?
Yeah, I don't remember everything, but I remember a few things, a lot.
Do you know who else you were with while you were at Bryant's house?
Brayboy. Oh, you talking about in the daytime? I'm sorry.
If you can keep your voice up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is in the daytime after school when you're at Mr. Bryant's house. Do you remember who else was there with you?
Yes, it was Bryant, Bryant's sister, Bryant's mom, kid-wise. I can't remember. At this time, I can't remember who exactly.
Okay.
Who else there, but I know it was a few of us.
What happened after you were at Bryant's house until the time that you saw the flashing lights?
To that time, we were supposed to go to the mall. We didn't go. What else? I can't really remember at this time. I don't want to just say anything.
It's fine if you can't remember. We don't want you to make anything up.
Yes, ma'am.
To the best of your memory, how did it happen that Jessica Black, that you ended up in the car with Jessica Black?
Yeah, she came to pick us up about, I want to say about, what time was it? I don't want to get the time wrong.
Do you remember if it was light or dark outside?
It was getting dark, I want to say. Yeah.
And after she picked you up, did you immediately go to take Jed home, or was there anything else that happened?
I think we sat there for a minute. I want to say we sat there. We may have sat there for a minute.
Were you smoking marijuana that
yes,
day?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bryant, I'm sorry, Mr. Tolliver, if you didn't commit these crimes, why did you tell police that you did when they interviewed you on November 19th, 2002?
Because they wouldn't accept that I didn't.
What do you mean by that?
I told when I first got down there, as soon as they said something about it, I let them know that I didn't do it. So they left out of the room, left me in there for about 15, 20 minutes by myself, and just kept coming back in, different detectives coming back in, asking me different my whereabouts. I'm telling them, but they're not listening. They didn't accept the fact that I was like, no, I didn't do it. So then they started asking me who I hang around. That's how they got all my co-defendants. They asked me who I hang around, so they picked all of them up, and then after that, it's pretty much, oh yeah, I did take them out to the mall.
Why did you
With
do
the
that?
wallet. I don't know. They wasn't listening to nothing else. I don't know. I figured I had to say something.
So did you know if a wallet had been thrown out near the
I
mall?
knew for a fact it wasn't threw out by us. If it was,
Did you just make that up?
I made it up.
Did anybody
They-
suggest that to you?
Yes, they mentioned the wallet to me. They're like, well, where's the wallet? We don't have a wallet. We can't find a wallet. Where's it at? I'm like, I don't know. What wallet?
Were you told that you could leave the police department?
Not at any time. No.
Did you feel like you could leave at any time?
No.
Mr.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Do you have questions for Mr. Tolliver?
I do. My name is Emmanuel Jarvis. I'm a public member on the commission. Thanks for coming in. First question I have is, how old were you at the time of this incident on November 15, 2002?
15 at the time. Yes, sir.
What grade were you in?
The 8th.
8th grade. And what school did you attend?
Follow middle. Yes, sir.
Did you like school?
I really didn't take to it too well.
How were your grades?
Not too good.
Did you attend class every day?
No, sir.
Did you miss a lot of class?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been suspended from school?
Yes, sir.
For what reason?
Different type of misconduct, stuff like that.
So, how long had you known Jessica Black?
Not long. Maybe 2 or 3 months. Maybe.
When she came by, did she ever get out of the car and actually come inside your house?
Never.
No.
Never my house.
Okay, what about Brian's house? Did she ever walk into Brian's house?
I can't recall, but I could say she sat on the porch with us.
Okay. So how did you know that one day, November the 15th, 2002, that Jessica was actually driving by?
She pulled up right in front of the house.
Okay. And you guys were, where were you at when she pulled up?
In front of Brian's house.
Okay, so you were in the front outside, so you saw her. Okay. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Tolliver, I'm Bobby Colbert. How did you happen to go to the police station? I mean, what were the circumstances that you ended up at the police station?
My mom, she made a call.
Your mother may have called the police?
She did call the police.
When she called the police, why did she call the police? Do you know?
I still ask myself that to this day, but she told me that she knows we run around the neighborhood, so she figured we may have heard something or anything.
And then your mom called the police, and then what happened? Did your mom take you to the police station?
No, they said they would bring me back. They told her they would bring me back in about an hour or so.
So how did you get to the police station?
The detectives.
Do you remember what detectives took to your police station?
I remember their faces.
Had you ever seen those detectives before, like when y'all were running around the neighborhood?
I have.
So you were familiar with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And they took you to the police station?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you, what time, do you remember what time they took you to your police station?
Around 3:30, 4.
So it was around
Four.
3:30 or 4 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what time you ultimately left the police station, or did you ever leave the police station?
I left it in handcuffs with no shoes on.
What time was that?
I want to say after 12, a little 11, 12ish. Yes, ma'am.
Where did they take you after you left the police station?
To be fingerprinted. To the detention center. I'm sorry. To the youth detention center.
So they took you to your youth detention center. Was your mom or anybody present, an adult present other than yourself?
No, ma'am.
When you got to the detention center, were you able to call someone and let somebody know that you were there? How did your parents know you were at, how did your mom know you were at the detention center?
They called her before they left, when they arrested us, when they told her that we wanted to arrest at the police station. So.
And that was around midnight of that same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Tolliver, my name's Johnson Britt. I got a few questions. You said that you don't know why your mother called the police.
I don't know why she called them to question us.
In all of these years, you've never asked your mother why?
Yes, yes, sir.
And what explanation did she give you?
The one about where she said that she thought we may have heard something, or because we constantly ran around the neighborhood.
And when you say we were constantly running around the neighborhood, who did you run around the neighborhood with?
Me and some of my co-defendants sometimes, or maybe some people that you guys don't have on paper.
And so, did you see Mr. Jones's body?
When we went up to the crime scene that night, yes.
How close did you get?
Not too close. I was still on the side where the park was, but you could see the yard from right there. You can see the yard, the carport and all that.
Yeah. Where did you see Mr. Jones's body?
Just laying there. Like, it was covered up though.
So you never actually saw him?
I never actually saw him. I wasn't that close, no.
Okay. Had you ever seen a dead body before?
Not before then, not personally. I never attended funerals or none of that stuff.
How did that affect you?
I don't think it had the effect that people thought. It was just like, wow.
Did the way that you acted in the days after seeing the body, did the way that you acted change?
Not to me.
Did you withdraw? You know what I mean by withdrawal?
When you say withdraw, you mean towards family or period?
Kind of staying away from people, not interacting with people.
Oh, no.
Family, friends.
No.
Did you get quiet?
No.
How would you describe your personality back then?
No, sir. I'm sorry. I was the same, I think. I don't see a change. I didn't see a change in me.
And with your friends, what was your personality like? Were you loud? Were you quiet?
Quiet.
Mischievous?
No. Just quiet, silent, just quiet and laid back.
What kind of things did y'all do together?
Ride bikes, fix bikes. The worst trouble, we may break a window or steal a candy bar or something like that, not kill nobody.
Okay. So you got in some trouble.
Yes, sir.
Of your friends, who would you consider the leader to be when y'all were together?
Excuse me?
Of your friends, of your co-defendants, when y'all were together, who was the leader?
We don't have a leader.
Nobody took charge and said, hey, we're going to go to the park or we're going to go to the store?
No, it might be one person's idea and everybody may agree upon it. There's no leader.
Would you describe anyone in that group as a follower?
Not really. I mean, I guess everybody is a leader and a follower at some point. I mean, we were friends.
You said you knew Jessica Black.
Yes, for a short period of time, yes, sir.
When and how did you meet Jessica Black?
There's this house next door to the house my mom used to stay in, and she used to go with the boyfriend of the woman who stayed there.
And that's the guy that was called Opie?
Opie, yes, sir.
And so, how long did you know her before Mr. Jones was killed?
Probably not long.
A month? 2 months? When did she start hanging out with Opie?
I want to say about a month and a half. I knew about a month and a half before then, I think.
And did Opie hang out with you?
Not really, no. We may have stood on their porch and smoked weed from time to time, but other than that, no.
And so you met Jessica Black because of opiate, the relationship she had with opiate? Did you meet her because she smoked weed with you?
Yes.
And so when she'd come to the neighborhood a lot, wouldn't she? Would
Yes,
she come
sir.
every day
Almost, just about.
as soon as school got out?
Just about that time. Yes,
And
sir.
what time did school get out?
I want to say about 2:30, 3-ish.
Okay. And she didn't go to school in Winston-Salem, did she?
No, sir.
She went over in Davidson County.
Yes, sir.
How far was it from Winston-Salem to where she stayed?
I want to say about 10, 15, maybe 10, 12 minutes.
And you said earlier that the night or the night this happened, the group went over to Davidson County.
We did.
What'd you do over there?
We went to her grandma's house.
Was her granddaddy there?
Her grandma.
Her grandmother?
I'm not sure. I didn't see anyone. She just went in the house.
Y'all stayed in the car.
Yes. I've never seen her grandmother.
And was it dark then?
It was dark.
Was that before or after you saw the police?
After.
And to the first recollection that you have of Mr. Jones being killed is you said y'all were in the park and you saw a big crowd of detectives.
No. My first recollection is when we pulled up and I seen all the lights.
And that was after you'd been to the bowling alley?
No. We went to the bowling alley after that.
All right, so when you pulled up, where had you been?
We were coming from Brian's house to drop Jed off.
Okay, and did Jed live near there?
Yeah, he stayed on Moravia.
He stayed on Moravia.
On Moravia.
And so did you have to pass Mr. Jones's house to get to Jed's?
According on which way you came, but the
Okay.
way we came, we didn't pass his house.
So from, yeah, thank you. Now Chris lived up on Devonshire,
Yes, sir.
and so if you came from Chris's house to Jed's house, what streets would you take?
You would make a right on Urban and go all the way down to the bottom of the hill, all the way to the dead end, and make a left. And
Urban and Moravia intersect,
yes,
right there near the church.
yes,
And then you drive by the park.
yes, sir. No, you'll come from the end. Yeah, you'll arrive by the park. The church will be on your right if you're coming from the way I'm talking about.
Okay, and the park would be on your left, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And do you recall where Mr. Jones's house was located?
Yes.
Is it on the right or the left?
It's on the left.
And so where did Jed live in relationship to Mr. Jones?
He stays, and if you're coming up that street, when you turn on, as soon as you make that left on Moravia, at the end that I came from, he'll be on your, I think the second or the third house on the right with the fence on the outside.
Is that before you get to Mr. Jones's?
Yes.
So
Yes,
it's
sir.
near the church? Or is it not
No, you
quite
don't
that
pass
far?
the church yet. You know it's another church down there too. It's a white church on the corner, and then when you turn, it's another church. The bigger church that's right there in the middle, right across from the park.
All right. So Jed lived before you got to the bigger church?
Yes. Depending on which way you came.
The way you
Yes, sir.
testified that y'all came?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody say anything about the police being there?
At what time?
When y'all first saw them?
Why would, no.
You'd say, well, what happened? Let's stop. Let's see if we can
When
figure
we
out.
everybody, we just stopped and everybody got out.
Okay. Did the police talk to you then?
No, sir.
Did anybody talk to you?
Nobody but Latoya Meshack.
Okay. And so then y'all went on about your business after that.
We went on to proceed to Davie County, then the bowling alley.
Okay. And so the next day, on Saturday, did you see any of your buddies?
Yeah, more than likely, yes, sir.
Y'all talk about Mr. Jones getting killed, wonder what happened to him?
No, nobody discussed it.
Right.
We were young.
And so the police come to your house because your mom has called them.
Yes, sir.
And you go to the police, they ask you to go to the police department with them.
Yes, sir.
And they start questioning you about what happened to Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir. Well, that's not exactly how it went.
Okay, how did it go?
We were leaving my mom's house. They were quiet. Then I asked them, I was like, what's going on? They were like, we'll tell you when we get downtown. I mean, when we get to the, public safety center. So I'm like, okay. I didn't do nothing. So eventually, like, we get a little bit, like 2 more minutes down the road, then they start asking me questions about it. They're like, what do you know about what happened around the corner? I'm like, what do you mean? At this time, it's still not registering. So then they come with they give me, like, what they said? They said, what about the murder of the man that happened around the corner from your mom? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't, like, yeah, I'm aware of it. We know. And that's when, like, they just kept bombarding me with different questions.
How many officers did you ride with?
2.
Were they in uniform or were they in plain clothes?
Plain clothes.
Were those the officers that tried to interview you?
Yes, sir.
For the entire time you were at the...
Not the entire time, no.
How many other officers do you remember trying to interview you?
Numerous. Even a lieutenant.
How did they act towards you?
At first they were calm, but we got aggressive and, yeah. They were...
When you say you got aggressive, what do you mean by that?
Hands on the table, like, we know you did this, and stuff like that.
They raised their voices?
Yes, sir.
And so you're initially in a room, an interview room.
Yes, sir.
They then leave you there for a period of time.
They kept leaving me there, yeah.
When after the first time you were left in the interview room, did they come back and start asking you questions all over again?
Yes.
At any time did a police officer tell you pieces of information?
Yes.
Like what kind of things did they tell you?
They'll ask me, they'll say, where's the wallet? Or how did you get to, like, how can I put it? I don't want to say anything wrong.
Let's talk about the wallet.
Yes, sir.
You said that you left with the police and went to the mall.
Yes, sir.
To look for the wallet.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you made that up.
I made that up, yes, sir.
Why did you make up going to the mall?
Because it was already in our plans in the first place.
What was already in your plan?
Going to the mall.
Had you told the police that?
Yes.
And
That's
how
why
did
they
you
had
tell
me.
the police that you had gotten to the mall?
The city bus.
Where was Jessica?
At the time, I don't know.
What day did you tell them that you went to the mall?
The day that they questioned me.
That very day.
The day that they questioned me.
And so...
But we never went to the mall that day.
You never went?
No, we never went that day. I think we went the next day, and that's when Jessica was there.
Okay. Did you tell them a certain location at the mall where this wallet was thrown away?
I just said out the bus window. I never said.
Did you say threw it out the bus window?
I don't recall that.
So You just said that y'all threw it out, but you didn't make up who
I
actually threw it.
I said a name, but I don't recall whose name I said at this time.
Well, was it Christopher? Was it Ray Sean?
I can't. I don't remember
Was it
whose name I
Derell?
said.
Was it Nathaniel?
I can't remember. It was a bunch of lies. I can't remember exactly what I said. Whose name I said.
And you actually got out with them and showed them.
I stood on the side of the curb while they just looked around.
And were you actually in the mall parking lot area, or were you on a street?
We were, you know where the McDonald's is? We were right there on that hill. They were canvassing the hill right there. And then across the street on the other side, and that's it.
You know the names of the streets?
I don't, but I know the McDonald's is right here, and on the other side you got the Toys R Us, so it's in the middle of that. All of that area in between that.
And would that have been near a bus stop?
Yes, sir.
They don't find anything, and you go back to the police department. What then happens?
It's more quick. I left out, but they bought me something to eat.
Okay. Yeah. But you go back to the police department or the public safety center, and they resume questioning.
And I tell them again, I didn't do it. And I tell them that I've been lying to them, and they don't believe it.
So you tell them that you've been lying to them
Yes.
about the wallet.
About even,
where you went.
Yes.
And so they continue to question you.
To badger me, yes, sir.
When did you become aware, or did you become aware, that any of your friends were there?
It was a little later, but I don't. The way the way they said it, it was like, oh, he's in here saying you did this. Oh, he's in there saying you did that. Like that. And that was about, I want to say, probably about an hour and a half after I was down there.
And then at some point, you say you just kind of gave up. Is that fair description?
Yeah, I kind of stopped fighting. I was like, man, I don't know what you want me to say, but okay.
All right. Now, you understand that we have had an opportunity to listen to the recorded statement
Yes,
that
sir.
you gave
Yes, sir.
The police.
Yes, sir.
And in it, you make certain admissions. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You implicate your friends.
Yes, sir.
And you implicate yourself in this crime.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why you implicated yourself and then your friends?
Yes. Because I thought I was going home. I did exactly what they asked me to do.
Explain for me why you thought you were going to go home if you're telling the police that you and your friends went to do a lick, a man got beaten up, and then you learn that he dies. What made you think you were going to go home?
Now?
No, then.
Oh, then I don't know. I was a kid. I don't know. I just thought if I did what they said, they were going to return me to my mom.
Today, what makes you think that they were going to let you go home?
Today, as a man now, I know I was a fool.
During the time that you were locked up, not prison, but detention center, and did you get transferred to the jail at some point?
Yes, when I turned 16.
Did you or Rayshawn, Nathaniel, Christopher, or Derell, were y'all in the same cells?
Not in the same cell, no. But they in the detention center, they kept us. How you say it?
Separated?
Yes. Like they had us on like a time where like these two would come out together, and then the three of us would come out together. Yeah.
But did you ever talk with them while you were in jail?
Yeah.
And did you ever ask any of them, hey, why did you say this stuff about me?
Yes. The same thing I said. We didn't know what to do. We were scared. We didn't know what to do.
And did you ever talk with them about exactly what it is that they said that you did?
Yeah.
Not the police, your friends.
Yeah, but I never really cared too much because I knew it was a lie. Like, I never really, like, got angry with them over it or none of that because I knew we were all lying.
And did they ever ask you about what it was that you said?
Yeah, it was in paper, yeah.
It was in the paper?
You know, it was in paper. Like,
In your paper?
We all, like, our lawyers and stuff were sending us pamphlets in.
You got your discovery.
Mm.
So was it when you got your discovery that you realized that your friends may have ratted you out?
No, I knew that before then. We seen each other before then.
What about in prison? Were you ever housed with any of them? Same
For a little while at Foothills, but they never kept us around each other long.
And while you were in prison, did you talk about the case?
Not to nobody that don't concern really. Like if somebody,
Your friends.
not really, no. Not about the case, no.
You got out.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been out now?
I got out February the 3rd, 2017.
So you're no longer on post-supervision release?
None of that.
Since you've been out, have you talked to them about what happened?
Not really, no. Like we've talked, but not really, because my lawyer told me don't talk about the case.
Your lawyers who represent you before the commission?
Period.
Okay. You've talked to Hunter.
I have.
How did you come in contact with Hunter?
Through Facebook. Like he kept trying to contact me through Facebook, and at first I was like, somebody trying to get a story. So it took me a while to even sit down with him.
What made you sit down with him?
He had a certain type of, like, he wanted it too bad, and I wanted to know what he wanted to know.
What did he tell you? Did he tell you why he wanted to talk to you?
He told me it was about my case.
Did he tell you it had anything to do with Chris Paul?
I know he was a report out in Houston. He didn't really say too much that it had to do with him.
So did Hunter tell you that he was trying to help you get this straightened out?
No, he just told me things didn't look right.
Did he ever ask you for anything if he was able to help you?
Meaning?
He asked you if you got money, would you give him any?
No, sir.
Did he ask if you wrote a book about it that, or if you wrote a book about what happened to you, that you would split any money with him?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he was talking to other people?
Other people meaning who?
Your friends, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And was he
They told me
telling
he was trying.
what they were saying?
Not what they were saying, no. But he told me he was talking to him.
Did he tell you he had talked to Jessica?
No, last I heard from him, he told me that he got in contact with her over the phone, but it was brief. He never told me anything else.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to him? Or communicated with him?
I want to say not really since this has been going on. Not really. Not since I've been assigned a lawyer and all that. No, I haven't talked to him about anything.
So did you stop talking to him when you applied for the commission, or the commission approached you?
Not right. I stopped talking to him when my lawyer told me to stop talking to him.
You filed your claim in 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you haven't spoken with Hunter since then?
Not since. I want to say, I can't say, I haven't spoken to him, no. But the last text I got from him was like 3 months ago.
Okay. Actually, as a point of reference, you filed your claim around Thanksgiving
Yes, sir.
of last year.
Yes, sir.
Have you talked, when I say last year, 2019, have you talked with him since then?
Since November last year. I want to say, don't get me wrong, I think so, but not about the case. He sent my mom some flowers, and that was the last. I think that was the last time I heard from him.
You still do Facebook?
Not really, no, not much.
Has he tried to reach you on Facebook?
No, sir.
Text messages?
No, sir.
Emails?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Tolliver, good morning.
Good morning.
Back in 2002, when you were 14, running around the neighborhood, did one of these guys, were you closer to one of them a little bit more than maybe the others?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Brian.
Christopher Bryant.
Yeah.
Okay, so so the two of you were a little bit closer
Yeah,
than.
because my brother has a baby by his sister, so it kind of.
And he went by Bubba. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Nathaniel Coffin, his nickname was Stinky.
Uh-huh.
Now, who went by the nickname Black?
Rashawn.
Okay, so Rayshawn Banner goes by the nickname Black. Did you have a nickname?
No.
Okay, I hadn't heard one this
No.
week.
Jamal, that's
So
it.
you're just Jamal.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I understand, Mr. Tolliver, that you, and as well as the other defendants, allege that when you gave these statements back in 2002 to the police that they were coerced.
Yes.
I get that. I want to ask you about one particular thing, and it involves the shoe print on the hood of Mr. Jones's vehicle that was found by the police and testified to at the trials. Now, we have the detective's notes from 2002, and again, I understand your position on, the statement that you made, but the detective in his notes indicate that at some point during your interrogation, he called your mother,
Yes, sir.
and your mother said she was going to come down to the public safety center and make you talk.
Mm-hmm.
And the officer told you that your mother said for you to tell the truth or for you to talk. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
All right. And one of the things that you said following that was Rayshawn, according to the cop, Rayshawn stood on the car, tried to get in the van. Do you recall telling the police that Rayshawn stood on the car?
I don't recall. I really don't.
Now, do you recall at trial the testimony that, well, let me back up. At the time that that statement was made to the police about Rayshawn standing on the car, as far as you know, no Air Force Ones had been confiscated and tested, that there had been no comparison between anybody's shoes and that shoe print, right?
At the time.
Yeah, at the time that you were at the police center, I mean, just a
Oh
few
no,
days
no.
after.
There's no way I could have. No.
Right. So, do you recall the testimony at the trial that the shoe print essentially matched one of the Air Force Ones that was taken from Rayshawn in Nathaniel's house?
I don't recall saying that.
No, I'm saying, no, not, my question is, do you recall at the trial,
At the trial.
the prosecutor putting on some evidence, a witness getting up there and testifying that the shoe, a pair of Air Force Ones taken from Rayshawn in Nathaniel's house, matched the shoe print that was
Found.
impression on the hood of the car. Do you remember that testimony?
I do remember that.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bridenstine, who's sitting to your right, do you recall her interviewing you back in February of 2018?
I do.
All right. And do you recall her asking you about if you remembered what shoes everybody was wearing that night?
I remember being interviewed. I can't remember every question.
Okay.
But
And I believe she asked you, do you recall what shoes Rayshawn Banner was wearing? And reading from the transcript, and you said no, but I know that they said the shoe print they found matched Rayshawn Banner's shoe print, meaning the testimony at the trial. Okay? And then there's some discussion about Air Force Ones and how popular they were back in 2002, and they're still popular. Is that fair to state?
that's fair to say.
All right. I guess so. My point is, even though in your statement that you made in 2002 to the police, at that time, the police had no way of knowing whether Rayshawn Banner's or Nathaniel Coffin's shoes were going to match the shoe print on the hood of that car. All right. But that's ultimately what they determined.
That's true. They said it was the exact shoe print.
They said it was consistent with in size, shape, forget the third, and wear pattern of the shoes taken from Rayshawn and Nathaniel's house. But aside from what you said, I want to ask you really about what your family said. Now, Mr. Britz asked you this morning about the day after, the weekend following Mr. Jones's murder, how you were acting.
Yes, sir.
Were you acting any differently, and those kinds of things. Now, within a few days of Mr. Jones' murder, the police talked to your mother, they talked to Yolanda, your sister, they talked to, I believe, your brother, is it Thayers?
Yes.
All
Yes, sir.
three of them,
Yes, sir.
according to the police now, all three of them told the police that after Mr. Jones was killed, that you were not yourself, that you were keeping to yourself, you went to your room. Some of them even said they saw you basically balled up in a fetal position, like a baby in her mama's womb crying. Do you remember that?
I remember the statements, but they're inaccurate.
So that's not true.
That's not true.
All right, now, Yolanda, you were 14 at the time. She was 16 at the time.
I was 15.
So you were 15. Okay, so she was 16 at the time.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she had a small baby at the time when
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Jones was killed.
Yes, sir.
Now, why would your sister, who was not a suspect in this crime, why would she tell police that on the Sunday following Mr. Jones' murder, so Mr. Jones was killed on a Friday, on that following Sunday, she tells police that she overhears you and Christopher Bryant, or Bubba,
Yes, sir.
who you've indicated you were closer to than the
Yes,
others.
sir.
Why would she say that she heard the two of you talking about being at the park with the white girl and watching Stinky, Rayshawn, Anwan, and Black go to the man's house?
My sister told me the reason she said that, she said she was under the same type of attack that we were.
Even though she was not a suspect in the crime.
Even though they made her feel like one, I guess.
Why would she say that in addition, the other boy there was Derell Brayboy? She said that Derell did not go all the way to the house but he knew what the other boys were doing. She did say that Bubba was doing most of the talking during this conversation. Let me just stop. Do you remember, it would have been the Sunday following the murder, was Bubba over at your house, and were y'all talking about the crime?
We didn't do a crime. There was no crime to talk about.
Okay, I didn't ask if you were talking about what you did, but were you just discussing it?
Yeah. No. No, sir. Discussing, what would we discuss?
I'm just asking you, 2 days afterward, did he come over to your house? Man, I can't believe what just happened to that old man.
No, we were kids. We wasn't thinking about stuff like that. Like, after we seen it, it's like forgotten. Like, nobody's really thinking, just think about it. Everybody, I'm pretty sure, I know everybody in here has been 15 before. So after you, the only thing we worried about is remote control cars and bubble gum.
Well, do you recall if Christopher Brown or Bubba even came over to your house that weekend?
I can't say, but we stayed right across the street from each other. Like,
And I understand it's almost 18 years ago, and it's hard to remember details.
I mean, I don't want to say yes to something that I didn't, that I don't mean to say yes to.
Now, again, why would Yolanda tell police a detail such as one of the boys went jogging down in front of Mr. Jones' house to make sure everything was okay, then jogged back and told the rest of the group that it was okay to go, commit this robbery? Why would she just make that up?
The same way that we made up the rest of the story. Shit, I don't know. I don't know. You got me wanting to ask her now. I've never asked her that because I've never really dug that deep down into her statement. She told me from 2006 or 7, she said that's not even her statement.
Would this have been a true statement when Yolanda told the police the day after Mr. Jones's murder? She said that she did not see them, which is all the boys. She did not see them or the white girl the day after, which would have been Saturday. She said that Christopher Bryant stays at their house all of the time. So that would be a true statement. He was over there a lot, right?
Over where?
At your house. Back during that time.
Yeah, back and forth. I was at his house, he was at my house. Like I said, we were right across the street from each other. Like, you take 3 steps and I'm in his front yard.
She advised that Jamal Tolliver cried while in bed and he stayed in one spot. She stated that she got up and asked Jamal Tolliver what was wrong, and he told her that it was none of her business. Did that happen?
No, sir. I don't recall. It doesn't even sound familiar.
Ms. Tolliver stated that Jamal Tolliver got up and asked for a cigarette and talked to her. She stated that he told her that if he spoke to the law, something bad was going to happen. Did you say that to her?
I didn't even smoke cigarettes at the time.
Well, did you say that to her?
No, sir.
One more thing. Do you recall an incident a few days before Mr. Jones was killed? I'm not sure if it was just a couple of days, it could have been a week, when detectives were kind of walking around the neighborhood and they walked up in your yard and you were out on the porch, and I think Rayshawn and Nathaniel Coffin were out there, and your mother. And do you recall a detective or two speaking with your mother?
I don't. I don't. No, sir.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today, Mr. Tolliver.
No problem.
My name is Melissa Essery, and I want to go back to the night of the murder when you were in the interrogation room. Do you remember how long you were in that room before they started recording your confession?
Yes, that started immediately.
I'm asking how, from the time you got in the police, no, actually, retract that. From the moment you were in the interrogation room, when they started questioning you in the interrogation room, not in the police car, I understand they started asking them, but from the interrogation room, how many hours were you in there before you gave your taped confession? Do you remember?
I want to say a long time. I can't even
Okay.
remember.
Was it hours?
I want to say yes. Before I gave a tape confession.
Yes.
Yes.
You said earlier that there were, I think, numerous police officers that came and went
Yes, ma'am.
during that time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you being told what your other co-defendants were telling you at any time about you or the incident?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So, can you, I know this is hard, but you've had a lot of years to think about what happened in those hours in that room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you're 15, but you don't forget stuff like that. Is that a fair
Certain
statement?
stuff you don't forget. Yes.
When you started confessing, and I know you may have answered this already, why did you confess to a crime of murder?
Because I thought I was going home. I just thought that's what they wanted me to do.
And what led you to believe that?
I just thought all the questioning and stuff would stop. Like I was just tired.
Were you physically tired?
Physically tired. I was drained. Yes, ma'am.
So again, you've had a lot of time over the years to think about what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated earlier that the police had their hands on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what the distance was between you and the police?
Oh no, we were right like under the table. We were right here. One of them might stand on the one side over here, while the other one's over. Like it was a lot. It was a lot at once.
So you said that their tone of voice changed from being
It was-
fairly calm.
Yes.
What was the worst it got in your memory now? What was the worst their tone of voice got? What happened?
When I said something that they didn't agree with, that didn't go with the lines of the story, or if I
What would
said
they
no,
do?
I just didn't do it. Like if I just didn't want to talk no more, they'll get mad. They're like, you might as well finish. Yep. Slamming hands on the table, spittle flying.
What made you say Ray Sean got on the car? That's a very specific statement.
Because like in our group, like he was like the fighter. Like he was a great fighter. So it's not to say that he would do anything violent for no reason. It's just like, you know, in the group you got people that can run fast, swim fast, or they're good at certain things. You know what I mean? And he was a
So I
good
guess
fighter.
my question is, that's a very specific fact. That's not just, yes, we did the robbery, we had talked about it a little bit beforehand. That's a very specific fact that you testified to. Where did that fact come from? It's very specific.
I couldn't tell you. It just came.
Just came
Honest
to
to
your
God.
mind?
It just came. Yes, ma'am.
So they didn't suggest that to you?
No, not really. It's just something that just I was rolling.
So they never said anything to you about other co-defendants stating Rayshawn was on the car?
I can't say. They did a lot of saying what this one said and this one said, but I can't say exactly. I can't say word for word that that's exactly what they, you know what I'm saying, what happened.
When you were talking about taking a bus to the mall and someone, you don't remember who, throwing the wallet out that was missing from the crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you come up with that statement?
The wallet, they told me about the wallet.
That was, again, a very specific statement.
They told me about that.
They told you about what?
The wallet. They just asked me out of the blue, where's the wallet? The man had a wallet. He's missing the wallet. Some family member said he had a wallet and it's not there.
So why would you say we took the bus? It's a very specific statement.
Yes, ma'am.
We took the bus and one of us threw it out the window to get rid of it. That's
It's
a very
just-
specific statement.
It's just what I said. It's all a part of a big lie. I was just I didn't know how to get myself out of the situation. I was just saying anything.
And when you started confessing, what was the demeanor of the police officers with you at that time?
After, when I started confessing, I guess it was just back to normal.
Do you remember?
I can't remember verbatim, but I can't remember nothing that stood out after that. Nothing.
So you had a lot of time in prison to think about that night, and I want to ask you, what stands out to you 18 years later about what happened that night that you've never forgotten? What is it that you've never forgotten?
That I never went back home to my mom, like they said I was.
Yeah. Couple things. When you met with Ms. Bridenstine for the commission, you were interviewed by her.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell her that you and Bubba and Jessica and Rayshawn went to a ball game?
To a ball game. A ball game? That day?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall saying.
And she was asking you, what did you do the day that the murder happened? You said that you
Yeah, I
and,
don't remember saying nothing about no ball game.
and then later on she said she got to talking about the, Ms. Bridenstine brought up about the bowling alley and you went, oh yeah, the bowling
It
alley.
was the bowling alley. I didn't say anything about no game. I ain't been to no game.
So you didn't say nothing to
No,
her about
sir.
why would that even come up that you mentioned a ball game?
I couldn't tell you. This is my first time hearing of it.
Okay. So, when you were dropping Jed off at his place, was it his house, his uncle's house,
I want to say his aunt's house.
his aunt's house?
His aunt's house.
Okay. You said that you seen the police arrive.
No, I didn't see him arrive.
You didn't see them arrive.
I
They was
didn't.
already there.
They was already there when we got there.
So if you said you seen them arrive, that would have been wrong, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The interview that the police done with you, I think you said just a while ago that they would come in, they'd talk to you, they'd leave you alone for a while, they'd come in, they'd talk to you, and they'd leave you alone for a while, right? And when you first got in there, the very first time you sat down and talked to them, very first thing, did you tell them the complete truth then?
When I first sat down,
When
did
you
I
first sat
admit
down.
my innocence? Yes, I did.
And what did you tell them you done then? Do you
It was
remember?
like, I can't remember what I told them I
But
did.
whatever it was, you would
It
assume.
didn't involve that. I know that.
Kids get things mixed up, right? I mean, you
I
said
know
something a
now.
while ago. You said, you all been 15 years old. Yeah, we all have. So we've all been 15. We get things mixed up. If you had got something wrong in your story and they come back and said, hey, listen, so-and-so told us this, is this what happened?
And if it's correct, and I remembered, I would say yes.
Then you would have said yes,
I would have said
that is
yes.
what happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, some point during this, they asked you about a wallet. You didn't know nothing about a wallet, but you come up with a story about throwing it out of the bus.
Nothing about no wallet. Yes, sir.
When they took you out there, they took a whole big group of people out there to look, right?
Yes, sir.
And they bought you lunch or
Yes.
dinner. I guess it
No,
would have been
McDonald's.
dinner.
Yes, sir.
What did you? Do you remember what you got? What did they buy you?
I want to say it's McDonald's, so it couldn't have been more than a burger and a fry.
Okay, so they got you some burger, fries, and drink.
Yeah.
Were they nice to you?
I mean, of course, they were trying to get me to, you know what I'm saying, finish what the lie had started. Of course.
So they were
They
really
didn't
nice
know at
to
the
you.
time it was a lie. Yes.
And then when you got back, were they still nice to you?
No, not really.
When
'cause
they
they
didn't find the wallet?
Yeah.
They was like, you
Yeah, they
lied
were
to
kind
us.
of yeah. They were kind of upset.
Did you tell them, yeah, I lied to you?
Yes, but they still didn't believe me.
Okay. So, how long was it after you got back to the police station from McDonald's and looking for the wallet till you actually give them your recorded statement? Was it shortly
I can't
after
remember
that?
what time we came back. I don't know if it was, I know it was, I don't even know what time it was. I think it was dark.
When they were out there looking for the
No,
wallet?
when we got back.
When you got back. Okay. So, in total, if you had to add up them coming in, going out, in total, how much time do you think you were sitting there talking to one or more detectives total? You were there for a long period of time, but sometimes they were in, sometimes they were out.
Mm-hmm.
How long of total time do you think you were there actually talking to an officer versus the time that they were out of the room?
I don't know. Because, you know, time to a child is a long time. So.
And time being alone seems like a long time. sometimes.
So I can't really say. But it felt long. That's what I can say. It felt like
Did it
I
seem
was
like
sitting
there
a
was
while
more
then.
time that you were alone or more time that they were with you?
I want to say with me.
With you? A little
Yeah.
bit more time that they were with you?
Yeah, because the questions were like constant, and then as soon as the first two went out, somebody else would come in.
Okay.
And then it'll be like times where nobody came in for about 15, 20 minutes. I'm just guessing. And then, yeah, then same thing over
Now,
and
Jed
over.
was quite a bit older than the rest of you,
Yes,
wasn't
sir.
he?
Yes,
Did
sir.
he have a car?
No, sir.
No. But he was he older than Jessica?
Yes, sir.
So, but he hung out with you guys?
Yes, sir.
Or did you just hang out with him?
The same, both.
Both?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, when you were taking Jed home, and you seen all the lights, I guess, is that what
Yes, sir.
you didn't see them arrive, they were already there.
They were already there.
Who got out of the car?
Everybody.
Everybody got out of the car?
Everybody got out of the car.
And who was in the car right then?
Jessica.
She was driving.
Myself, Bryant, Jed, Derell, and Coffin.
Okay. Rayshawn
Was not there.
Rayshawn wasn't with you.
Was not there.
Okay. So you all of yous got out, and LaToya Meshack
Yes, sir.
told you what happened, right?
All she said was somebody killed Mr. Jones.
Did you know Mr. Jones?
I did not.
Okay. And that was probably around what time?
The time that the murder happened. Probably about 8-ish, I think.
About 8-ish. Okay. That's all I have.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tolliver. Thank
Good
you for
morning.
being with us. My name is few questions I'd like to ask you with your patience.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand, we're just looking for what you can remember and the truth. Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
understand that?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Now, I'm going to jump around a little bit. We have transcripts and we have briefs and write-ups about what you told the police.
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police about the bat in your kitchen and then the bat was in your yard? Do you remember telling the police anything about a bat?
I do remember saying something about a bat. Yes, I do.
Explain that to us.
I don't. It just came up. It was in the house.
How did it come up? Well, first, when did
They said that they didn't know what he had got hit with or something.
Is this when you were being questioned
Yeah.
at the police
Yes,
station
yes,
by
yes,
law
ma'am.
enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you just said they don't know what he was hit with.
Yes.
Is that what after in response to some?
They're like, "What'd you hit him with?" I was like, "No." I was like, "We got stuff like that in our house, but no."
Okay. Had you already told them that you saw someone hit Mr. Jones?
I don't recall. Probably in the line statement. Yes, I
Okay.
probably did.
But then they said, what'd you hit him with?
I can't recall.
Okay. And so again, tell us what you said in response to the suggestion about a bat.
What do you mean?
Well, who brought up the bat?
Oh, me.
You said something.
I brought up the bat, but at the same time, they were making it. They were saying a blunt object or something.
Okay. And then what did you say about a bat?
And I don't know. I don't know what I said. Whatever I said, it made them go get that bat.
Well, when they said something about a blunt object, is that why a bat came to your mind?
Yes, no
Okay.
problem.
And when you said something about a bat, do you remember exactly what you said to them about a bat?
I don't.
Okay. At any point, did you suggest that you owned a bat?
I may have. I may have. Yeah.
And what did you say about that?
Well, I can't recall if I did. I can't recall, but I know it was in my house. It's my brother's bat.
Okay, it was brother's bat.
Yes.
Okay. And did you offer the bat for them to go get or look at, or?
It wasn't not for them to get. I didn't. They asked could they search the house, and I was just like yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, that bat was still in your house?
Yes.
Okay. And was it in the kitchen or in the yard? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you don't recall if you told them one or both of those things, do you?
I don't. I may have. I know it's a good chance I did tell them, say something about it back.
Was anyone of your friends in possession of your bat at any time that day?
No.
Okay. And so when you went to the police station on the 19th of November, do you recall that the bat was still at your house?
Still at my mom's house.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked questions this morning about when you actually went to the mall. And let's clear that up. The plan was to go to the mall on the 15th,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And the 15th was a Friday,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, was that homecoming?
I'm thinking so. I'm
Okay.
thinking something like that was going on around that time.
There was
Yes,
going to be
ma'am.
a football game that night. Is
It was
that-
something going on. I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Okay. And had you all talked about going to the homecoming game at some point?
I'm not sure.
You weren't involved in that, okay. So you did not, you talked about going to the mall with some of your friends on
Yes.
Friday, but you did not go, you said it was raining.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It started raining.
It started raining. So why would that change whether you were gonna go to the mall?
We were taking the bus.
Okay,
Like, we didn't want to be in the rain waiting on the bus.
gotcha. So you did go to the mall Saturday, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you went Saturday, not Friday.
Not Friday.
You led the police to believe that you went Friday.
Friday.
Was that a mistake, or was that an intentional lie on your part?
It was. I lied to them intentionally. Yeah, I know I lied to the police intentionally.
About going to the mall Friday?
About no.
Okay.
Not about the real play. I told them the truth about what we were supposed to do,
Okay.
and then when they made me lie, then I lied about it.
Then you said, oh, it was Friday and we
Yeah,
threw the wallet
yes.
out. But it wasn't Friday, it was
What-
Saturday.
We never threw the wallet out Saturday either.
I got you. I mean, going to the mall.
Yes.
You went to the mall Saturday.
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
did not see anybody throw a wallet.
No, ma'am. No wallet was ever, you know what I'm saying, in our possession.
Okay, as far as you're aware, right?
And the period.
You
I've never
saw it.
seen none of them with a wallet either.
Got it, okay. When the police questioned you, do you have any money on you?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, ma'am.
That's okay, you're fine, that's perfectly fine. There was some statement that you made regarding a credit card
Mhm.
that was being used at the mall on Saturday.
Mhm.
Was that something you told the police?
A lie.
It was a lie.
A
Well, what'd
lie.
you tell the police about the credit card?
I just told them that we went to the mall and somebody scanned them at an ATM.
Okay, and that was a complete ball.
Complete bald-faced
You
lie.
made all that up,
Mhm.
okay. And on Saturday,
I'm sorry,
when you
yes,
went to the mall, did anybody have a credit card?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you didn't see anybody with a credit
No,
card?
ma'am.
Where's the ATM at the mall?
At the time, when you walk in the door, they're all over the mall.
Okay, so there are a lot of them.
Yeah.
Okay, but you knew that before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a credit card or ever used
Never.
credit card?
Never.
Thank you for clearing that up. Now, Mr. Tolliver, you were asked about Hunter Atkins.
Yes, ma'am.
You know Hunter Atkins to be a reporter,
Yeah.
correct? Okay, you seem to express some distrust about
At first I did, but now you made a believe out of me.
Why do you believe him now? I mean, why are you, you trust him more now?
Because he pulled up facts that my lawyer couldn't even pull up in court.
So you believe him because of stuff other people told you that he's been doing?
No, the stuff that he did, like the stuff that, like everything he said that, you know what I'm saying, it's like he seen, like he believed in us. He wanted to hear what we had to say.
Okay,
He was
Mr.
the first
Tolliver,
person to want to hear what we had to say.
I understand. My question is, are you getting the information about Hunter Atkins' development of the facts directly from Hunter Atkins, or are other people telling you that? Like your mother and your lawyer?
Oh no, I haven't talked to Hunter in a minute.
That's my question.
Yeah, I haven't talked to.
Other people telling you what he's developing?
Oh no, I haven't heard nothing from him whatsoever.
Okay, Mr. Tolliver, you say that you believe in him now or don't distrust him now because of what he's doing.
Mhm.
I'm trying to figure out, how do you know? If you're not talking to Hunter Atkins, how do you know that what he's doing?
Oh, I'm talking about when I was.
Okay.
Like, yeah, when I was.
So how many conversations have you actually had with Hunter Atkins about your case?
Before or after? Like before it came to this point or after?
I'm not concerned about your agreement with the commission.
Oh, okay.
I'm concerned about how many times, I don't need to know when either.
Okay.
How many times have you talked to Hunter Atkins?
Ooh. A lot.
A lot.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Would that be more than 10 times?
More than 10 times.
Okay. And is that in person or on the phone?
I only talked to him on the phone, in person once, and that's when he came down here.
And how long was that conversation?
Not long. That's when he got the interview from us.
Okay. And other than that, you talked to him on the phone?
Other than that, I haven't talked to him on the phone, but probably about, yeah, you're right, about 10, yeah, you're right.
Okay. And every time you talk to him, do you go over the facts of what happened at the police station?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
It's just different conversations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many times do you think you've told your story about law enforcement interrogating you, questioning you?
To whom?
To anybody, like all together?
Oh no, I've never just talked about it to anybody, but like I have to develop a trend. My story is probably about Every chance I got.
Right. So 20, 30, 40,
Mhm.
anytime.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so you told the story a lot.
Yes, to people that I know I could trust.
I understand. Thank you, sir. Now, the day of the incident that resulted in Mr. Jones passing away on the 15th of November of 2002, you said upon questioning this morning that you were using marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
How much marijuana did you smoke that day?
They're probably about a blunt or
A
two.
blunt's like a cigar.
Yes,
correct?
a
Okay.
blunt or two, yes.
You alone smoked a blunt, not sharing that with other
Not
people.
sharing it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use any other drugs that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who else was smoking marijuana that day?
Everybody.
Oh, okay. So you're comfortable with everybody was smoking pot that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was anyone using any other drugs that day?
No, none of us did any other drugs.
Now, you understand, I think weed is a drug, right?
Yeah, I
Let's get
understand.
that, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so besides marijuana, was there alcohol or pills or cocaine?
No, I don't do none of that.
anything
No,
else?
no, we don't do none of that. No,
Got
we
it,
never did
okay.
none of that.
How about Jessica Black? Did you see her using anything else?
I've only seen her do weed with us. I've never seen her do anything else.
Okay. Now, after, let's move on. Thank you very much for that. You were questioned about after you saw the police lights the evening that Mr. Jones passed away.
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked if you saw the dead body, and you said essentially it was covered.
Yeah, but I seen like the body, like the, you know.
The outline.
Mhm.
Okay. And again, I wasn't real clear. Did that affect you emotionally as a 15-year-old child who had never seen someone who had died before?
Yeah, but not how people think. Like it never like it's not nothing like I never just, like in a long time I never just thought about the dead body. No, ma'am.
Okay. Was it in a, wow, that's shocking?
Yeah, at the
Or-
time, yes, I'm
okay,
like, wow.
Just because someone passed
Yes.
away and you didn't know him, right?
I never knew.
Were you in any way scared or affected by it? We have a reason.
Maybe a little more worried about my safety in the neighborhood, but
Okay.
yeah.
So you worried about your safety because someone
Yeah, I was a
died.
kid. Like we run around there all the time. Like
Okay. As a result of that, do you think that you've heard Mr. Britt and a couple people questioning you about your reaction to Mr. Jones passing away?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said just now that you might have been scared because somebody died in your neighborhood. Do you think you reacted to that? We've told you in our questioning that other people have said that you acted strange. You acted differently.
Mm-hmm.
Did you act strange after you knew that Mr. Jones had passed away in your neighborhood? I mean, that's the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. To me, like you asking me, like to me,
Yes, sir.
like I don't think I acted different because like I'm not outside myself examining myself.
Okay.
But when like to them, like I don't know. I don't feel like I was.
So you didn't act strange as a result of the fact that you were scared because you were involved or your friends were involved?
Yeah,
in
none of that.
attacking
It was just
Mr.
at the point of our safety. Like, hey, if something can happen to this man, then something can happen to us.
Okay. But again, you weren't acting any way differently because you thought that police were going to find out you or your friends were involved in attacking Mr. Jones.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, what is your understanding of this process, the result that you might have as a result of this process? And ask a different way, were you promised anything, or do you believe you're going to receive anything as a result of this process?
Nothing but my name cleared.
Yes, sir.
That's all I want.
Okay.
That's all I want.
Now, going back to the officers who drove you downtown, can you describe them, ethnicity?
One of white male,
Both?
and I will never forget the mustache.
Okay, so they were both white male.
Yes.
Okay.
One of them had like a bushy mustache.
So there was not a black officer and there was not a Hispanic officer?
Not with me. Not with me. No.
Okay, and the whole time it was white males?
No, it was white males. I seen one black female, and I seen a bald-headed guy in a white shirt.
Okay. And that's the
That's just
interrogation.
what I remember, just straight out of my head.
Okay. Did you have any prior interactions in the neighborhood when you all were acting up or stealing candy? Or whatever you were doing? Did you have any prior interactions with these officers?
Yeah, I don't want to say them. I've seen them before, but I don't want to say it's because of that.
No, that's okay. But you had prior interactions with these officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As a general matter, did you trust them as a result of those interactions?
No.
Why?
Because every time, like, either me or my friend will wind up, like, being blamed for it. One of my friends is.
Okay. So is it fair to say you had a distrust of the officers when they were taking you downtown?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I felt like if I didn't go, it would make me look guilty.
Because of how they treated you in the neighborhood. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, you were asked by Miss Robin, I believe, about your mother's phone call to the police, and she suggested that you might have heard something because y'all are always around the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair to say?
Yes,
that she
ma'am.
called the police about? Had you heard anything about what happened to Mr. Jones?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I would have been the first one that said something.
What?
I said I would have been the first one that said something.
But you didn't hear anything?
No, ma'am.
Like everybody was quiet. Was that usual? Would you normally have heard something?
Of that magnitude, I probably wouldn't have been my age.
Okay. Did you testify after, there's some suggestion in this hearing that, because you were young, law enforcement could exert some influence by making you scared in that interrogation. So, after you were out of the interrogation, and I think you said you didn't go home, so you were in custody the whole
Handcuffed.
time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You not
I've
gotten
never
out?
went back home.
So until you were
From
released
2002 all the way to, matter of fact, I tell you, I got released from prison 2017.
So after you were interrogated and said all the things that you said, did you testify in court under oath to the truth of what happened in that interrogation room?
No, my lawyer didn't allow me to testify
At the trial?
at the trial.
Okay. Did you understand that you had the right to testify regardless of what your lawyer said?
Not really. I thought I was supposed to just do what he said. He was like, it wouldn't look good if you testified.
Did you tell your lawyer you wanted to tell him that you were lying to him?
Yes, I did, yes.
And you sat there and heard the police say what you said, right?
And he said, my lawyer said that I shouldn't testify because we would all be like the other two.
Okay. The other two, who went to prison?
Life sentence,
Okay.
yeah.
But you did testify in another hearing.
I think I did.
Okay.
I'm
And
not
in that
sure.
hearing, did you say that you were not guilty?
If I recall, I'm sure I did.
Were you telling the truth then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were under oath. You remember that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And in that hearing, did you deny the confession statements that you made to police?
Yes.
Okay.
Every time I have a chance.
Okay, I just have one more question, Mr. Tolliver. Mr. Jones died as a result of whatever happened in that carport with him. You had, as Miss Essery said, you had all this time to think about it and talk to anybody you wanted to talk to, even after you got out of jail. Do you know what I mean by word on the street?
Word on the street.
Okay.
I think I do, yes.
All right, so you have an interest in knowing what happened to this man if you're not guilty. Is
I
that
do.
fair?
I really do.
Do you know any word on the street of who attacked Mr. Jones that night?
I don't.
You haven't heard anything?
I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
Anything.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Mr. Tolliver, I have just a very few questions concerning your trial. You have a pretty good memory of your trial, do you not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll try my best.
All right, now you were tried together with Mr. Bryant and Mr. Brayboy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you telling us that your lawyer advised you not to testify before the jury?
Not to testify, yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Brayboy did testify
He did.
before the jury, did he not?
He did.
What do you remember about his testimony?
I remember him, they asked him, they kept asking him, so why would you lie on your friends? If you know them so good, have they ever done anything to you and stuff like that? Well, why would you lie on them? And he said the same thing that I'm sitting here telling you today.
Did Mr. Brayboy talk to the jury about his statement to the police?
Oh yeah, he said
What
it
did
was
he
a
tell
lie.
the ju- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, he told him it was a lie.
At any point, either before or during the trial, were you ever offered a plea bargain?
I was.
What was the plea bargain you were offered?
14 to 16 years.
And you knew at that point that Mr. Coffin and Mr. Banner had already been convicted of first-degree murder, did you not?
I did.
Why did you not take the plea bargain?
Because I didn't do it.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions? Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir. Ms. Newton just asked you if you had heard any word on the street as to who might have committed this murder.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Ms. Bridenstine interviewed you, didn't she ask you who you think killed Mr. Jones? And you said, I heard Banner did.
That was probably an old statement.
Yeah, I mean, that was it was in 2018. It was a couple of years ago when this lady to your right interviewed
I said
you.
that? I said Banner did?
Tell us what you remember, sir.
Oh no, I don't remember saying. I don't think any of my co-defendants did it.
That's all.
Sheriff Rob.
One other question. Ms. Meshack, is that right?
Yes.
What did she tell you had happened?
She just said Mr. Jones got killed. Somebody killed Mr. Jones.
Somebody killed Mr.
Her
Jones?
exact words.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
You have commissions.
Point of clarification. On the night of Mr. Jones' murder, do you remember whether you were with Rayshawn Banner that night?
I was not with him that night, no.
I have a couple questions. We'll be popping around just a little bit, okay? Bear with me. So the day after that Friday night, so Saturday morning, you wake up. Did you go outside, Saturday? Did you go outside and just hang out?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
Okay. And who did you hang out with?
The same people. As soon as I wake up, I go straight across the street to Brian's house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did
We
you
sit
go
outside.
outside the next day?
Yes, we sit outside, talk. We may walk to the store or stuff like that. Go to the store for our moms or something like that.
Do you specifically remember leaving the neighborhood that Saturday?
That
next
Saturday,
morning?
I don't recall leaving that Saturday. I don't recall it.
Okay. Here's the reason why I'm asking you this, is because in testimony that you made this morning, there's instances multiple times of commissioners asking, how did you feel? Were you shaken up?
Mm-hmm.
Were you scared?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we're asking these questions is there's testimony and documentation that your mom was saying that you were scared, that you were crying, that you did distancing yourself from people, you didn't want to talk. So we're trying to reconcile this.
With
You
this,
where
I
I'm
understand.
coming from?
I understand.
So in one testimony, you earlier you said that you didn't feel really different.
Mm-hmm.
But then a little later, I think Commissioner Newton was speaking with you. You felt that you were having some concerns about your safety.
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's the reason why I'm asking you. So I'm going to ask you again. So that next morning, did you have concerns of your safety in terms of walking in the neighborhood, or you just rather wanted to stay close to home?
Like I said, I believe my mom and them were over exaggerating or something, because I do not recall feeling like anything they said.
Okay. let me turn your attention to the whole wallet situation. I just want to get some clarification here. So, the 19th, when they picked you up that afternoon, took you to the safety center.
Yes, sir.
You were there for a while. The whole thing of the wallet comes up. According to your testimony here today, you made it up. Was it the same afternoon or evening when they took you to look for this wallet?
That I made it up?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, you know. Where do you live now?
On the north side, the enclaves on Brownsboro Road.
How far away is that from where you were night of the question?
The police station?
No, night of question. So in terms of your
Oh,
own
where I
neighborhood.
lived.
Yeah.
Way across town.
Oh,
Yeah,
way across town
way.
now.
I don't even go over there no more.
Okay. Why not?
I mean, it's just bad memory.
Yeah.
Bad memory. I get nothing good came out of that.
What do you do now?
I cut hair on the side.
So what do you do all day? So you cut that hair on the
Cut
side.
hair, watch my nieces, my lady son.
Okay. You said your lady son.
Yeah, my
So
girlfriend.
Do you have any children?
I don't have any.
Okay. All right. If you mentioned a little while ago that you just wanted to get your name back.
That's it.
If you got your quote unquote name back, what would you do?
I would start living my life the way I wanted to. You know how many times I've been turned down for jobs because of this? And I just stopped looking.
So if you got your name back, what would the first thing you would do?
Go get me a job.
What type of job would you look for?
I like warehouse work, heavy lifting, stuff like that.
That's all. Thank you so much.
Any other commissioner? Mr. Tolliver, thank you very much, sir.
No problem. Thank
Step
you.
down.
Thank y'all for giving me a chance to express myself.
Commissioners, it's probably about time for a recess. Now, commissioners, as you may be aware, Chief Justice Beasley is scheduled to hold a press conference at 11 o'clock, and she'll be making some announcements, I understand, about court operations in the immediate future because of the coronavirus. Those of us involved in court administration, I believe, need to watch that conference, and I'm sure lawyers are interested in what she may have to say too. So for that reason, our recess may be just a bit longer than usual, perhaps until 11:15 or so, but we'll try to find out. I guess it'll be live streamed in addition to.
Yeah, it's
Watch it
live
here.
streamed on the judicial branch's Facebook page.
All
Can we
right.
pull that up here?
Good.
Yeah, I'll figure that out.
All right, very good, okay. We can watch it here then.
It'll be great.
Anything else before we break?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is Mr. Tolliver released from the sequestration order?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
But
thank
he
you.
should not talk with other claimants, but he may talk with all.
Of course.
All right, thank you.
that Mr. Britt asked for. If you probably can just wait to review those on the next break unless you need them for your questioning of the next witness, but those are there as 122. Ms. Bridenstine, before we turn our attention to Rayshawn Banner, there was some testimony and questions in the last, with the last witness, Jamal Tolliver, related to whether or not he knew about the shoe print on the car while he was being questioned by officers, or whether that was some information that he gave to the officers independently. Do we have any records or information in the documents we've reviewed or the interviews that we've conducted that would shed any additional light on that?
Yes, if you look at the taped interview with Jamal Tolliver with the Winston-Salem police officers back on November 19th, 2002, that was his first tape statement. That would be on page 286 of your brief, and it is on page 25 of that transcribed interview. There is a conversation on that page concerning that Mr. Tolliver had indicated earlier that someone may have stepped up to the victim's car, and Mr. Tolliver said, yeah, Rayshawn. He also indicated that he didn't know where the car was, but he knew that the kind of shoe he had on were the shoe prints that he saw in the picture. During my deposition of Detective David Rose, who was one of the officers present during that interview, he looked at this part of the transcript and he agreed that the taped interview suggested that someone had shown Mr. Tolliver a photo of a shoe print, but he did not know who that might have been.
I'm going to turn your attention now to Rayshawn Banner. Commissioners, you were previously provided handout 95 to read prior to the day, which is the recorded or transcribed interview between Mr. Banner and Commission staff from 2/21/2018. That was handout 95 if you wish to refer to it. Ms. Bridenstine, what did you learn about Mr. Banner from his DPS records as it relates to his education level and mental health?
The highest grade that Mr. Banner completed was the 8th grade. His IQ score was reported as 82 on the revised beta IQ exam in 2004, and it was noted to be 72 on the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale in 2005. His mental health records indicated that he had been referred for services and had received anger management treatment at the prison.
Ms. Bridenstine, do Mr. Banner's DPS records indicate that he ever admitted to participating in this crime?
No.
During your interview with Mr. Banner, did he maintain his innocence?
Yes.
If you'll remind the commissioners what Mr. Banner told you about his whereabouts on the night of 2002 when you interviewed him.
Mr. Banner said that he remembered that he went to a store by himself that afternoon, and then he met up with a friend named Shelton. He later said that Sherman Williams was Shelton. Shelton had bus passes and they were going to go to the mall, but they did not end up going. They were at Christopher Bryant's house, standing in front of the house. It was around dark. Jessica Black pulled up in her car and a couple of people got in the car, including his brother Nathaniel Coffin. He did not see Nathaniel Coffin again until Nathaniel Coffin got home after 2 a.m. He thought they were going to a football game and a club, but later learned that that did not happen. He said that day he stopped at his friend Dwayne House's home, who was not home. He then ran into another friend, and following that, Rayshawn Banner went home himself. He said he went to sleep, and his mother came home looking for a phone. His brother, Joseph Coffin, came home at some point and dropped off the family phone. He said that night he got a phone call from Jed, and he told us that Jed is not who we understood as Sherman Williams. Jed told him that someone had been killed at Bellevue Park. When Nathaniel Coffin came home that night, Nathaniel Coffin told him that someone had been killed and that he had seen the crime scene and the police cars.
Any questions for Ms. Bridenstine before I call Mr. Banner? The commission calls Rayshawn Banner.
Banner, before you sit down, if you would, sir, please place your left hand on the Bible as best you can. Raise your right hand. You swear, sir, that the testimony you will give to the commission today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Banner.
Good morning.
My name is Lindsay Geis-Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Innocence Inquiry Commission. I've got several questions for you today, and then when I'm done asking questions, all of the commissioners around the table may also have questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Rayshawn Denard Banner.
Turning your attention to this case, do you ever recall Jessica Black running over your foot with her car?
Yes.
When did that occur?
Right around the time I got out of school.
On the day of the crime?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Not actually, but I think it was that Friday, yes.
What did you do when she ran over your foot?
Nothing. Got mad, said something. That was about it.
Did it hurt?
Nah.
Did you rob Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am.
Did you kill Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in any way in the robbery and death of Mr. Jones?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when Mr. Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
No, ma'am.
Were you nearby when Mr. Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
No, ma'am.
Did you see the crime being committed?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever participate in any plan to commit this crime?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of who committed the crime?
No, ma'am.
Did any of the other co-defendants in this case, that would be Christopher Bryant, Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, or Nathaniel Coffin, ever tell you they had any involvement in the crime?
No, ma'am.
Did any of the other co-defendants in this case, Christopher Bryant, Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, or Nathaniel Coffin, ever tell you they had any knowledge of who committed the crime?
No, ma'am.
Other than your statements to police on November 19th, 2002, have you ever told anyone else that you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
Where were you on November 15th, 2002, if you want to start in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, where we was at Christopher Bryant's house. After that, we was gonna go out. It never happened. They left. I went home, went to sleep.
Where were you supposed to go?
To the football game and probably to a nightclub, teenage nightclub.
Do you know why you didn't go out that night?
No,
Do you know what time you left Christopher Bryant's house?
no,
So you said you went home and you went to sleep?
yes,
Where did you sleep?
on the couch.
Why'd you sleep on the couch?
I was watching TV at the time.
Do you know what you were watching on TV?
No, ma'am.
Did you at any point that night after you fell asleep on the couch get back up and leave the house?
No, ma'am.
After you were at Mr. Bryant's during the afternoon, was that during the daylight or had it been evening at that point?
It was still daylight.
After you left Mr. Bryant's house, did you see any of your co-defendants that day?
No, ma'am.
Did you see your brother, Nathaniel Coffin, that day?
No, ma'am.
I'm talking about in the evening.
During that time, like as we was all at Christopher Bryant's house, I seen them. That was the last time I seen them.
Okay. If you didn't commit these crimes, why did you tell police that you did?
Because I heard the recording that the detectives played for me that stated that my brother seen me hit the man first, and so I figured he lied. I lied, and I just wanted to go home.
You said you heard a recording. That was a recording of who?
Nathaniel called to my brother.
Your brother. And in that he said that
I hit Mr. Nathaniel Jones first, so I just lied. I mean, they told me I'd just tell them the truth and they'll send me home.
they told you you could go home.
Yes.
When they said, tell us the truth and you can go home, you're telling me what you told them was a lie. Why didn't you tell them the truth?
Why? I just made up a lie. I just wanted to go.
You thought that making up a lie was gonna get you home sooner?
That's what they told me.
You remember some shoes being taken from your home in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear about that happening?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't at home when they came to your house
No, ma'am.
to take the shoes, right?
No, ma'am.
Based on a description of that search and the photographs of that search, it appears that there were a box of shoes in a bedroom in the house. Do you know where that box of shoes was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I'm going to show you what we have marked, a portion of what we have marked as handout 118, and see if that's familiar to you. And Commissioners, I am handing him up the fourth page of that handout that shows the box of shoes. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were your shoes in a box?
That's where we put shoes at.
You just kept your shoes in a box?
Yeah, if we was, no, not really. They was really laying around. They was laying around on the floor or they was in the closet.
Are you familiar with the box though? Was that something that was at the house?
Not that I remember, no.
There appear to be, in this picture that you just looked at, a lot of shoes.
Yes.
Did you have a lot of shoes?
Yes.
And in the area where those shoes were, it's described as a bedroom, were there shoes that belonged to just you or other people?
Me and my brothers.
And your brothers are Nathaniel Coffin and Joseph Coffin?
Yes, ma'am.
So those shoes could have belonged to any of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What size shoe did you wear back in 2002?
8.5.
Do you know what size of shoes Nathaniel Coffin wore?
Right around the same size.
And what about Joseph Coffin?
Probably 9.
Did you all share shoes amongst yourselves?
Sometimes, yes.
Would you wear a size 9 shoe of your brother Joseph at the time?
Sometimes.
All right, Commissioners, do you have questions?
Commissioner Esser.
Yes, hello, my name is Melissa Essery. When Jessica ran over your foot that day with her car, did it hurt?
No, ma'am.
Did you look down at your shoe?
Yeah, not really.
Were there any marks on your shoe that you remember from the tires?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember what kind of shoes they were when you looked down?
No.
Do you remember what shoes you wore that day?
If not remember, but probably a pair of white Air Force One Nikes.
And would that have been size 8.5, 9?
8.5.
And where would those shoes normally be kept at the house?
Probably on the floor near the closet.
That's all I have right now.
Good morning,
Morning.
Mr. Banner. What was your nickname back in 2002?
I didn't have a nickname. I was just going by Rashawn.
I guess there's been some testimony. You know, we've been here all week, and we've read thousands of pages of documents, and some folks have said you went by Black. Was that true?
No, I just started going by Black till I got in prison.
Okay, but so you go by that now?
Yes.
Okay. You've been asked this morning about the shoes that you were wearing.
Yes.
And you are aware that during your trial, your initial trial before the jury, a witness for the state got up and testified that one of the pairs of the Air Force Ones taken from your house essentially matched the shoe print on the hood of Mr. Jones's car. You aware of that testimony?
Not on top of my head, no, sir.
So you don't recall a witness testifying that one of the shoes from your house appeared to match the shoe print on the hood of the car?
No, sir.
Are you aware that back in 2002, after Mr. Jones was killed, that Jamal Tolliver said that you are the one that stood on Mr. Jones's hood of his car to unscrew the light?
No, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
Well, are you aware, has someone told you, either your attorney or someone else in connection with this case, that the Innocence Commission, this group here, re-examined those Air Force Ones again, all these many years later, and we had a witness that testified this week that the right shoe from a pair of size 9 white Nike shoes collected from Banner and Coffin's residence had the same size, shape, and sole design from the impression that was taken off the hood of the car. Are you aware of that?
No, sir.
And he also testified to the same thing about the left shoe, because there was a left shoe print and a right shoe print on the hood of that car. You remember that at least being talked about?
Not to my knowledge. No, sir.
And this expert this week also testified that it is possible that another pair of Air Force One size 9 could have been the source of the impressions on the hood of the car, but they have to display the exact wear pattern characteristics. In other words, you couldn't go to the Foot Locker and get a pair of Air Force Ones size 9 that have never been worn necessarily and match that up. Does that make sense to you?
Not really.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Newton?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Banner, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. You understand that this commission is not trying to trick you. We are trying to get your honest memory and understanding of what happened to you during the course of your case.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
understand that? Okay. In that light, I'm Deb Newton. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I want to ask you some questions, okay? You testified when the staff just questioned you about sharing shoes.
Yes.
Are you clear about what size shoes you wore?
Am I clear?
Yeah, were they 8.5 or 9?
8.5. My brother wear 9, so I might wear that every now and then.
Okay. So, and for the record, your brother's name is?
Joseph Coffin.
Joseph Coffin. Okay. Other than Joseph Coffin, who else did you share your shoes with?
Besides my brothers, nobody.
Nobody else in the neighborhood shares shoes with you?
No.
So only you and Joseph Coffin?
Me and my brothers, that's it.
Okay. And you said you wore an 8.5 and he wore 9?
Yes.
So he wouldn't wear your shoes, but you would wear his shoes?
I mean, he had a lot of shoes. I mean, he wouldn't wear mine. I would
Right.
wear his.
You would wear his, but he wouldn't wear yours?
Yes.
Okay. On the night that Mr. Jones passed away, were you wearing your brother's shoes?
No, I would probably wear mine.
What makes you think so? What makes you remember?
Because I have a pair of white Air Force Ones. And I know those for a fact, those are mine.
Well, do you remember that from the evidence you got, the discovery, and talked to your lawyers, or do you independently remember what you put on your feet that day?
I'm probably sure I remember what I put on my feet that day. Or what I was wearing to school that day.
Okay. The 8.5.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now I'm curious about your lack of testimony in your defense. You did not testify, is that correct?
Yes.
It is correct that you did not testify?
Yes, I did testify.
Okay. Now, we've had some, testimony and advice before this commission about the reasons why you might have falsely confessed. And you maintain today you falsely confessed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you maintain that you falsely confessed because you were coerced by law enforcement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me why any actions that you contend, not what they were, but any actions you contend law enforcement used to get you to falsely state facts, why did they convince you to falsely tell facts about yourself that would put you in prison? What about what they did was so much pressure on you?
And they told me when I first went down there, they talked about it. They told me that I know I can get the death penalty for it. And then that's when they brought in the tape recorder and played my brother's confession. Then that's when I lied.
Now, hearing your brother's confession and thinking that there's a possibility you would get the death penalty, why would that convince you to change your story from "I'm not guilty" to lie?
Because before, when they was at my house, I asked them where my brother was at, and they said he'd be on the way home soon. So when we went downtown, I figured when they played the recording, I lied. Figured I was gonna go home just like the rest of them did.
Well, but what about that made you think you were going home?
I didn't want. Really, I didn't want to be there. Period. I didn't want to be around none of that.
Okay. How many times have you met with anyone, to tell your story about law enforcement coerced you?
I don't know.
Like since 2002, about how many times have you told this? "I'm not guilty, they coerced me"? Facts.
I can't even count.
How many lawyers have you had?
Probably one, but different people have came to see me and questioned me about it.
Okay, and did you talk to, is it more than 5 people?
I don't think so.
No, just about 5 people?
Give or take, yeah, probably so, I guess. I don't.
You're smiling.
Nah, because I'm trying to figure out how many
this
people
is
really.
you.
Probably like 3 or 4,
You've only told your story 3 or 4 times.
if I can count, yeah.
Okay. And each time you said they pressured you, and did they tell you were going to go home if you told them what they wanted to hear?
Yeah.
Did they tell you anything else that they would give you that you wanted as a result of you telling them what they wanted to hear?
No, ma'am.
Just, you get to go home.
Yeah.
Did you ever go home?
No.
Okay. So let's go to your testimony, or lack of it. There was a suppression hearing. Were you there to suppress evidence?
Meaning?
Did you attend a hearing that was not the trial in your case?
No, I don't
Where
think
people
so.
got up and talked on the witness stand?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to testify in response to what the state's evidence was?
I was told not to testify.
Who told you that?
My lawyer,
Who's your lawyer?
Robert Leonard.
Robert Leonard told you not to testify. And was this after you heard what they said or before you got to court?
This is probably during court.
After you heard what the state said about you?
Yes.
And you sat there and you listened to them tell what you said was true, right?
Yes.
And did you want to tell the truth?
Yes.
So did you tell your lawyer, "I want to explain that"?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He told me not to take the stand.
Did he tell you why?
He said so my co-defendants' testimony or what they said wouldn't be held against me.
Okay. And you chose at the suppression hearing not to take the stand?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your trial was after that suppression hearing, right? It went to trial later.
Yes.
Okay. After that suppression hearing, did you talk to anybody else who gave you advice not to testify at your trial?
No, ma'am.
Was Leonard your attorney at trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And going in, you knew you weren't going to testify?
Far as I knew, yes.
And did you ever ask him if you could testify?
I asked him, he told me he didn't want me to.
Did you ask anybody else? Tell the
No,
judge
ma'am.
I want to testify?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many times have you talked to Hunter Atkins, the reporter?
He came to see me at the prison once. I probably talked to him over the phone maybe 2 or 3 times.
And did he tell you anything about what would happen as a result of your possible exoneration in this case? Were you promised anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he tell you that you might receive some money?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you that you would definitely, just get out of jail? Did he promise you anything?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you any of those things?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you expecting any of those things?
No, ma'am.
Why are you going through this process?
So I can get home.
So you do want to get out of jail?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the day that you were with your friends, the day that Mr. Jones passed away, in November 15th of 2002, what, if any, drugs were you using? Now take it. I think weed is a drug, okay?
Okay.
So, what, if any, drugs were you using?
Maybe I smoked occasionally, but none really.
On that day,
On that day, none.
you didn't smoke any pot?
No.
Everybody else was, but you weren't?
I wasn't with everybody that day.
Okay. You were sleeping?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you playing sports at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you going to play in the homecoming game?
I doubt it. No, I was playing pop water football at that time.
Okay, so you weren't in high school?
I wasn't in high school.
Got it, okay. So you didn't smoke pot every day like they did?
No.
Okay. And just to be clear, you told law enforcement the story you told them because you thought you were going to go home, and for no other reason?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Banner, I want to talk to you about your your relationship with these law enforcement officers. There's some suggestion about why you might have told the story related to your age. Okay. What was the ethnicity of the law enforcement officers who questioned you? Were they black, white, Hispanic?
White.
Were they all male?
Yes.
So they were all white males?
Yes.
Had you encountered those law enforcement officers before this day that you were being questioned?
Not that I know, not top of my head.
Okay. Did you know them or have
No.
any relationship with them at all?
No.
Okay. So when you went in, is it true that you did you trust law enforcement when you went in for that questioning?
No.
And why is that?
I just did.
Tell me why you didn't trust them. You can be honest, be blunt.
I mean, I don't trust a lot of people.
Was it because they were law enforcement, or because they were somebody you had known before, because they were white? What was it?
Probably they was law enforcement.
Law enforcement, okay. And had you experienced something with law enforcement in your neighborhood that led you not to trust them?
Nah, I just been in trouble a lot, so I know how to carry them, or I knew what they can. I just been.
So you just clearly didn't trust them. So
Yeah.
when you went in that day, were you inclined to be honest with them about anything? Did you want to talk to them at all?
No, ma'am.
You did. You just want to get out of there.
Yes.
Okay. Did you lie to them to start with because you didn't trust them?
Got a lot to start with.
Yeah.
Nah, I told him I didn't want to talk to him to start with.
Okay, got it. Yeah. And did you lie to them to get out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
At the beginning?
Yes, ma'am.
Not when you were confessing? You were just telling anything you thought would get you out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you understand that if you denied participating in a crime, that makes sense about you lying, because then you could leave, because you weren't involved, right?
Yeah.
So, could you understand how they might have thought you were lying when you denied the crime? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to understand why you didn't testify at any of the hearings. You were the only one that did not.
I was told not to. I wanted to, I was just told not to.
You relied on your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were clear that you denied this confession, the statements that you made, they just weren't true. Those statements weren't true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've had a long time, and you've spent that time in a very hard way since you went to jail that day, right?
Yes.
You've had a long time to think about what happened to Mr. Jones, haven't you?
What happened?
What happened to him?
I ain't really think about it.
You haven't?
No.
Now, you're doing time for a crime that caused Mr. Jones's death.
Yes.
And you have no interest in knowing if you're not guilty who did it?
I mean, I know I ain't guilty, but I don't care who did it. I want my name clear.
We understand if, it's discovered who did it, that
Yes.
will clear your name. You understand that, right?
Yes.
So you've never inquired or asked anyone or listened to anyone talk about who might have done it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand what word on the street means?
Yes.
Now, you've been in prison, but, word gets back to the population, right?
Yes.
Okay. Has there been any word on the street that you've become aware of about what actually happened to Mr. Jones? His family would like to know.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else that I haven't asked you that you would like to say about this situation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Banner, my name's Johnson, Brett. I've got a few questions to ask you. You said the police played your brother's recording,
Yes, ma'am.
and you listened to what he had to say.
Yes, sir.
You recall what was on that recording?
The only part that they played is when they said that I hit him first.
Okay. And you testified that that was a lie.
Yes.
And I take it it was a lie then and it's a lie now.
Yes.
You decided that when you heard your brother's lie, that you would lie also.
Yes.
Why didn't you just say, I didn't hit him?
I told him that too.
Why didn't you stick with that?
I don't know.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when you left with the police from your house that day, you were under arrest.
Yes.
They put handcuffs on you.
Yes.
Did they ever take the handcuffs off of you?
Yes, when I got downtown to the interrogation room.
What did they tell you that you were under arrest for?
They said I was under arrest for the murder of Mr. Jones
At the house.
at my house.
They didn't tell you that they were arresting you for resisting?
No.
At that point, they didn't have a warrant, did they?
Not that I know of.
You
I
never
don't
saw
know.
a piece of paper until
No.
later on. In fact, you were a juvenile.
Yes.
They didn't have a juvenile. You know what a juvenile petition was?
No.
Or you know what it is?
No, sir.
Juvenile petition's a warrant in the juvenile court system. They didn't. You got that later that night, didn't you?
No, sir.
You never got served with the juvenile petition.
No, sir.
You were 15 at the time?
I was 14 at the time.
Had you ever been involved in the court system, the juvenile court system?
Yes, sir.
on more than one occasion?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been locked up as a juvenile?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to what used to be called training school?
No, sir.
Okay. Placed on juvenile probation?
Yes, sir.
And were supervised?
Yes, sir.
Now, that night after all was said and done, all of y'all ended up, except for maybe Mr. Bryant, the oldest, or was Derell the oldest?
I think my brother was the oldest.
You think Nathaniel was the oldest? Is that your brother Nathaniel?
Yes, sir.
He went to the county jail?
After he turned 16, he went to the county jail.
Okay, so at the time he was 15.
Yes, sir.
Did all of y'all go to detention?
Yes, sir.
Were you all housed together?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the same unit?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all talk with each other that night, the days following? Like,
No, sir.
what had we gotten ourselves into?
They all had us. Only time we was ever together is when we probably went to court. That was it. Other time they kept us all separated.
Did you ever talk to your brother?
Only when my mom came to visit us together.
Did you ever ask him why he lied?
Yeah,
And what did he say?
he just lied. He said he just
Ever
lied.
ask you why you lied?
No.
Ultimately, there is a statement that you made that you implicate yourself and you implicate everyone else. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie about your brother's involvement?
I lied. I just told them what I felt like I thought they wanted to hear.
Not understanding that the consequences are that you're in prison right now.
At that time, no, sir, I didn't understand.
You and your brother were tried together.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever talk with each other during your trial?
Yeah, but not really.
Did you talk about the case?
No, no, sir.
Did you ever talk to your mom about it?
Have I talked to my mom about the case?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you tell her why you lied?
Yes.
Did she ask you why you lied?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I just wanted to go home. I just lied. Just get up out, just get out of there.
You said you had been involved in the juvenile court system.
Yes, sir.
What was the most serious thing you'd ever been charged with before this?
Can't remember off the top of my head.
Damage to property, break-in, stealing.
Probably breaking and entering, damaged property.
Okay. How about your brother? Was he involved in the juvenile court system as well?
No, sir.
He never gotten in trouble?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say y'all ran the streets back then?
Meaning?
You did. Meaning what the running? Y'all were out in the street a lot.
Yes, sir.
Up and down the street.
Yes,
doing
sir.
stuff together. You, your brother, other friends.
Yes, sir.
Maybe messing with people, just goofing off.
Oh, we ain't mess with nobody.
Okay. Now, Bellevue Park, was that a hangout?
Not for me, it wasn't.
Okay. What about your brother?
As far as I know, it wasn't for him either.
Because y'all actually didn't live very close to Bellevue Park, did you?
No, sir.
It was several blocks away.
Yes, sir.
And would you describe those as being large blocks, large city blocks?
Yes, sir.
If you walked from your house to Bellevue, how long would it take?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Okay. If you drove from your house to Bellevue, how long would it take?
About 5.
In fact, of the entire group of you that were charged, you and Nathaniel lived further from Bellevue than anyone except maybe Derell. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Derell didn't live in the exact neighborhood with y'all, did he?
No, sir.
In fact, he lived literally on the other side of what you might call the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
He lived further away from y'all than you live from Bellevue.
Yes, sir.
Was Derell someone that y'all hung out with a lot?
Yes, sir.
How'd you know him?
I met Derell through a mutual friend when we used to hang out on the street.
Okay. And Christopher was your neighbor? No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He wasn't your cross street neighbor. He was within the couple of blocks of where
Yes,
you
sir.
lived. How'd you know him?
We went to school together.
And how about Jamal? How'd you know him?
We went to school together as well.
Were y'all all on the same grades?
No, sir.
How long did you go to school with them?
I went to school with them when they was in middle school.
All right.
When I was probably in the 6th grade.
And at the time you got arrested, were you in junior high school?
Yeah, I was still in middle school.
You were still in middle school. How about them?
They was in high school.
Which high school?
Parkland. I believe Christopher Brown went to Parkland, but I don't believe Jamal Tolliver was going to school at that time.
And was Parkland the high school where the football game was to be held?
Yes.
Do you know where Derell was going to school then?
Derell was going to Hill Middle School.
How far away from where you lived was that?
A ways. That's near Sprague Street.
And how did you get to school? Did you walk, ride a bus?
Rode the bus.
How often did you see Derell, like during the week?
Probably every day.
Okay. So it wasn't unusual that even though he didn't live in your exact neighborhood, that he hung out with y'all?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider Derell, Christopher, Nathaniel, did you consider Derell, Jamal, and Christopher your best friends?
No, sir.
Okay. Who were your best friends?
My best friend. Also had another person I hung out with named Dwayne House.
Where did he live?
Right around the corner from me.
And you, in your statement, you don't include him in
No.
committing this crime.
No, sir.
So did you just randomly pick these other people to put in your statement?
Which other people?
Your brother, Christopher, Jamal Tolliver, Derell?
I hung out with them, but I also hung out with Dwayne House, but Dwayne didn't hang out with them.
Okay. So you picked one group of friends to include and not another group?
Yes, sir.
While you were being questioned, did you ever see your brother Nathaniel?
No, sir.
Y'all were in the same room.
No, sir.
And how many different police officers do you remember questioning you?
3.
Just 3?
Yes, sir.
They all 3 question you at the same time, or do they alternate?
Alternate.
Were they all 3 in the room the entire time?
No, sir.
Did one take the lead more than anybody else?
Yes, sir.
How did he describe how he questioned you? Or
He would make a statement, then he would ask me a question. I would give him an answer. Then he'd ask another question, and that would go back and forth.
was it easygoing? Was he angry?
Nah, he was just talking regular.
He talked regular.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody ever yell at you?
No, sir.
Did anybody ever pound on the table?
No, sir.
The guy who taught regular, was that the guy who said something to you about the death penalty, or
Yes,
is that
sir.
somebody else?
Yes, sir.
Since you've been in prison, have you ever had the opportunity to talk to your brother?
Yes, sir.
Y'all ever been housed at the same place?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him why he said the things that he did?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He say nothing. He say he lied.
Did he ever ask you why you said the things you did?
No, sir.
It's been said that you were considered a pretty good fighter. Is that true?
I mean, I guess.
Why would somebody say that you're a pretty good fighter?
I guess because they see me fight.
Could you throw a good punch?
I could.
You said that Hunter came to see you in prison.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
If I'm not mistaken, it was probably around the summertime, or probably before. Not really. I know it was probably around the summertime though.
Summertime, like last summer.
Last summer.
Did you know he was coming to see you?
Did I know? Yes.
How did you know he was coming to see you?
Because he asked me could he do an interview, and the prison asked me before I signed a consent to do that interview.
Why did he tell you he was interested in your case?
He said that he said he read the case and he was very fine and he wanted to know all the details about it. But nothing else after that.
How many times did you call him? Obviously, he can't call you.
I said about 3 times.
How did you know the number to call him?
He gave it to me.
When did he give it to you?
He mailed me, yes, with the address.
And so then why did you call him?
Why?
Why did you call him initially?
Just because he said he wanted to ask me follow-up questions, but and my mom wanted me to call him, but I never really called him like that.
Were you aware he was already talking to your mother?
At the time, my mom told me, but before she told me, I didn't know.
Okay. Were you aware that he was talking to Nathaniel?
After he said that he's done seen all of us, yes.
Did he ever mention Chris Paul?
Have you ever mentioned Chris
Did
Paul?
he ever mention Chris Paul?
Not to me.
Do you know who Chris Paul is?
Yes, sir.
So Hunter never told you that part of his initial interest in the case was to do a story about a follow-up on Chris Paul's story about his grandfather dying.
No, sir. He never told me that.
He approached you from the standpoint of it was all going to be all about you and what happened to you.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever ask you for anything?
No, sir.
Did he ask you if you were released and got money, if you'd share it with him?
No, sir.
Did he tell you he was going to possibly write a book?
No, sir.
He ever tell you about the newspaper article?
Not that I recall of.
He never told you that he was going to write a newspaper article about what he was doing?
No, sir.
This is going to be my last set of questions. you specifically recall wearing a pair of white Nike Air Force Ones
Yes, sir.
that Friday.
Yes, sir.
And when I say white, I don't mean white with red or white with blue. I mean everything about the shoe was white.
Yes, sir.
Low tops, high tops.
High tops.
And you said you wore a size 8.5.
Yes, sir.
Did you buy those shoes? Your mom buy those shoes for you?
My mom.
Okay. And when your mom bought you a new pair of shoes, would she ever buy you shoes that were a little bit larger than what your foot measured so that you could wear them longer?
No, sir. She would always ask me, did they feel fine?
And you're absolutely certain that you were wearing an 8.5.
Yes, sir.
Did your brother, not Nathaniel, your other brother, Joseph,
Yes, sir.
he also wore a size 9?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a pair of all white Nike Air Force
sir.
Ones? Were you the only one who had a pair
Yes, sir.
of all white Nike Air Force
sir.
Ones? Okay. And Nathaniel's foot was bigger than yours.
No, his foot was smaller than
His
mine.
foot was smaller. What size did he wear?
He wore 8.5, 7.5 to an 8.
Okay. Did he ever wear your shoes?
Sometimes, not a lot.
Did he ever wear those white Nike Air Force Ones?
Not that I recall.
He wasn't wearing them that night.
No, sir.
Has anyone ever told you or shown you any new evidence that would that they say would benefit your case?
Have they said it again?
Has anyone ever told you or shown you any new evidence that they say would help you with your case?
That would help me?
Yes.
Not that I recall of.
Not that you recall.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Sure.
Just a couple. When you first got to the police station, you were in handcuffs. You and the police didn't get along when they come and got your brother and everything. You didn't want to go with them, did you?
No, sir.
And they was like, yeah, you need to come. An altercation happened.
Yes, sir.
A little scuffle, maybe.
No, sir. No scuffle.
Just what?
No, they said when they came and got me, they thought I was my brother.
Okay.
I told them I wasn't. They walked out the house. They told him that he needed to get in the car. They told me I need to get in the car. I got on the phone. I called my mom. My mama told me not to go. I didn't go. My brother went.
Okay. And so when they come back,
When they came back, I was asleep in the house when they came back.
Oh, you was asleep in the house.
I was woke up by my mom. When I got up, I had my hands in a hoodie. And they told me I need to take my hands out of my hoodie, and I was asking for what? And they, just like you need to take your hands out your hoodie. Before I took my hands out the hoodie, 2 detectives pulled 2 guns out on me. I threw my hands up. Then I was placed under arrest.
Okay.
Took out the house.
And when you were taken to the police station, right off the bat, the guy tells you, the detective that's interviewing you tells you, you could get the death penalty for this.
No, they let me sit for a while before they came in.
Okay, so you sat there alone?
Yes.
But when he come in and said, look, you can get death penalty for this.
No, he said, tell me what happened. I said, I don't know what happened. Then he was like, well, I'm gonna play you a tape recorder. He played the tape recorder.
Of your brother?
Of my brother. He was like, yo, you know you get death penalty for this. That's when I started lying.
That's when you started lying, right
Yes,
off
sir.
the get-go. Right?
Yes, sir.
And then you give your statement. Was that pretty much it right after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how long did he talk to you before he come back and done the recorded statement?
About 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes?
Yes.
And then later on he come back and done a recorded statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Emmanuel Jarvis. You realize that this commission has 8 people on it around here, around.
Yes, sir.
And so we have attorneys, we have criminal defense attorneys, we have prosecution, we have a judge, we have a victims an advocate for victims, and then we just have a regular member. Guess what? That's me. I'm the regular member. So I have some questions to ask you as well, but it may not be as sophisticated as some of the attorneys here. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Right. So you testified a little while ago that, you were asked about running the streets. Tell me a little bit about, on a typical day, boys, 14 years old, you have 15-year-olds with you, right? 16-year-olds with you. Were you considered one of the leaders?
Yes, you can say that.
Were you the loudest one out of the group?
Maybe, yes.
If someone considered you mouthy, would they be right about that?
Yes.
Did you, were you a person who kind of just spoke your mind?
Yes.
Would you be a person that, if someone come at you, and they got beef, you got beef too, right?
Yes.
How many fights did you get into between, all the way up until 2002, the day in question?
Can't recall.
Was it more than 2?
No, sir.
No more than 2
I
fights?
don't think so. No, sir.
Okay. I know that earlier today, you were talking about, I think, a quote that you said is you really didn't mess with nobody. We have your record, juvenile record of all the incidents that you've had. Give me a little bit more detail about didn't mess with anybody. So you said you hadn't been in more than 2 fights.
No, sir.
Anything else? So no one talked bad, you had beef with another group of people?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the interrogation, because that's really important to this commission here. How long would you say, again, it's a long time ago, I get it. How long would you say that you were actually in that interrogation room from start to finish?
Probably about 2 hours, 30 minutes.
2 hours and 30 minutes. All right. And so you just testified just a little while ago that you first came in, they asked you the question, you said, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't do anything. And then they put down a recorder, they pressed the recorder, and whose voice was on the other end of that recorder?
My brother's.
Your brother. You understood that was your brother?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly did you hear him say?
Exactly, heard him say that I hit Mr. Nathaniel Jones first.
And they stopped it. Is that all they?
That's all I heard.
Prior to that, did the cops tell you why they were questioning you?
No, sir.
Before the recording, did you know what happened to Mr. Jones?
No, sir.
Okay. So when they said, when you heard the recording, that your brother stated that you hit first, what was the next thing that you said?
The next thing that I said,
To the cops.
at first I didn't really say nothing.
Okay. What did they say after they hit stop?
After he stopped, he said, "Do you want to tell us the truth now?"
And then after they said, do you want us to tell the truth now, what was the next statement that you said?
Next statement that I said, I started lying.
What'd you say?
First thing I said probably was, Can't remember off the top of my head.
Did you say, okay, so let me ask you this question. Where did Bubba come into the conversation?
Bubba didn't come into the conversation until later.
Later. And how did he come into the conversation even later? You remember?
Because they asked me where I was at during the early time of that day.
And so you said, Bubba, I was with Bubba, right?
I said we was all outside his house.
All outside his house. And then, okay, so how did Derell come into the conversation when you started lying?
The same way all of us was inside the front of his house.
So, and then, okay, so continue on. All of us were in front of the house, and then continue with the lie. I want to hear it.
First I said we was all in front of his house. Then we went to the park. I said Christopher Brown planned it. And he said that he was going to hit him first. And then we all ran over. I put me and my brother in the middle of the street. That was it.
When was the first time the death penalty was brought up to you in conversation with the police?
After they played the tape recorder.
After?
After.
Okay. And what did they say about it?
They was like, you know you can get death penalty for this. So just tell us what we want to know so you can go.
Have you ever spoken with a psychologist before?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
Have you ever spoken with anyone that has spoken to you about young people being interrogated or questioned?
No, sir.
Have you ever been told that from a psychologist that when young people are questioned without a guardian, sometimes they say whatever needs to be said?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard that before?
Yes, sir.
Who told you that?
Who told me that?
Yeah. Where have you heard that?
Told me that. Can't remember.
Have you heard it recently in the last year?
Last year, no, sir.
Did you hear it? Have you heard this in the last 2 years?
Possibly.
Okay. But it's been relatively recent. You've been incarcerated since 2002. You never went home.
No, sir.
But just recently, you've heard that someone has said, you just heard that
Yes.
adolescents, when they're interrogated for a long period of time without their guardian, can be coerced into saying anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't remember who told you that?
No, sir.
What do you think about that statement?
When I think about it, it's a true statement.
Why is that?
I was scared, yo. I ain't have my mom with me. Normally, when I get in trouble, I always have my mom with me. I ain't have my mom with me. I was scared. And being that I heard my brother say that, so.
Did you ever ask for your mom?
Yes, sir.
What did they say when you asked for her?
Told me she couldn't come.
And how old were you at this time?
14.
You're 14 years old.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever ask, could you leave?
Could I ask, could I leave?
Yeah, did you ever
I asked, could my mom come get me?
And they said?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Robin Cole.
How you doing?
Mr. Banner, are you familiar with the North Carolina Prison Legal Services?
Prison Legal Service. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember working with an attorney from the Prison Legal Services?
Yes.
Do you remember what she helped you with, or did she help you? I mean, what were your interactions with this attorney from the Prison Legal Services?
They asked me a bunch of questions.
Did they?
Certain people did certain things, so they always came and did follow-up questions.
So, are you familiar with the term motion for appropriate relief?
Heard of, yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that?
Not too much.
Do you remember participating in such a process or document?
Meaning?
Like everyone's been saying, we have a lot of documents involving this case, and one of them is a motion for appropriate relief from an attorney from the North Carolina Prison Legal Services. It was about getting you resentenced.
Yes, ma'am.
So that rings a bell for you
yes,
now?
Ma'am.
And in that document, do you remember the attorney showing you the document?
She mailed it to me.
Did you have an opportunity to read it?
Yes.
And did you know that in the document it basically says that you were responsible for that you indeed did commit this crime?
Yes.
Rayshawn and the other children behaved recklessly on November 15th, and his actions contributed to the loss of life.
Yes.
And so you agreed?
I didn't even know that she done that. Somebody else did that, and she said she did an MAR for me.
Did you know what the purpose of the MAR was for? Did
No,
you know
sir.
its purpose?
No, ma'am.
That it was to get you resentenced?
When she told me, yes.
Did it, so according to our records, when it initially happened, and this was back in 2012, that it was denied. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember them doing it again?
No,
something
ma'am.
Similar?
No, ma'am.
So what is your current sentence? Do you know what your current sentence is?
Life with the possibility of parole.
When did that happen? Because that wasn't the original sentence, right?
No, ma'am.
What was the original sentence?
Life with parole.
Life
without parole.
Yeah, and so when now it's a possibility of the parole, do you know when that happened?
2017, August 31st.
That's really good. It's August. They probably, it happened, the judge signed it on the 13th of August. So yeah, that would be engraved in your mind. Do you have, because that's very important, isn't it, to you actually coming out of prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a lawyer? Are you represented by a legal counsel?
Yes.
Who's your legal counsel?
Christina Morgan.
Do you remember having a telephone conversation? Because we also have records here from conversations when you were in prison, from calling in prison. Do you remember having a conversation with your mom saying a white man from Elizabeth City came to see me to make sure that you were filling out the paperwork for the Innocence Inquiry Commission? Do you remember telling your mom that?
Not top, but I think so, yes.
Do you remember who this gentleman was?
Do I remember who he was?
Yeah.
If I see it again, I probably could.
So, not necessarily who he was, but what his role was?
Nah, I don't.
He just came to make sure you were filling out the paper?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. So your brother actually, when he did this motion to get you resentence, his was approved first. Do you know why? Do you know that was a catalyst or the reason why yours was approved? Because he's got approved?
I don't know.
You and your mother didn't discuss that at all?
Not that I know of.
And so since you've been, when did you, the lawyer that you have now, who's your lawyer?
Christina Moon.
So how long has she been your lawyer?
Good 3 months now.
Oh, it's only been 3 months? Okay. And so when was she your lawyer when Hunter Atkins was trying to contact you?
No.
How did she end up being your lawyer?
I guess because of this process.
Did she contact you, or your mom tell you about her, or how did she?
Contact me.
She contacted you.
Yes.
So have you been in touch with her since these proceedings began?
How about me? Yes.
Yeah. And she's been talking and advising you as an attorney,
Yeah, well,
as your lawyer.
Yes.
She's provided information to you. So what I'm hearing you say is that when the person from the prison legal services, do you remember what her name was? In regard to you doing this motion for appropriate relief so you could be resentenced. Do you remember who you talked to?
no,
Who
ma'am.
the attorney was?
No, ma'am.
Who informed you that you had your sentence was changed? How did you get notification that the sentence had changed?
Cause I had went to Forsyth County for it, and I went to court for it, and I can't remember her name off the top of my head right now.
There was a woman that was there,
Yes.
and there was a proceeding,
Yes.
and at that time they told you that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You welcome.
Just a couple more questions. Do you remember at your trial Jessica Black putting you at the scene of the crime and saying that you guys did it, including you? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
What are your feelings today about Jessica Black?
Same as they always been.
And what's that?
She should never lie.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. I had a couple of follow-up questions with your patience, Mr. Banner. Did law enforcement take your shoes from you when they questioned you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they took them off your feet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those were the shoes. Were those the same shoes you had on
No,
on
ma'am.
the 15th?
No, ma'am.
The shoes they took from you, what did they look like?
They was red and white Air Forces. Nikes.
Okay, and did they belong to Joseph?
No, they belong to me.
Those were yours. Okay. And the ones you had on the 15th, I believe you said they were high top whites. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and you said they were 8.5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember what your shoes looked like that you had on your feet?
White.
Well,
red Nike side.
Could you pick them out if I showed you a picture?
Yes.
When you were at trial, did you see pictures of the shoes you both had on the date that Mr. Jones passed away,
No,
and
ma'am.
and the shoes that they took from you?
No, ma'am.
No what?
No, ma'am. They never showed me no shoes.
At your trial, did the state show the jury?
Yes.
Okay, so they showed the juries both the shoes you had on the 15th and the shoes you had on when they interviewed you?
Not that I remember. I know they showed us the shoes. They had shoes lined up in the courtroom.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Banner, if you would, I'm going to hand you a stack of pictures, and this is handout number 26 for the record. Can you just flip through those and first pull out the shoes that you had on when you were interviewed on the 19th of November? Here, just flip them over and keep them in order if you don't mind. There you go. Okay, now, which shoes are you pointing to?
The red and white Air Force Ones.
And when did you have those shoes on?
When did I had those on the day that they picked me up?
On the 19th of November of 2002?
Yes.
Okay. Let me have that real quick. Now, for the record, I'm identifying this as NCIIC exhibit number 73. And if you could pick out the ones you had on your feet on the 15th of November. And you're pointing to these?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, it's NCIIC number 77. And Mr. Banner, are you pointing to these white high-top
Yes.
Nikes?
Yes.
And those were the shoes you had on the 15th of November?
Yes.
Correct? And are those the ones that you're describing as an 8.5?
Yes.
Okay, great. And that is number 70. Did I say number 77?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Banner, I don't remember the shoes I had on 3 days ago. How do you remember the shoes you had on the night of the murder?
Because it's just something stuck in my head. I know what I had on. I know what shoes that I like to wear.
When I questioned you earlier, I asked you what shoes you had on when Jessica Banner ran over your foot, and you said you didn't know. Is that still correct?
I remember I had on some white Nikes.
Oh, you remember you had on some white Nikes?
Yes.
Were those the same white Nikes that you just pointed out?
Yes.
So you wore those all day?
Yes.
Okay. One more follow-up. Do you remember where you were when the sun was starting to set on the night of the murder?
Probably on my way to another part of town. I was probably get ready to walk to East Arm, but we decided not to go. He left. I went in the house and went to sleep.
And when you say he,
I was with another person,
what is that person's name?
Marcus.
You were with Marcus?
Yes.
About when the sun was going down?
Yes.
And when you went home, you said you watched TV.
For a
Do you
little
remember
bit.
how long you watched TV?
No. I know I fell asleep watching TV.
Any idea what time you started watching TV?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember if it's dark outside?
Little light, little dark in between. I know it's getting dark.
It was getting dark, and you watched TV and then fell asleep.
Yes.
And when did you wake up?
When did I wake up? I woke up when my brother walked in the house.
And what time was that?
Don't remember.
Is there anything that would help you refresh your memory?
No.
Was it dark outside?
I know it was dark then, but I don't remember what time.
And that was Joseph, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police all of this?
Did I tell the police all this?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
Why did you so quickly falsely confess to this crime?
Why?
Why?
Cause I seen when they told me my brother was coming back, and I seen Brayboy and his mom leaving. So after I heard that, they told me, you can go ahead, tell us the truth so you can go and get up out of here. I lied.
So you thought you saw Brayboy getting to leave the police department?
When I seen Brayboy and his mom leave out the interrogation room, I thought they was leaving to go.
And you also thought your brother had gotten to leave at that point?
Yes.
Did you see him leave?
No, ma'am.
That's all.
Anybody else? Ms. Smith, yes, additional questions.
I don't. I was going to show him the photographs, but Ms. Newton took care of that.
Mr. Banner, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. be released from the sequestration
Oh,
order.
yes. Sir, the sequestration order is released. You certainly may talk with your attorney about the case, but please do not talk with any of your other co-defendants.
Yes, sir.
If you were to have any contact with them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, before we break for lunch, I want to clarify something on the record. Ms. Colbert asked some questions about a male attorney that visited Mr. Banner in prison. The commission statute requires that we notify co-defendants of formal inquiry and gives 60 days for co-defendants to apply. It was not entirely clear to us whether Mr. Banner understood the consequences and the gravity of that, and so we asked IDS to have someone advise him about his rights under that and that he may be barred if he did not apply. And so that is the man that you see made reference to in the calls. That was Tommy Roughton, and that's someone IDS appointed for that limited purpose of providing that advice. I have nothing further before lunch.
Folks, we need to take a full hour from lunch. I've got to the issue of to the bar. In Johnson County Supreme Court next week.
I got it.
All right, so we in lunch. That's not. Let's just say 1:45. Ms. Guy Smith?
Yes, Your Honor. Commission recalls Staff Attorney Julie Bridenstine. Commissioners, you've already heard testimony related to the commission staff's interview with Nathaniel Coffin. I'm calling Mr. Coffin in a few minutes to testify and have a few follow-up questions for him based on information that we learned after our interview with him. You'll, of course, have an opportunity to ask him questions. Mr. Coffin's interview transcript was previously provided to you all before the hearing, and again on the overnight recess last night, and can be found as handout Thank you. Ms. Bridenstine, what did you learn about Mr. Coffin from his DPS records as it relates to his education and mental health?
The highest grade Mr. Coffin completed was the 9th grade. His IQ score was reported as 76 on the revised beta IQ exam in 2004. His mental health records indicate that he has had numerous referrals and treatments for multiple diagnoses for mental health conditions. He also has had at least 3 suicide attempts in prison.
Do Mr. Coffin's DPS records indicate if he ever admitted to participating in the crime?
No.
Did you locate any other DPS records that pertain to Mr. Coffin's innocence claim in this case?
Yes, there were suicide notes addressed to his mother, Teresa Ingram, and to his brother, Rayshawn Banner, from 2014. In those notes, he denied committing the crime and maintained his innocence. There was a discipline report from that 2014 attempt that detailed the circumstances surrounding his suicide attempt, which was an attempted hanging.
Sorry, say again.
There was a discipline report from 2014 that detailed the circumstances surrounding this suicide attempt, which was an attempted hanging. There was also a letter in his DPS records that Mr. Coffin addressed to the Parole Commission in 2018 that said that he made a mistake by lying to the police because they forced it upon him and his co-defendants. He stated that he did not commit this crime.
Commissioners, handout 96 in your hearing handout notebook is the copy of the 2 documents related to Mr. Coffin's suicide attempt from his DPS records. Handout 97 is a copy of the letter that Mr. Coffin wrote to the Parole Commission in 2018. Judge Locke, in order to obtain the DPS records, the Commission had to get a court order. Those records are not public records. Given the sensitive nature of the records related to Mr. Coffin's suicide attempt, I would request that you, Your Honor, seal handout 96.
All right, so ordered. I think we will prepare a written order, we can not.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Prepare one with all the seals.
Yes, thank you.
I will do it. Commissioners, if you want to take just a moment to review handouts 96 and 97. He maintain his innocence with you?
Yes.
You will remind the commissioners what Mr. Coffin told you about his whereabouts on November 15th, 2002.
Yes. Nathaniel Coffin said that he was with Jessica Black at Christopher Bryant's house that day no later than 5 p.m. Christopher Bryant, Derell, Brayboy, and Jed had gone to a store. He left with Jessica Black, and none of the other defendants were with him at that point. They got back to his neighborhood around 7 to 8 p.m., and at that point they picked up Jamal Tolliver, Christopher Bryant, Derell, Brayboy, and Jed. They took Jed home and found out that the victim had died. He said Jed lived about 11 doors down from the victim. He and Jed jumped out of the car and went to look at the crime scene. They found out from a bystander that someone had killed a man. Nathaniel Coffin said that he saw the body. They left, and he went then to the bowling alley with Jed, Jamal Tolliver, Christopher Bryant, Derell, Brayboy, and Jessica Black. He said that he got into an argument with an officer there, and the only time he said he saw Rayshawn Banner was around 3:30 to 4 p.m. when he said that they split up the money that their mother had left for them.
Ms. Bridenstine, did the commission staff have any communications about Hunter Atkins with Mr. Coffin?
Yes, the commission learned that Hunter Atkins had been contacting Mr. Coffin and his family to try to start talking to him about this case in March of 2019. He sent to us the materials that he had received from Mr. Atkins. From March through May of 2019, he sent us a total of 3 letters regarding Mr. Atkins with the correspondence he had received from Mr. Atkins. Because Mr. Coffin was a claimant with the commission, we sent him letters in response to each of his letters reminding him of the commission rule about not speaking to the media.
Commissioners, do you have questions for Ms. Bridenstine?
With respect to the letters that were received from DPS about the suicide attempt, did you ever ask him if he actually wrote these or someone else?
I haven't spoken to Mr. Coffin about those letters.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no additional questions, I'd ask that Ms. Bridenstine step down. The commission calls Nathaniel Coffin.
Coffin, before you proceed, if you would please, sir, as best you can, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand.
May I affirm?
You certainly may, yes, sir. Just raise your right hand. Sir, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you will give before the commission this day will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Is this your solemn affirmation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coffin. My name is Lindsay Geis-Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Innocence Inquiry Commission. I've got some questions for you today, and then when I'm done asking questions, all of the commissioners around the table may have questions for you as well, okay? If you will keep your voice up and answer with words so that our court reporter here can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Nathaniel Arnold Coffin.
Did you rob Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you kill Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you involved in any way in the robbery and death of Nathaniel Jones?
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
Were you present when Mr. Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
Were you nearby when Nathaniel Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
Did you see this crime being committed?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever participate in any way in a plan to commit this robbery?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of who committed the crime?
No, ma'am.
Did any of the other co-defendants in the case, that being Christopher Bryant, Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, or Rayshawn Banner, ever tell you that they had any involvement in this crime?
No, ma'am.
Did any of the other co-defendants in this case, that being Christopher Bryant, Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, or Rayshawn Banner ever tell you that they had knowledge of who committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
Other than your statements to police on November 19th, 2002, have you ever told anyone else that you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
Where were you on November 15th, 2002?
At the particular time, I don't know when the crime was happening, but I was with Jessica Black.
Okay, why don't you walk us through? Did you go to school that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did you get home from school?
I got home from November the 15th or November the 19th.
November the 15th, the day of the crime.
November the 15th, I got off at a store bus stop because this was my first day at Independence. I had been expelled from school, and I had to learn the route, and I got off at the quickest route to my neighborhood, and it was right down the street. And when I left from my bus stop, I went straight to Christopher Bryant's house.
Okay, and then what happened after you got to Christopher Bryant's house?
Well, we were supposed to be getting into a fight with Jamal Tolliver's older brother. It never occurred. We stayed at the house for probably about till 5 o'clock, I say, and then all of Christopher Bryant, my little brother Rayshawn, Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, Shelton, Jed, they all went to the store, and I stayed at Christopher Bryant's house.
Was Jessica Black with them, or was she with you?
Jessica Black had just pulled up when everybody had left. I waved her down. I seen her car coming past the house. I waved her down. She turned around and came back to pick me up. We circled the block to look for my co-defendants. We didn't see them, so I took her to another location on Longview, a neighborhood that's closest to the neighborhood of Christopher Bryant and my neighborhood.
When the others left to go to the store, do you know what store they were going to?
I don't even know what store they went to at all.
Did they leave on foot or in a car?
They left on foot.
Okay. When you went with Jessica Black, did you ride in her car?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to this other neighborhood, Longview?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing in the Longview neighborhood?
Well, I just went to a house that I'm normally known to be at. I'm saying it's a neighborhood where everybody's known to be at. So my cousin Elwan Terry, my cousin Layman Harrison, they was all there, and a couple of the residents house that we was at. His name is Papa. I don't know his real government name, but we stopped there and we picked up a friend of mine and we took him to another neighborhood.
Did you say Papa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which friend did you pick up there?
Papa.
You picked up Papa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that his house that you were at?
No, that wasn't his house. He was just there like everybody else.
Okay. When you were you there to buy drugs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you go after you left that house when you had Papa in the car?
We went to another neighborhood across town named Fairchild.
Fairchild?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do in that neighborhood?
Nothing. He just went to go see his baby mother, and then when we left there. We went to another location, an apartment complex. By this time, it was already dark, so we went to another location behind Baptist Hospital at a Circle K convenience store.
So when you're going to all of these locations, what's your purpose for going to them?
Nothing. We were just dropping him off. We were just escorting him to and from this house.
Okay. After you went to that location behind the hospital, the Circle K,
Yes, ma'am.
what'd you do after that?
Then me and Jessica went back to the neighborhood where we stopped. We stopped. She performed oral sex for me. Then we went to her grandmother's house, and then we went back to Christopher Bryant's house.
When you went to her grandmother's house, did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
You stayed in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she go into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was she in the house?
Probably no more than 5 or 10 minutes.
And then after she came back out to the car, you went back to Christopher Bryant's house?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do when you got there?
When we got back there, she actually rolled over my little brother's foot. So I had to calm my little brother down from actually attacking her. Then Christopher Bryant, Derell Brayboy, Shelton, Jed, we all got into a car. We all got into her car and took Shelton and Jed to Moravia Street.
Okay, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but it was after dark because it was completely dark.
When you say that she rolled over Rayshawn's foot,
Yes, ma'am.
was he hurt?
I mean, not to the extent where he needed to be hospitalized. She rolled over his foot, and he was still able to walk. I'm saying he was limping, but I'm saying he was still able to walk.
So he didn't get in the car with you all?
No, ma'am.
What happened when you got to Moravia Street?
Well, we all got at Jed's aunt house. Shelton went to the house that he lived at on the corner. That's it. We got back in the car after he talked to his aunt. We got back into the house, got back into the car. When we got back into the car, we took Jed to his father's house. When we took Jed to his father's house, he got some money, and we took the money that he got from his daddy back to his aunt.
Where's Jed's father's house?
I don't know.
Was it on Moravia Street?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after you dropped Shelton off, you went to Jed's aunt's house. Is that where Jed was living?
Yeah, at the particular time, yes, ma'am.
At the time he was living there. And that was Moravia Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then you took Jed to his father's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what happened?
Then after that, we went to the bowling alley.
Okay. Before you went to the bowling alley, did you happen to see cop cars on Moravia Street?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You go to the bowling alley. What happens then?
We only stayed for probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Why were you only there 5 to 10 minutes?
Because I got kicked out. Well, the officer that was there, he was trying to kick me out. But by the time he was trying to kick me out, I was already leaving, reporting back to Jessica Carr. And when he reported out to the parking deck where we was at, I was already in the car. We were pulling off.
When you left the bowling alley, where'd you go?
We went back to Jed's house, and that's when we seen all the police.
Do you know what time that was?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. What'd you do when you saw the police?
Me and Jed jumped out the car because Jessica was trying to turn around. Me and Jed jumped out the car. We ran down the street. We stood on the far corner of Bellevue Park. So we was actually, like, this is the corner, and we were actually looking across the street where you're at to the crime scene.
Okay. Who else was with you?
At this particular point, it was me and Jed. Brayboy, Jamal Tolliver, and Christopher Bryan didn't report until after me and Jed already had went to the corner to see what was going on.
Were they in the car with you at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
So they do get out of the car at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you see from where you were standing?
Well, at first, what I seen, I didn't see nothing until the homeless man on the corner pointed the dead body out, and then I seen Mr. Jones. I only seen partial his body laying on the ground.
Do you know who the homeless man was?
No, ma'am, I do not.
It's not somebody you knew by name?
No, ma'am.
Were you smoking marijuana that day?
Yes, ma'am.
How much marijuana had you had that day?
I only smoked one joint.
One joint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were others that were with you smoking that day as well?
No, ma'am.
No one else in the car was smoking marijuana that day?
No, ma'am.
Was Jessica Black smoking with you that day?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Coffin, if you didn't commit these crimes, why did you tell police on November 19th, 2002 that you had committed them?
Because I was scared for my life.
Why were you scared?
Because I thought the police was going to do something to me.
What did you think they were going to do?
Harm me. And in the type of way that if I didn't admit to this crime, that I felt that my life was in danger to the point where Lieutenant Weaver was going to do something to me, because he was the only one actually talking to me at this particular time.
Did he make any threats to you?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
What were those threats?
He threatened that I would do the rest of my life in prison. He threatened me with lethal injection. He threatened me to shoot me. What else would you want me to say?
So, is it your testimony today that you did not provide incriminating statements until after Detective Weeble had threatened you?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, do you have questions?
Ms. Dixon?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Coffin. My name is Deb Newton. I'm a criminal defense attorney. Do you understand that we are here reviewing this matter on your behalf?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, it's a impartial body, but we are looking at this at the request that you've said that you are not guilty,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you're in fact innocent. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
So in light of that, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Now, how many times have you told the facts that you say you're not guilty of, the confessed facts that you told law enforcement? How many times have you told that story to people?
As far as like doing my trial or after the fact?
From 2002 until you're sitting here now, how many times have you repeated that you are not guilty and told lies?
From 2020, I've been saying I've been innocent. November. From November the 20th, 2015, I've been claiming my innocence.
Okay, you meant November 15th, 2002?
No, I got arrested November the 19th. So I've been claiming my innocence November the 20th of 2002.
Of 2002. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to get that straight. Now, I wanted to ask you about your shoes. We've had a lot of testimony about the shoes that you were wearing. At your trial, did they admit photographs before the jury or the actual shoes that you were wearing?
At this particular point, they were just showing exhibits of the shoe.
Okay. And could you tell us what size shoe you wear?
What size shoe I wear?
Size.
Right now I wear a size 7.5.
Back then, what size did you wear?
A 7.5.
Okay, and did you have on a pair of 7.5 the day that you were arrested?
I had on a pair of 8s.
And whose shoes were that?
They were my shoes.
You were
mine.
wearing your own shoes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to identify them?
Yeah, they called Jordans.
Okay, and can I just ask you to pick them out if you saw a picture of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now approach the witness.
You may, or she can put it on the board if you'd like.
You know which photograph it is?
I don't. No, I don't want to
Okay.
suggest that. I would like to just show him the pictures.
All right, yes, ma'am.
So you were wearing 8.5.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and this exhibit handout 26 for the record. Can you just flip through those photographs and show us first the shoes you had on the date that you were arrested? If you don't mind, flip them over. Let's keep them in order.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you do that with your cuffs on? Thank you. Now these are the shoes you had on the 19th when law enforcement was talking to you that I'm talking about.
No, ma'am, these are not. These are not the shoes that I wore.
Sir, I'm asking you to look and see if you can pick out the shoes you had on that day. Yeah. And again, it's the day that you were questioned on the 19th of November. So you didn't pick out any of those shoes. Can you tell us what the shoes were that you had on? What color were they?
The shoes that I had on was called Jordans, number 11. They were blue and white. The actual shoes that I had on that night are the same shoes that I got arrested in. The same shoes that they actually, when I got convicted, was the same shoes that I report to prison with in
Okay.
2004.
You said they were blue and white Jordans?
Yes,
Were
ma'am.
they Air Force?
No, ma'am.
No, they were something else. What were they called?
Jordans.
Just Jordans, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to direct you right back to that photograph, those are not the shoes?
No, ma'am.
And none of the shoes in this photograph are the shoes that you had on?
Yes, ma'am. None of them are the shoes that I wore.
And you had on the same shoes the day on the 15th that you had on the 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at trial, did you actually see your shoes?
No, ma'am.
Never did, okay. Did you share shoes with anybody else in your house or in your neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am, my brother.
Which brother?
I shared shoes with all of my brothers. Joseph Cawthorn, Rayshawn Banner. I shared shoes with my cousin, Layman Harrison, M1 Terry.
And did they wear the same size shoes, or did you wear their shoes as well?
I wore their shoes.
Okay. Were any of the shoes in these photographs shoes that you also wear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm gonna take you back to those. Can I ask you handout number 26 again? What shoes would you also wear?
You as far as like these shoes?
Yes,
Or
just
would I
in the-
wear the
just
same
in-
brand?
No, just in these actual shoes. You see any shoes that you would, you recognize that you would wear?
These black ones right here.
Okay, and that is NCCIC number 70, and who owns those shoes?
Me.
Those are also your shoes?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so what size are they?
8.5, probably 8.
8? Okay,
Eight
and
and a
did you
half.
share those shoes with anybody?
And probably was, these shoes are actually too small for anybody's feet.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
So you
they was
didn't-
my actual shoe.
okay. And so did you see any more, did you wear any more of those, the shoes in this list? There you go, go ahead.
These right here.
And that's NCCIC number 71. Whose shoes are those?
Them are my shoes.
Okay. Did you share those shoes with anyone?
Too small for anybody's feet.
And what size are they?
7.5.
Okay. And any other photograph, any other shoes that you would wear?
I don't wore these before.
Okay. And that's NCCIC number 73. And those are actually your shoes?
No, they're not actually my shoes.
Okay. Whose shoes are those?
My brother's shoes.
Which one?
My little brother, Rayshawn.
Rayshawn, those are Rayshawn's shoes.
These are the actual shoes that he was wearing
And he was wearing number 73 on what day?
on November the 15th.
On the 15th,
Yes,
okay. And what size are they?
They're probably 8 or 8.5 or 9.
Because he wears an 8.5 or a 9?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would wear those sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you were not wearing them on the 15th of November,
No, ma'am.
correct? Okay, but Rayshawn was, you're clear, on the 15th of November.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
do you remember that?
Because these are the actual shoes that he had to take off when she ran over his foot. Jessica Black ran over his foot to inspect his foot.
Mm-hmm.
These are the actual shoes.
Okay. And any other shoes that you would wear?
No,
What
ma'am.
about those? You don't wear those? Okay. Thank you, sir. And so on the 15th of November of 2002, the shoes that were presented at trial, you did not see the shoes you had on that day presented at trial?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you tell your lawyer that?
I never was questioned. My lawyer never asked me any questions
Okay.
compared to my wear that I wore that night.
Okay. And who was your lawyer for trial?
Teresa Hare.
Okay. Now, I think Ms. Smith asked you about what you told law enforcement. Why did you tell them something to implicate yourself in a serious crime that you didn't do?
Because I didn't know no better. I was a child. I was 15 years old. I was forced to say something that I didn't want to say. And the only way I knew to get out of the situation that I was in was to comply with what they was asking me for.
Did someone tell you if you would tell them in the affirmative what they were saying you needed to say, that you would go home?
Yes, ma'am.
They actually told you would go home?
Yes, ma'am.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Weaver.
Okay. Now, let's talk about these officers. How many officers actually questioned you?
Actually questioned me?
Yes. On the 15th of November of 2002.
2.
And what were their ethnicity? Were they Hispanic, white, or black?
White.
And they were male, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, had you had any prior interactions with these law enforcement officers?
1.
Okay. Was that a positive interaction?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you around the neighborhood when others had interaction with these law enforcement officers?
No.
Okay. So when you went into the interview, did you trust these officers?
No, ma'am.
And so what was your feeling about the officers?
At first, I didn't have no feeling. At first, I didn't have no feeling about it.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering, were you inclined to be chatty with them and tell them anything when you first went in?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and why is that?
I don't trust the police.
And why don't you trust the police? Why didn't you trust the police?
I'm known for the police to be violent.
And you thought that then when you were in 2002? Do you remember thinking that at the time you went in to talk to the police?
No, 'cause that's not what was said at the particular time. What was said was, we need you down for questioning. We have you implicated in a murder. That's what was said to me at first.
My question, Mr. Coffin, is how did you feel about the police at the time you were being taken to the police station in 2002?
I felt no way.
Okay. But you didn't trust them.
No, ma'am.
You had a prior bad interaction with these officers.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you inclined to be talkative and to talk to them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now you understand the concept of, people would lie to get out of trouble, not to get into trouble.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So, you apparently went in not trusting them and telling them you didn't have anything to do with it, as I understand your first comments, correct?
No. My knowledge of the situation was I was being put in a situation that I had no knowledge of in the first place, which they said that I had something to do with.
Ms. Coffin, didn't you first go in, you completely denied having anything to do with any of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And I'm trying to find out if you did that so that you could get out of there because you didn't trust them, or if they surprised you with facts and you said, I don't have anything to do with that.
No, ma'am. It's just like you asking me a question right now. Did I kill Mr. Jones? No, ma'am, I didn't. You asking me a question right now. Did I have any implications of knowing what happened to Mr. Jones? No, ma'am, I didn't. You asking me a question. Have I had any intentions of harming Mr. Jones? No, ma'am, I didn't, because I wasn't there.
And that was your attitude with the police that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. When they told you you could go home if you told them that you did it, did you trust that?
This was hours after. This was hours after. This is after I've been crying. This is after I've been asked to go home. This is after the police had already threatened me several times. What you want me to do? I'm 15 years old. I can't read or write. I know no better. Only thing I know is my mama's at home. I don't know where I'm at. What you want me to say? Any kid would do that. Any kid will actually sit right here and lie to make a situation better so they can go home. If you threaten me with lethal injection, I don't even like needles. Yeah, you scare me. If you got a gun on your side, yes, you scare me. If I ask you several times after time, I'm ready to go home. I had nothing to do with this. What do you want? What else you want from me? As you asking me right now. But see, now I'm a little older. my mind has developed. So now I can take the lashes that you're giving me right now because I have knowledge of the situation. I know who I am. I understand the situation. So if you ask me again, did I harm Mr. Jones? No, ma'am, I didn't.
And you told the officers as soon as you got there, even if you didn't trust them, that you just didn't have anything to do with Mr. Jones.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you have at all times maintained that, correct?
I have to.
Why is that?
Like I say, I'm scared of the police. I'm fearful of the police. I done seen times where police just actually shoot people for no reason.
Mr. Coffin, I want to turn your attention to the trial. When you went to trial, you and your brother were sitting together at the table, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You each had your own lawyers, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with your lawyer so that you could talk about things?
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
I actually spoke to my lawyer at least twice out of the whole 2 years I was in the county jail.
The trial attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you sat there when witnesses were called by the state to say that you confessed. You heard that from the state's witnesses, correct?
I was instructed to sit there.
Mr. Coffin, my question is, you sat there in open court while the state's officers talked about what you confessed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard them talk about what everybody else confessed to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering why you didn't testify.
They told me it was in my best interest, my lawyer.
Now, if I sat here and said something about you that wasn't true, wouldn't you be compelled to tell your jury or anybody else, no, that's not true? I'm just wondering why you didn't insist on telling the truth.
Hypothetically speaking,
No, I want to know directly what you remember.
what I remember of them saying that I actually committed a crime,
About why you didn't decide you wanted to testify.
because they said I was a criminal child. It was in my best interest not to get up there and incriminate myself even more.
Now, you said they. Let's break that down.
Well, my lawyer,
Who told you that?
my lawyer, Teresa Hare,
Teresa.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
she told you exactly what?
that it was in my best interest not to get on the stand.
And did you ask her what she meant by that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What did you understand she meant by that?
I'm 15 years old, 17 years old. I don't know how to read or write. I don't know no better.
What did you understand she meant by that?
I didn't understand none of it.
Okay. Now, you did testify at the suppression hearing.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Did you have a different lawyer?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. So why did you testify at that hearing?
Because they told me that's what I had to do.
They who?
My lawyer
To be very clear, okay?
or my lawyer.
Now, in that case, she told you to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
But she didn't told you not to testify before a jury
Yes, ma'am.
on a murder charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you tell the truth when you testified at the suppression hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you tell them about the confessions you allegedly made about your involvement when you testified under oath at the suppression hearing?
I told her that I was. I told them I was forced to say something that I didn't want to say.
Okay. Did you deny the confession?
Deny the confession.
Deny the facts that you told law enforcement when they interrogated you?
No, I'm not denying it now. I'm not denying it now. I made the statement.
Did you deny the truth of those statements?
Yes.
Yes. Now, on November 15th of 2002, during that whole day, that at the end of it, Mr. Jones passed away as a result of whatever happened to him. I think you just testified that you had some sort of a sexual relationship with Jessica Black. Is that correct?
Wasn't a sexual relationship. 15 years old.
I'm sorry, didn't you say that she gave you oral sex when you went to her grandmother's?
That doesn't mean it was a relationship.
Oh, I see the difference. Okay. So how long had that been going on?
Which is a one-time thing.
She only did that one time?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you all together, hanging around each other?
Say, couple of months.
Okay. Okay, so suddenly on this date, she gave you oral sex.
Yes, ma'am.
But that didn't happen before or after?
What you mean it didn't happen before or after?
She'd never done that before and she didn't do it after?
No, ma'am.
Just the one time?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why that was the occasion that she gave you oral sex?
Nah.
You don't know what happened? Okay, so what kind of you said you were smoking pot. How much pot did you smoke?
One joint.
Just one joint. Is that a blunt or a joint?
Blunt, joint,
blunt.
same.
Okay. Were you pretty high? You're a kid.
Pretty high.
Uh-huh.
At the particular time, no, I wasn't high.
You were not. Okay.
I was just mellowed out.
Okay. And about what time do you think you smoked that blunt?
It was during the daytime. It was light. Actually, what time? I don't know.
Not around lunch or after, before?
What you mean around lunch?
Do you recall?
After I get out of
what
school,
time?
it's 4 o'clock. It's
About
after 4, so anything, it could be from around 5 o'clock. It could be anywhere. You asking me, it was still daytime when I smoked this joint.
Okay, I'm just asking, were you high?
At this particular time, no.
Okay, at which time?
At nighttime, no.
Okay, so between 4 and 6, were you high?
At 4 and 6, was I high?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Are you saying you didn't get high from the blunt, or you didn't smoke the blunt?
I say by this time, like I say, I'm mellowed out. It's nighttime, so probably several hours done passed from when I first smoked the joint.
Okay, Mr. Coffin, do you understand the process of the Innocence Commission? Who explained that to you?
What you mean?
The Innocence Commission and what this process may result in.
Yes, ma'am.
Who explained that to you?
I believe Miss Brian Steen right here.
Is there anyone else that talked to you about this process?
Yeah, my lawyer.
And who's your lawyer now?
Julia Boyer.
Okay. And did she explain what might result as a result of this process? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may get, there's a possibility people have gotten money as a result of wrongful convictions?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
understand that? Okay. Have you been promised anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you speak to Hunter Atkins?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you speak to him?
I spoke to Hunter Atkins several times.
Several, meaning more than 10?
Hunter Atkins became a positive advocate for me.
Okay. What do you think of him?
He's a good guy. I mean, he never gave me no bad intentions about him.
Okay. So you developed a friendship, you think, with him?
Pretty much so.
What do you think his motivation is to get involved?
I never really wanted to find out.
You don't have an opinion about that?
Nah.
But you do trust him?
As far as like trusting him in what way?
You talk to him freely, right?
To a certain extent, Mr. Hunter actually presented me with knowledge that I didn't know about my case.
Like what?
Like as far as like the actual testimony of this preliminary hearing you talked about first, I never knew that it was a transcript behind that. He presented me with that. I never knew about the North Carolina Prison Legal Service. I never knew about the actual MAR that was filed and false pretense because I never gave my attorney the actual say that I was guilty of a crime that I didn't do.
So Hunter told you about that?
And he presented me with the papers. He never told me. He sent me the papers.
And did that lawyer ever get your permission to make those admissions?
No, she had my permission to file my MAR because I fell under the Juvenile Rights Act. I never gave her permission to say that I was willing to plead guilty for reduced punishment or a lower crime.
And she never sent you that pleading after?
No, ma'am. She sent me exhibits 1 through 8. The actual exhibit is 1 through 12.
Gotcha. And she didn't send you the motion that she filed on your behalf?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't know that she admitted responsibility for you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Do you, as you sit here, you've had a long time to think, like all the others have, since 2002, when you were questioned and you say coerced by law enforcement. You might imagine that Mr. Jones's family would want to know if you all didn't do it, who beat this man, right? So you've had plenty of time to think about that and interact with people to the extent you could in prison. Do you know what I mean by word on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you point to any word on the street or any information that you've gotten in all these years to indicate who might have harmed Mr. Jones that night?
I wish I knew. I honestly wish I knew.
Now, just to be clear, are you bound in your mind by some snitch code that you don't want to tell on anybody else?
I have no snitch code when it's compared to me doing the rest of my life in prison.
Well, my question is, do you feel like you can't tell us?
No.
Okay. So if you knew, you would tell us?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've not heard anything about what happened to Mr. Jones?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know of any new evidence that would lead to an indication that you were actually innocent of this crime? Do you know of anything?
Like, you asking me a question, do I have any information of
Anything
knowledge?
that we haven't heard or that didn't come out at trial?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And finally, is there anything else that you would like to say? I mean, this is your hearing.
I would just like to go home. I would actually like for somebody to actually come forward and tell the truth. I would actually like for somebody to plead, because I don't like being in chains. I don't like being in shackles. And I don't like my name being put in something that I did not do. Yeah, I was wrong for saying I did a crime, but I had no other choice. In my mind, at the age of 15 years old, now that I'm 33 years old, yeah, I would like for somebody to please come forward. I would like for somebody to please actually take their guilt.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Coffin.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. In regard to a phone call that you had with Mr. Atkins, I believe in November, well, let me ask you this. Where are you currently housed?
And Warren Forsyth County.
Okay.
I mean Warren Correction.
And back in November, you were in Warren Correction, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've got notebooks of documents, records. We've listened to phone calls. We've listened to taped interviews all week long. And we heard a phone call between you and Mr. Atkins on about November the 5th, where you and Mr. Atkins talk about what's going to happen to Brayboy's share if you get a settlement. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, there had been some discussion, I guess, between you and Mr. Atkins that in the event you guys are exonerated, that there very well could be some kind of financial settlement. Is that right?
May I elaborate?
Yes, I'm asking you to.
The actual conversation started about Mr. Hunter Atkins actually gave me the details of how Derell Brayboy was murdered. He actually sent me photos of Brayboy when he was released from prison. He actually sent me the actual article of Derell Brayboy being murdered. Now, at this particular point, Derell Brayboy has a newborn child. Am I correct? So, my question was, who would get his share of the money if we was exonerated? Now, I know about the particular thing where we'll be funded for us doing all this time in prison. I know about that. My question was, would his mother get the money or would his daughter get the money? Because now, Brayboy's no longer here. God rest his soul. That's my brother. Out of all my co-defendants, he was the main one that I loved the most, besides my little brother. So, my sympathy goes out to his daughter because she no longer has a father. Now, me, my little brother, my co-defendants, we should be that little girl's father because Brayboy's no longer here. He lost his life behind a man. And don't nobody know who killed him. Don't nobody know who killed this man. And we lost our life. Actually, yeah, I'm going to be protective of this little girl. Because Brayboy can't do it. Who going to keep her from the world?
Okay, so you were asking because you were concerned for his daughter or
That's
his
the only
mother.
reason.
You weren't asking him because you wanted to know if the money was going to be split 4 ways or 5 ways?
Man, I really don't even care about the money. I joke about the money because this is what I've been through. Yeah, I'm entitled to that. I'm entitled to my life back. I'm entitled to all of that. I should want that. I should have that. But until this makes it to the next stage, I don't know if I'm going to get that. But if me joking and having fun and with the money, when it comes to Derell Brayboy and his daughter, I, as a brother of Derell Brayboy, will stand up for her at any given time.
Ms. Smith, I'm having trouble finding the handout that dealt with the juvenile, I guess, petitions or complaints. I can't remember what number that was.
56 and 112. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, if I can have just a moment.
112 is the actual document that you had as full possession. Is that what you were looking for? And then 56 is the summary.
Just a moment. Those are my questions. I don't have any further.
Sure. Excuse me, my name's Kevin Fry. So that night when you were taking you, Derell, Bubba, and Jessica were taking Jed back to his place, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Seen all the lights, police lights and everything? Did you just get out of the car?
I was the first one that got out of the car. I was sitting in the front seat.
Okay. Describe to me, how close did you get to where everything was?
As far as like the crime scene,
Yeah.
let's say I'm sitting right here to probably about where that gentleman is back there in that corner.
Okay. What did you see?
I just seen the lights. And then, like I say, the homeless guy pointed the man out to me. And Mr. Jones was laying in between, the car park. That's the only thing I seen.
Was he covered up with a sheet?
No, sir, he wasn't.
But he was laying in
was just
between,
laying.
he was in the carport.
Just laying there.
What happened then? Did you just leave right then,
Yeah, I
or
just
did you
left
watch
right-
them do stuff?
Yeah, I just left right there. We all got back into the car.
You never seen them put a sheet over him?
No, sir.
That's my question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
My name is Emmanuel Jarvis, I'm a public member here on the commission. I'm going to ask you some of the same questions that I asked for Sean, okay? How old were you at the time of this incident?
I was 15.
15. And how old was your little brother?
My little brother was 14.
And when you went down to the police station or the public safety center, what time did you get there approximately?
Same time around like, I said it was probably about 5 o'clock, 4:30.
And what time was the interrogation over from start to finish, would you say?
From the time I got there until late that night. Like I didn't even give my testimony until late that night. I didn't give the full testament until after I seen my mother. This is well over after dark.
So would you say it's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? Or what time would you guess?
Now, I know the actual time because I have the actual So it was around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock when I actually get my first statement.
Okay. Did the police ever provide you with a recording of any of the other co-defendants admitting guilt?
That's the first thing they were presented to me. First, they gave me Jamal Tolliver recording, and then they showed me a written affidavit from Christopher Bryant.
And what did the recording say?
I cannot remember.
Okay. And do you remember what the affidavit said?
I just remember the names, what Christopher Bryant say that we actually committed a crime.
What were your thoughts when you heard this?
I mean, at first I'm like, nah, that's not right. This is what I told the detective, nah, that's right, they're lying. And the detective said it's got to be right. He the one wrote it. You got to tell us something. And at this particular time, I'm like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about. I have nothing to do with that. And it went from there. And it just continued.
Was there just one recording that you heard, or were there multiple?
Just one.
Just one. Was there only one affidavit, or were there multiple?
Just one.
Okay. When was the death penalty discussed? Who brought that up? How was it brought up?
The way he started off with saying that I was gonna do the rest of my life in prison first. That's how he started off. And I'm like, nah, I ain't going to prison. I had nothing to do with it. We gonna give you the least ejection. We gonna give you the death penalty. I'm like, yo, you started talking all this for? You know what I'm saying? You got to tell us something. You got to tell us something. They implicate you in something. I'm like, nah, I had nothing to do with this. And then it just went on from there. Like, he wouldn't stop. He continued on going and going and going. And then they left. When they left, I sat in the room. I don't know how long I sat in this room, but I sat in this room. Then he came right back. He continued on with it. He continued on with it. He continued on with it. Still, I denied it. He left again. When he left again, a black man came in there named Bynum. He talked to me. He asked me questions. And I told him straight out, like, look, man, I don't know what y'all think y'all got on me, but I had nothing to do with this. This is when I actually asked to go home at this particular point, because I'm like, yo, he's scaring me. Like, I had nothing to do with this. I'm ready to go home. He took me to the bathroom. When he took me to the bathroom, I went back. It was just all she wrote after that.
When you asked to go home, what was their answer?
Like, you can't go home right now. So then I asked for my mother. Like, can I speak to my mother? Like, I had no, and then my mother showed up. When my mother showed up, they took me to an interrogation room. Now, I know this is an interrogation room because it's black. It's got a black mirror. So, you know, I watch movies and stuff like that. This is what I've known the interrogation room to be. After that, my mother came in. She talked to me. And me and my mama had a bad dispute in there because I don't think my mother was saying that I would actually had something to do with it. I think she was actually asking me if I had something to do with it, and I took it the wrong way. And I started crying. I started busting out crying. I'm like, yo, ain't no way my mama believed them over me. And then after that, man, it was just like, look, he came back in there. I remember Detective Rowe, Lieutenant Weaver came back in there like, man, look, just tell us anything. Tell us something so you can go home.
Real quick, you're saying that the detective said, tell me anything.
Yes, sir. Tell me what you know. Tell me what can you provide.
Over the course of time, did the verbiage escalate? In terms of, did they talk to you louder? Were they yelling, screaming?
Nah, by this time, I believe they already knew that I would lie on myself. At this particular time, they actually used my mother against me to force me to say something I didn't want to say after the fact that they already threatened me. Now, this is me thinking growing up. Now, this is me thinking as a young man. This is not me thinking as 15 years old. But in my mind, I'm like, what else could I tell these people to get me out of this room?
Tell me a little bit about your criminal history prior to the arrest.
Like, far as being arrested?
Arrested, getting in trouble, anything.
I was never the trouble type. I was always reported by the police. I was never the trouble type. I got into one incident. I was driving a motor vehicle, and the vehicle was my mother. And she didn't press charges on me, so I'm driving a car with no license, basically. I did my 6 months probation. I think I probably had a couple of more hours left on my probation time, but that's about it.
Was there any incidents of throwing rocks or vandalism?
Not that I've been arrested for, no, sir.
What about any kind of fights or altercations?
Now, I was in a lot of fights. Now that's one main thing that I always had a problem with, fighting in the neighborhood. But it was just neighborhood fights. It wasn't no me going out, jumping on any other ordinary person, no. It was just neighborhood fights, boys that I grew up with from different neighborhoods.
Would you say that you ran the streets?
No, sir.
Were you out a lot?
Yes, sir.
Were you a type of person that would instigate fights, or you wouldn't mess with people unless they mess with you?
Basically, I wouldn't initiate a fight unless one of my cousins was in a fight or my little brother was in a fight. As far as me just going out, beating up people, no.
So, if a person in the neighborhood recalls you as a bully, would they be saying that? Would you say it's false?
Well, no, I ain't. As far as me actually fighting a person, I ain't lost too many fights on the street. But that's how I grew up in the family. I grew up learning how to protect myself. I grew up learning how to protect my little brother.
I believe it is you. We've been reading probably 3,500 pages of documents. So, but I believe it was you. Is there a book that you're working on? Is that correct?
I actually wrote one book, and I have another one in process.
When did you start that book?
After 2015, after I tried to kill myself.
Tell me about these. Before you walked in, we actually read the letters to your mom, the letters to your brother.
Which one? When I tried to suicide?
Yeah.
I mean,
tell us about that.
At this particular point, it's 2014. The prison that I was at, I stayed there for 7 years. The things that I was actually doing, I actually learned how to talk to people through this prison. Like I was an outsider, me personally. Like I was isolated. I didn't like being in prison. I didn't like being around prisoners. I didn't like being around the police. I'm saying I was congested in a place where I was wrongfully accused and I shouldn't be here. So I didn't lash out at people because I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson of actually growing up fighting people. I actually learned my lesson of being in prison and seeing things that I did not like seeing. I done seen people get cut for no apparent reason. I done seen people get stabbed for no apparent reason. I done seen the police beat people up for no apparent reason. I done seen prisoners beat people for no apparent reason, as well as prison guarders and people who don't even deserve. I done seen things that you wouldn't actually see on the street. So I took that as like, it's either this or it's that, because wasn't nobody giving me no help. I done wrote multiple projects, innocent projects, and been denied. I done wrote people out of different states from different innocent projects and still got turned down. Like this right here came by the grace of God. I promise you not. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why it happened. But I'm glad that it's happened. You know what I'm saying? And I took to that as like, this is the epiphany of my life. This is what people need to see. Because I grew up, couldn't read or write. I grew up in and out of school. No, I wasn't a bad kid, but I never was in school.
So that is what your book is about? That's it? That's
Nah, my book is, I took this actual situation right here. I took this actual situation and I flipped it. I made it into a book where it's a fantasy, and I made it into a book where it's reality. I took my situation of being in prison, I took my situation of living out there in the world. I took my situation as growing up, and I took my situation of becoming a young man in prison. I took the good with the bad, and I merged it to a book. It's just how God put it in my hand. Like, I'm not the person who thought of it. It became in my head, and I started putting it on paper. It became my outlet. It became my salvation to actually make myself feel whole. Because with my book, it took so much out of me. It actually took all the pain and the hurt out of me of dealing this situation and putting it on paper so people can actually see, okay, this kid is really smart. This kid really didn't deserve to be in prison for the rest of his life. If this don't happen, I still publish my book. You see what I'm saying?
So I know multiple times in this time that we've been together, you've spoken about not being able to read or write. So when did you learn how to read and write?
I say throughout the course, like I had a couple of prisoners, older men, actually saw me as a son or a nephew. And actually, two of them took me to the side and actually, like, look, man, you can't read or write. You need to learn how to read or write. And it became a minority for me. It became a priority to the point where I had to understand, I had to comprehend, I had to apprehend, I had to learn how to actually know what I'm dealing with at all situations, at all times, because, like me being in here now, you can actually tell throughout all my co-defendants, they are slow to the fact. And I'm not saying that they are not, but they've been stagnated in themselves as little kids. You know what I'm saying? I actually took my kidness and just turned it into me as far as like growing up, knowing what I needed to know. You know what I'm saying? Learning how to actually read and understand. And if I didn't understand something, I was able to ask somebody. I was able to be like, look, I don't understand this. Can you teach me this? Plenty of times where I needed help. You know what I'm saying? But after I was taught, I was able to actually just learn and continue on to learn and continue on to learn.
So let me ask you a question. We've seen a number of writings from you. Are you the person who's penning this writing, or is there someone writing for you?
Me writing.
This is your penmanship.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. If you were released from prison, what would you do?
I like to have fun, but as far as like what would I do when I get out, my thing is to go to the studio. Like music. I like all types of music. Country music, bluegrass, jazz, blues, rock, country, rap, R&B. I love music. Music is influential for everybody. Sometimes it can be bad, sometimes it can be positive. It all is how you take it.
That's the end of my questions. I do want to make this comment. I really appreciate your comments concerning your friend, Derell Brayboy, and your desire, your emotional desire to be something that he cannot be for his daughter. I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Cole.
Hi, I'm Robin Cobra. How are you?
How you?
Good. I know you didn't get a chance to testify at your trial, but after you were convicted, you had an opportunity to address the court. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you said?
I don't remember the whole thing.
You mind if I read it to you?
Yes, ma'am.
I spent 2 years of my life in jail. I am sorry. I really am. It's not my fault. Don't nobody know me. 15-year-old kids done this, or 14-year-old kids done this. I'm sorry that this man lost his life. I really am. I got to spend the rest of my life in prison. That's not right. That is not justice. Tell me what you meant by that.
Going through this trial and seeing the many things that they was doing, the way they was presenting stuff, saying that it was actual evidence, when it was exhibit, the way that everything was just unprofessional. Me growing up, seeing this now, to what you saying now, I had no clue what I was saying. Now to the point where it came from my soul and my heart, yeah. Because that's true. I don't know who done it. I'm 15 years old. My little brother 14 years old. Me and my little brother was named the ringleaders out of all 5 kids. And you got 2 15-year-olds. That's not right. And then you give me natural life. I have no life. You see what I'm saying? I'm sitting here, I'm defenseless. I know nothing. I don't know nothing at all. As far as me growing up in prison, I knew nothing. I'd be sitting here telling you a lie if I did. I didn't know where I was coming or going at 15 years old. You see what I'm saying? So me saying that was actually, pleading my case because don't nobody want to hear me. I was told that it was best in my best interest not to get on the witness stand and say that I was innocent. That's what was told to me. Why would you tell me that when you know it's in my best interest to get up here and plead my innocence? You see what I'm saying? Now I'm sitting up here with the rest of my life. I don't know who gonna help me. I'm living in the lowest poverty I could ever live in my life. My mother don't have no more. We living in a 2-bedroom shack. She's working as hard as she can. And God bless her soul. That's the woman I love. Mama, hey, how you doing? Because now I'm up here telling the truth.
Do you remember Miss Ava Boulware in the neighborhood?
Miss who?
It may have been
yeah.
Williams at the time.
Yes,
Miss Ava
ma'am.
Williams. I know you mentioned that you only saw certain pages of your MAR and you didn't realize what it said. Did they send you copies of what Miss Ava did? What she sent? Because she also sent something to the court around an affidavit.
No, ma'am. In my MAR, it just states that she drove by and seen the car light, the brake light of Mr. Jones' car flash. That's the only thing I remember from my MAR.
Do you remember her being in the neighborhood?
I don't remember her at all because I barely was in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Coffin, I'm going to be brief. You said you were 15 years old and you couldn't read and write.
Yes, sir.
All right. How did you know that the piece of paper that you were shown by Christopher Bryant was an affidavit?
I just know their names. I just knew the names and what it was actually. I don't know what was actually written on the paper. Only thing I remember as Christopher Bryant's name, I knew his name because me and him went to school together. And it actually was telling us, or actually saying by name who was doing what and who done what. I don't actually remember reading the actual affidavit. I just remember seeing the names.
You recognized written names?
Yes, sir.
You recognized what each person was said to have done?
No, sir, I do not.
You did not?
No, sir.
All right. Do you remember the fact that they recorded your statement?
Yes, sir, I do.
Why did you tell the police that Ray Sean was the first person to hit Mr. Jones?
I mean, it was just a lie.
I'm sorry?
It was just a lie.
So you told a lie to get your little brother and your best friend in the world implicated in this?
Not necessarily, but it was the first thing that came to my mind, and the first thing that it was just a lie. That's all it was.
You told us in certain terms that you would do whatever it took to take care of your little brother, to protect him, to protect your mama.
Yes, sir.
You weren't protecting him when you said that.
No, sir, I was not.
Why didn't you make up that lie about one of the other young men?
Now, Actually, I did. But see, the recording was turned off. When I actually tried to give the first lie, the police got mad and threw the recorder across the table and stormed out the room.
Let me ask you this. You've heard the recording that Ray Sean did. His state.
No.
I'm sorry. You told the police that Ray Sean jumped on the hood of the car, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember it?
As far as the whole recording, no, sir, I do not remember.
You now know that the footprint, the shoe print that was on the hood of Mr. Jones's car was made by a shoe similar to the ones that Ray Sean was wearing.
At this particular point, I knew that the same shoe that they said was found on the hood of Mr. Jones' car was the same shoe print that my little brother had on.
And it's your testimony that you actually saw Mr. Jones's body underneath his carport?
I seen him in the carport. Underneath his carport, or I just seen him laying on the floor in his carport. I only remember that because the car was actually, I believe, out of the carport in between. Like, I don't actually remember where he was actually at, but I remember seeing him in the carport.
Was he on his back? Was he on his stomach?
He was on his back.
Were the police there?
Yes, sir. The police and the ambulance was there.
The ambulance people were already there?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw him, he was uncovered?
Yes, sir.
And was Nathaniel with you, was Ray Sean with you at that time?
No, sir.
So Ray Sean was not with you?
No, sir.
Was Jamal?
Jamal?
Yes, sir.
Was Christopher?
Yes, sir.
Was Jessica?
Yes, sir.
And Derell?
Yes, sir.
If Ray Sean was not with you when this allegedly happened, why did you include him?
Why did I include him?
Yeah.
It was a lie. It was all a lie.
You understand how difficult that is to understand?
At this point, being 33, yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. Was your mama a disciplinarian?
Like whooping us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you lied to your mama, what would happen?
She whooped me anyway.
All right. So why did you think that lying to the police was going to have any different consequence?
It was just a lie. I can't tell you what to expect out of this lie. The only thing I knew was to lie to get me out of trouble, to get me out of a situation that I had no clue or anything about, because this is what the police wanted to hear from me. This is the only thing I know to say. The first thing that come to my mind, yeah, it was a lie. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said the lie, but it was the first thing to get me out of harm's way when it came to the police.
So you were lying to avoid trouble yourself?
I was lying to actually not be threatened by the police and beat up by the police.
So was it your natural tendency to lie to avoid trouble?
Like as far as like...
I'm talking about then. Was it your natural tendency to lie about things that you had done or hadn't done to avoid getting in trouble?
Previously, when I was 15 years old?
At the time this happened?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's all kids.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
A follow-up question.
Yes, yes.
I just want to make sure I understand something. My name is Melissa, and thank you for being here, Mr. Coffin. So, you've mentioned, I think it's Officer Weevil. Could you talk more about him?
And Lieutenant Weevil, he's a tall man. And at this time, he was bigger than me. So, I was naturally like, growing up, I was the type that was fearless. I was the type that was very, very rebellious. I was the type that to say anything at any given moment for no apparent reason. Lieutenant Weevil, he scared me. Now, this is a person that I actually admitted to my mother. I wouldn't dare admit to nobody else. This man actually scared me. No other police officer was like a brush off to me. But him, no. That man scared me for my life.
What was it about him that scared you so much?
It's just the way that he talked, his demeanor, his posture, the way he approached me about it. I'm talking about the man actually stood there and stared me down with his arms crossed and told me he was going to give me the lethal injection and kill me. That man scared me for my life.
How many hours approximately did he question you?
He
I
was
understand others did as well, but him in particular, I just want to focus on him.
He was the main one questioning me out of the whole ordeal, Lieutenant Weevil. He was the main one questioning me until actually after everything, after my mother, I seen Lieutenant one more time after that. And then after that, I ain't seen him no more.
Who is the officer who brought you Jamal's taped confession to listen to before you confessed?
I cannot remember.
Did you listen to Jamal's confession?
I mean, I listened, but I didn't listen. I just listened to him saying that we committed a crime, and that's it.
Was it your understanding that the police wanted to line up your story of what happened, your false story of what happened, with Jamal's?
I don't know what their intentions was at this particular time at 15. I don't know what's going on.
So, back to Chris Bryant's affidavit. Was it ever read to you by a police officer?
No, ma'am, but I read it after I was convicted in the transcript.
After you learned how to read?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that first trial when Jessica Black took the stand and testified against you?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you thinking at the time?
She lying. She lied about the whole thing. I mean, as we did. I can't, me personally, as a person, growing up in prison and dealing with my own situation, Jessica Black was probably put in the same situation we was. But it was worded different. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh, these 5 black boys, they lying on you. Them niggas don't care about you. The best thing you need to do is tell on them and get yourself out of trouble. Because they probably telling on you. That's in my mind. I don't know if it's actually true. But dealing with these officers and the way they was talking to me versus Jessica. Now let's just actually say I'm 33 years old and I'm actually thinking about the actual. She is an accessory. She provided us with transportation there and from there, according to her statement. According to everybody's statement. So why she don't get charged? Now she's a key witness. How is that? If she don't have the car, we don't get there. If the car's not there, we don't leave from there. You see what I'm saying?
I understand. Are you angry at her today?
I mean, I'm angry. I'm angry at the fact that 18 years down the line and she got a slap on the wrist. She got a slap on the wrist when I'm in prison with multiple people with the same scenario. With the same scenario.
Thank you.
Steve?
Um, um, If you don't mind, I'd like to follow up with you on two things. When Ms. Essery was just questioning you, the lady that you were just speaking to, you said in response that Lieutenant Weaver threatened you with the needle. Is that what you told her?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you understand that you are under oath or affirmation? Do you understand that you need to be as clear and consistent with what you tell us as you possibly can be? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't
Okay.
be telling you if it wasn't true.
Well, I asked you about why were you scared for your life? You said that your life was in danger with Lieutenant Weaver, and you said to me because he threatened you with life in jail and that he was going to shoot you. You remember that?
Remember
That
that?
was today. You didn't tell me that he threatened you with a needle. Why did you not say that when I asked you that direct question?
Now you asking me, did I remember telling you? Or you asking me, why didn't I tell you that?
I'm asking you.
I'm just giving you some of the abbreviations that was said to me doing this investigation, doing this interrogation.
We're not asking you for your abbreviations. We're asking you for the facts and all of them.
Excuse me, but didn't I mention that lethal injection was brought into it?
Now, I have another question for you. I'm trying to figure out what you're raging a little bit about the fact that you were doing life in prison when Mr. Jones lost his life, okay? And now I understand how you might be upset about that if you're innocent. I understand that completely. But do you understand how Mr. Jones died? Do you understand what killed him?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you understand killed Mr. Jones?
Say he had a heart disease.
Okay. And you understand that someone assaulted him and that complication wound up killing him. You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if someone assaulted him and he died as a result of a heart disease, do you believe that person, not you, just hypothetically as you said, do you believe that person deserves life in prison for that assault? If heart disease.
You asking for my personal opinion?
Yes, what do you believe about that?
I don't deserve you being in prison. A lot of people in there for a lot of things. You got some people that's partially guilty for their crime. You got some people who are actually innocent of the crime, and then you got people who maliciously did their crime.
But my question is, if someone hit Mr.
I don't
Jones,
believe you should serve the rest of your life in prison.
Okay.
I believe you deserve some time. I do believe that. But as far as you serving, no, because you got to think about it. Just personally, you got to think about it. If Mr. Jones was attacked and they got to him in time before he had his heart attack, do you believe that the person should actually serve a purpose of doing a long time life sentence or just going to prison for a small minimum time?
my question is, are you upset about life in prison because it was an assault, but that his heart killed him?
No, I'm upset because I was falsely accused.
Okay. And do you believe someone that might have hit him but had nothing to do with his heart disease would deserve life in prison?
I don't believe they deserve life in prison. I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Coffin, I have
Just 3 or 4 questions, sir. Did I understand you to say a few minutes ago that you gave your false statement during the interrogation after you saw your mother?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you said that that is the police, used your mother against you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that, sir?
I mean, like, up until my mother, I denied all. I denied everything they threw at me, up until my mother. And then when my mother came in, she actually asked me a question. Did you do this? Or whatever she said, it was in reference to her being, like, asking me, was I the one, or me and my little brother was the actual ones that had something to do with this. Now, the only reason why I say this, because the night that it happened, my mother was actually home with my little brother and my oldest brother. When I came in the house, it was on the news. So, in my mind, I'm thinking, like, I can't believe my mama just actually said, I think I had something to do with this, or actually saying I had something to do with it. You see what I'm saying? So now in my mind, I'm like, look, man, I'm going to just say what I need to say so I can go home. I can correct it, or any way possible, I need to just say what I need to say. So, because it was all a lie. That's the only thing I'm focused on. Making something up so these people can leave me alone.
Did the police give you the chance to talk to your mother alone?
No, sir.
What did you tell your mother had happened?
I told my mother, I say, in actual words, I say, oh, damn, my mom even believe I killed somebody. Them are my actual words to my mother.
Your words to your mother were what?
Oh, damn, I can't believe my mama actually believe I killed somebody.
Well, did you ever tell your mother you killed anybody?
No, ma'am. No, sir. Excuse me.
Did your mother tell you to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
And you respected your mother, did you not?
I respected my mama to this point. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And you always, I take it for the most part, obeyed your mother, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, then after your mother told you to tell the truth, why did you tell the police officer you killed Mr. Jones?
Because that was the best lie I can give. Because that's the only thing I knew that these people would actually leave me alone.
But why did you lie if your mother had told you to tell the truth?
Because my mama didn't even believe me at this particular point. I'm not saying my mother was wrong for what she did. And I'm not saying it's my mother's fault that I actually said what I said. But after my mother left and they came back in, it's like they used her against me when they were like, well, look, just tell us anything and we can let you go home. So I'm like, so, I mean, what more you want me to keep telling you? I did do it, I did do it, I did do it. In my mind, I might as well say, okay, I did it. As a 15-year-old kid, in my mind is telling me, okay, I might as well go on and say I did it because these people is not going to let up. These people is not going to stop saying that I did something when I continuously tell you I didn't do it. Wait, actually, what do you want me to say if you say, Mr. Carlton, I know you did it. Mr. Carlton, I know you did it. And I keep telling you, sir, I didn't do it. Sir, I didn't do it. I mean, where do we go from that? We had a standpoint right then. But as a 15-year-old kid.
Now, just then, you used the phrase, after my mother left and they came back in. So did they give you the chance to speak to your mother alone?
No, sir.
Well, what did you mean by that? Why did you say that then? What you just
mean?
told me.
Was I speaking to my mother alone? The two detectives was in there with my mother. I never got to speak to my mother alone at no particular point.
What did you mean when you said when my mother left and they came back in?
Yeah, they escorted my mother out. They escorted my mother out and came back in.
I see. All right. Thank you, Mr. Coffin.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, sir. Step down. Yes. Mr. Coffin, please remember not to talk to any of the other plaintiffs.
Yes, sir.
Until this hearing is over. You certainly may talk to your lawyer.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a recess. About 10 minutes enough, folks? You need 15? 15. 15. Let's take about a 10-minute recess. The latest handout, and we are ready to proceed. Ms. Guy Smith.
Your Honor, would you like to tell the folks in the audience what our plan is for the evening?
Thank you. For the benefit of the commissioners and for spectators, we will stay in session until this matter is completed. It appears now that means we will be going beyond 5 o'clock. After all the testimony and the final wrap-up, of course, spectators will be asked to leave while we conduct our deliberations. There's no way of predicting how long those will take, but once they are over, we'll reconvene and announce our decision.
Before we begin, I wanted to let you all know that handout 91 has been corrected and replaced in your notebooks. This was something that was noted by Mr. Britt. The chart there on the DPS call should have said from and not to, so we've made that correction to make it less confusing.
The explanation was sufficient.
Just for the record. Commission recalls Ms. Bridenstine. Ms. Bridenstine, I want to turn your attention now to Christopher Bryant. What did you learn about Mr. Bryant from his DPS records as it relates to his education level and mental health?
The highest grade he completed was the 8th grade. His IQ score in 2005 on the revised beta IQ exam was 79, and he had no mental health records at DPS.
Commissioners, you were previously provided handout 94 to read prior to today. That's the transcript of the Commission's interview with Christopher Bryant from February 23rd, 2018. Ms. Bridenstine, do Mr. Bryant's DPS records indicate that he ever admitted to participating in this crime?
No.
During your interview with Mr. Bryant, did he maintain his innocence?
Yes.
Can you remind the Commissioners what Mr. Bryant told you about his whereabouts on November 15th, 2002?
Yes. Mr. Bryant said that he came home from school. His sister's friends were home with his sister. He went to the Amoco gas station at some point. He said that they were supposed to go to the mall but did not go. He said that he was home when one of the friend's mothers came over to pick up this friend around 8 p.m. He said that Rayshawn Band was over around 4 p.m., but he was not around with them after that point. He said that he did not get along with Rayshawn Banner. He said that Jamal Tolliver was also over that day. He said that Jessica Black came over around 8 p.m. She came along that night with Nathaniel Coffin and Derell Brayboy. He said that Sherman Williams, who also goes by Jed, and possibly Shelton was also with them. He said that he got into Jessica Black's car with Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, Nathaniel Coffin, and Jed. They dropped Jed off at his house and saw the police on Moravia Street after 9 p.m. They talked to some bystanders about what had happened. He then went home and the others went to the bowling alley. He said that Jessica Black and Nathaniel Coffin were more than friends.
Ms. Bridenstine, did you have any conversations about Hunter Atkins with Mr. Bryant?
Yes, I learned that Hunter Atkins had been contacting the defendants to talk to them about this case. During our interview with Mr. Bryant on February 23rd, 2018, I reminded him of the commission rule that claimants are not allowed to speak to the media about their cases.
Did the commission ever communicate with Mr. Bryant about the rule regarding the media again?
Yes, we had learned from Nathaniel Coffin that Mr. Atkins had reached out to him at the prison. We sent Mr. Bryant a letter in May of 2019 reminding him of the commission's rule about not speaking to the media because we were aware that Mr. Atkins had contacted Mr. Coffin and was likely trying to contact Mr. Bryant as well. We also reminded him again of this rule in person in October of 2019 when we obtained an affidavit of indigency from him as part of our process of moving his case into formal inquiry.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Bridenstine? Okay, I'd ask that she step down. The commission calls Christopher Bryant.
Mr. Bryant, before you're seated, if you would, sir, please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony you will give before the commission this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, yes,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Have your seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bryant.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. My name is Lindsay Geis-Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Innocence Inquiry Commission. I'm going to ask you some questions today, and then when I'm done asking you questions, all of the commissioners around the table may have questions for you as well, okay? I'll just remind you to keep your voice up and be sure to respond verbally so that our court reporter here can hear you, okay? Can you please state your full name for the record?
Christopher Lavon Bryant?
Did you rob Nathaniel Jones?
No.
Did you kill Nathaniel Jones?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the robbery and death of Nathaniel Jones?
No, not at all.
Were you present when Mr. Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
Not at all.
Were you nearby when Nathaniel Jones was robbed, tied up, and killed?
Not at all. No.
Did you see this crime being committed?
No.
Did you ever participate in any plan to commit any part of this crime?
No, not at all.
Are you aware of who committed the crime?
No.
Did any of the other co-defendants in this case, that being Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, Nathaniel Coffin, or Rayshawn Banner, ever tell you that they had any involvement in the case?
Never, they never.
Did any of the other co-defendants in this case, that being Jamal Tolliver, Derell Brayboy, Nathaniel Coffin, or Rayshawn Banner, ever tell you that they had any knowledge of who committed this crime?
Never.
Other than your statements to police on November 19th, 2002, have you ever told anyone that you committed this crime?
Never. I never told nobody I had anything to do with it.
Tell the commissioners where you were on November 15th, 2002. Let's start with the afternoon.
I came home from school. We was on the front porch at my mama's house. That's kind of where everybody kind of hung out at. I was there for a little while, and then, you know, we went to the bus stop to see if we could go to the mall because they had some bus passes for us to go to the mall. So we went there, and it started like drizzling a little bit, so we went back to my house. We went back to my house, and after we got back to my house, we stayed at my house for a little while. And after we was there, Jessica and a few other people pulled up in the car or whatever, and they hung out at the house for a little while. Then a few people got in the car with her, they left, and then like around, I don't want to speculate on the time, but it was like around nighttime when she came back, and then that's when I got in the car with her around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Not to speculate, but that's the time that I kind of remember.
Okay, and then what happened after that?
We got in the car, we went to drop Jed Sherman Williams off on Moravian Street. And that's the first time I ever seen like police cars and stuff like that up the street at Mr. Jones' house. But I never knew Mr. Jones. I never met him, nothing. Never met Mr. Jones a day in my life. So we went up there to the little sign, like the stop sign, like right there where his house at. And somebody said somebody got hurt. That's what I heard, somebody got hurt. I didn't know nothing about nobody dying. So we got back in the car, went back to my mama's house. I told my mama somebody got hurt down the street. And that was that. And then we went to the bowling alley, and then we went to Midway. And then we came back to my house, and Brayboy spent the night at my house. Jamal Tolliver went home, and Nathaniel Coffin and Jessica Black left together.
Okay. Was Rayshawn Banner with you on
He
this
wasn't
evening?
never with us. No, he was never with us. He was with us in the evening, but he wasn't with us during those little outings we went on.
So was he over at your house earlier
Yeah, he was
in the day?
at my house early in the day, but it was a lot of kids. I had Robert was there, Sherman, Jed. It was a few people at my house.
Was that pretty typical?
Yeah, it was typical. It was a typical day. Everybody would get out of school and come over to my house because Jamal Tolliver, he stayed right across the street from us. So that was a typical day for us.
Was your house kind of the hangout spot?
It wasn't a hangout spot, but my mama, she real nice, so she like let the kids come over and, you know, feed them and stuff like that. So it was a typical day. It wasn't no different day. It was just a regular day for us.
So do you know where Rayshawn went when you all left?
He used to talk to my sister friend, so he used to come around, and because my sister friend, they was liking each other, so he'd come around. But after we had left, he was already gone. Him and Marcus Shea had left.
Okay, you don't know where they went.
Yeah, I don't know where they went.
You said that you got out of the car when you saw the police lights and everything. Did you walk over toward the crime scene?
Towards the stop sign. Like, you couldn't go all the way over there where his house at. So we stopped right there, and it was people out there, and we talked to some of them. I asked them, like, yo, what happened? And they was like, somebody got hurt, and that was that. Like,
did you know the people you were talking to?
No. It was just like a crowd of people. You know, if something happened, people crowd around just to see what's going on and stuff.
So, what happened after you left the crime scene when you saw the blue lights?
We say where we went to after we left?
Yeah, who was with you in the car, and where did you go?
When we first went down there, we were dropping Jed off, so it was me, Jed, Nathaniel Coercion, Jamal Tolliver, and Derell, Brayboy, and Jessica Black.
Okay. Did Jed get back in the car with y'all?
He didn't go to the bowling alley or nothing with us.
But everybody else that you just named went to the bowling alley?
Yeah.
And then I think you said you went to Midway. Was that?
Yeah, we went to Midway.
Before or after the bowling alley? If you remember.
I don't want to speculate, but it was one of the two. Like, we went to the bowling alley first or Midway. I don't remember which one.
What'd you do in Midway?
We went to go see one of Jessica's friends, but the house was burnt down or something, so we left. Like, and that was it.
And then after that, does she take you back to your house?
Yeah, she dropped me and Derell Brayboy off at my house because he spent the night at my house because he stayed on Sink Street. And Jamal, he went across the street to his house, and Nathaniel and Jessica left because, you know, they were kind of talking, like dealing with each other.
And you don't know where they went after that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
If I could just ask, can I have just a question and an answer one at a time for the speakers, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Were you smoking marijuana that day?
Probably so.
Was that typical?
Yeah. I had just kind of started smoking, though. I wasn't really no big smoker at the time, but I had kind of just started smoking marijuana.
Do you know if the other people that were with you that day were also smoking marijuana?
I mean, I wasn't with them all day, so I don't know, like, if they smoked marijuana during that time.
Did any of your co-defendants, when you were with them, smoke marijuana while you were with them, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if Jessica Black smoked marijuana in your presence that day?
I don't recall either.
Mr. Bryant, if you didn't commit these crimes, why did you tell the police that you did when you were interviewed on November 19th, 2002?
If y'all was in that room with me, I was threatened with the death penalty. Like, every time I told them I wasn't involved, or the same thing I'm telling you now, I never met Mr. Jones, I never even shook his hand, I never nothing. I don't even know him. They told me I was lying. I'm lying. So my thing, if I tell the truth, if I'm trying to tell you the truth and you telling me I'm lying, like every time I tell you I don't know this man or whatever, like I'm lying, I'm a fucking liar, and that's all it was. Like, and they threatened me with the death penalty. Somebody on the phone right now asking which arm you want the death penalty in. Hold out your arm. That's the vein. I was scared. I was 15. I was still into remote control cars and stuff. Like I ain't never been in no trouble like far as dealing with no murder or robberies or nothing like that. I ain't never been in no trouble like that. So I was scared. I was scared. And I regret every day that I, said what I said.
Commissioner's questions?
Yes, good afternoon.
And good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you for being here. I'm Deb Newton. I'm one of the commissioners and sitting in this hearing, and I'm a criminal defense attorney. I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Mr. Bryant, you testified at your suppression hearing, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You did not testify at your trial, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have the same lawyer for both the suppression hearing and the trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you choose not to testify at the trial?
I was told not to.
Who told you that?
Now's girl, my lawyer that I only seen 2 times out of the whole time while I was in jail.
Okay, when did he tell you not to testify?
I don't recall. It was just, I remember him telling me that he don't think it'd be in my best interest to testify.
Now, you recall the trial, you're sitting at counsel table.
You said what now?
You're sitting at the table with your lawyer during the trial, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you had 2 other people with their lawyers at the trial.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a jury and there's a judge, right?
Mm-hmm.
You watched the state put up evidence and testimony about all the confessions and all the things that you said you did and your co-defendants did, right?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point in that process did your lawyer tell you not to testify?
I can't really recall, but I know he told me not to testify because I wanted to testify.
When did you tell him you wanted to testify?
I told him on a few occasions that I think I should be eligible to testify on my behalf, but I don't recall when. I can't.
Was that in court or was it before you?
It was before court. I think it was before court if I'm not.
Before trial.
Yeah, it was before trial.
Okay. Now, did he explain to you why you could not testify?
I don't think he did, but at the time I didn't really understand the law, so it might have just went over my head.
Okay. But did you tell him, after listening to all that, that's not true, or I won't testify?
I thought maybe he could, like he was my lawyer, so I thought everything was supposed to go through him before it get to me. So I didn't.
Did you tell your lawyer the truth?
Yeah, I told my lawyer the whole
And
truth.
did you tell your lawyer that everything you told the police was a lie?
I told him all that, ma'am.
After you had the interview with law enforcement on November 19th of 2002, what was the first time that you told anyone that everything you told the police was a lie?
Pete Clary, that was the first lawyer I had that came to see me.
How much time after 11/19/2002 went by
when I was at
Well, let me get my question out. How much time went by after you made all those statements to law enforcement that you say were not true? How much time went by before you told someone that what you said to the police was not true?
Are you talking about telling like a authority figure or like
Anyone? Any
Oh,
person?
the same day, the next day.
Who'd you tell?
I told my mother, I told my brother, I told a few people.
Okay.
I told a few people once I realized what had happened, like once I understood like what I just did.
Okay. And why would you say that you were compelled to tell those facts to the police that you say are not true?
You said none of those was facts. Everything that I got was gave to me by the police officers.
Oh, you mean they told you this?
Yeah, they told me some of the things, and then I just like helped them out, like far as like if they tell me like, oh well, this was like this, so then I just give some imaginary stuff, and if it wasn't right, then they'll let me know it ain't right, and oh, this not right, and then I just say some other stuff to fit into what they got going on.
So you were trying to figure out what they wanted to hear.
I was telling them what they want to hear so they can let me go home.
Now, did someone tell you that you were going to go home?
Yeah, they did.
Who told you that?
It was a detective. I don't know his name. It was several detectives in and out of the rooms.
So when you testified in the suppression hearing, your lawyer said, "I want to put you up. You need to testify," right?
You said what now?
During the suppression hearing, not the trial.
Okay.
You testified in a hearing before the trial. Okay. So you took an oath and you swore to tell the truth. Did you tell the truth at that hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, why did your lawyer say you needed to testify at that hearing?
I guess to speak about the confessions.
Okay. Did something change between you testifying in that hearing and the time of your trial that made your lawyer not want you to testify a second time?
I don't recall, ma'am. I don't recall. Like, it's been so long, I don't recall, like some of the conversations we had on the court stuff. Some of the stuff I just didn't realize.
Did you understand that the jury did not know about what you testified to at the suppression hearing?
I didn't understand.
Okay, all right. Now, you understood that the court ruled as a result of the suppression hearing that the evidence came in, right?
Well, say that again for me, please.
You understand that the evidence you were trying to suppress,
Yeah.
the court ruled it
Yeah.
could come in.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
But yet your lawyer still didn't want you to
He
testify.
still didn't want me to testify.
Did you say in that hearing that you were not guilty, that you were innocent?
Yes, ma'am. If I'm not mistaken, if they asked me, I'm sure I told them.
Okay. Now, you said that you went with your friends in Miss Black's car by Mr. Jones's house on November 15th of 2002, the night that he passed away, right? Who do you remember was in the car?
When we went down there?
When all the police were there?
Oh, it was me, Jessica Black, Nathaniel Coercion, Jamal Tolliver, and Derell Brayboy. And we had dropped Jed Sherman Williams off at his stepdad house on Moravian Street.
And Rashawn was not there?
Nah, he wasn't with us.
Okay. Was he there with you earlier?
Early in the day, like around school time, because him and Robert were supposed to get in a fight or something.
Oh, God, and they never got in a
Nah,
fight.
they never got in a fight.
Yeah. But when's the last time you saw Rashawn that night?
I ain't see Rashawn no more that day.
Okay.
I've never seen him no more that day.
Well, my question concerns when you rode by Mr. Jones's house.
We never rode past his house.
When Jessica was driving and you saw the police cars, I think you said that you
we seen it from when we dropped Jed off. Jed's house is right here, and Mr. Jones' house is on the other by the church, to my understanding.
You didn't ride by, you rode near, but you saw the police cars.
Yeah, we seen, yeah.
Did you hear anybody in the car say anything as a result of seeing all those cars? Like, oh.
I ain't hear nobody say nothing.
Nobody said a thing?
I didn't hear nobody say nothing.
I mean, you see all these police cars.
Yeah.
You know, someone's going to say something.
I don't recall nobody saying nothing.
Okay.
Now, if they did, I don't recall.
And you didn't say anything?
I told my mama somebody got hurt later on when I went back to the house.
Okay, all right. Did any of you get out of the car to go see what's going on?
Yeah, I know I got out the car because I remember I was at the stop sign and I talked to somebody. I don't know who she was, but she said somebody had got hurt.
That's how you found out that somebody had gotten hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear someone say, when you see the police cars, just to refresh your recollection, do not say you heard it if you didn't?
Yeah, I know.
When you all were in the car and saw the police cars, did someone say someone must have gotten killed? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear that, man.
Okay, all right. Now, you said that Nathaniel and Jessica were dealing with each other. There seems to be some discrepancy.
Yeah.
Were they in a, romantic relationship?
Nah, they done kissed and stuff, but I wouldn't say they was in a romantic relationship. I mean, I seen them kiss, but I don't know what they done did, outside of that.
And how long was that going on that you saw?
I don't. You said how long it was going on?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And you said that you smoked a little pot that night?
Yeah, I probably did. I ain't saying I did because I don't know, but it's a possibility because I remember smoking, though.
And did you see anybody else smoking pot that night? You weren't smoking pot in the car?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, when you went in to see law enforcement, I'm going to take you back to that interview with law enforcement. Can you tell me the ethnicity of the law enforcement officers that interviewed you? Were they Mexican, white, or black?
I think it was one of them like a Spanish guy.
Okay. And then that interviewed you.
Mm-hmm.
Had you had any prior interactions with those law enforcement officers in the neighborhood?
Not that I recall. I don't remember seeing none of them that.
So you didn't have any particular.
Not with them particular detectives. No, I don't recall ever meeting them.
So when you went in to see them, did you have a generalized feeling about law enforcement? Did you trust them or did you not trust them? Or did you care?
Oh, I trusted them.
You
I
did
trusted them because they're the authority.
Okay. So when you went in and said, I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't do that, or whatever it is you said, did you immediately say, I'm not involved in that?
Yeah, because when they put the picture out there, I didn't even, still didn't know what they was talking about.
Until they started being
Aggressive, telling me I was a fucking liar and all this.
Did you ever start crying?
Yes, ma'am.
And what made you believe that if you told them what they wanted to hear, you were going to go home?
That's the way they was presenting it to me, like, and for me to be naive, like I was 15, I didn't know, I was naive, like, I thought I could trust them, like, I didn't know by me telling them that I was involved, I didn't think that I was gonna end, I thought maybe they'd find out, like, oh, yeah, they didn't do it or whatever, but it took so long, y'all just don't understand.
Yeah, I think we have ideas. Now, do you know who Hunter Atkins is?
Yes,
How
I do.
many conversations have you had with Hunter Atkins?
I had a lot of conversations with Mr. Hunter Atkins.
What do you think about him?
I like Hunter Atkins.
Why?
Cause he really stepped in and took a look at the things that people wasn't willing to look at.
Okay.
And he really, I mean, he brought a blessing to my life. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen here today, but I know he done blessed my life.
What do you think is in it for him? I mean, why do you think he's involved in? He's from Houston, so
It's
why
probably
do you think
it's probably a story for him.
You think?
It's probably a story for him.
Has anybody explained, Hunter or anyone, explained to you the Innocence Commission process and what might happen if you are ultimately determined not
Well,
to?
ain't nobody explained it to me. I learned everything on my own by being in prison.
Are you expecting anything to result, or were you promised anything as a result of this process?
To get this charge off my back, that's it. Just so I can have my life back. Like, that's all. So I ain't gotta tell these people that I got a felony that I didn't do. And and that's it. Like, that's all. Like, I just want my name back.
That affects your job prospects?
I mean, I thought it would, but the Lord done blessed me where I done had decent, good jobs. Like, to this day, I make, make a good little nice amount of money for the job that I'm doing now. I got certified as a forklift driver.
Did anybody promise you money as a result of this process?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Hunter Atkins actually talk to you about that and whether he was expecting anything?
No, he ain't never speak to me about no money.
Did he talk to you about, writing an article or something that might benefit you in some way?
He had asked me one day, how did I feel, like, if I had anything I wanted to say to the Paul's family, like, because when I was in prison, I wanted to write a letter to them, but I ain't know how they would feel, so.
Did you write it?
I never wrote it.
So, my last question, Mr. Bryant, and thank you for your candor. You've had a long time since 2002 to think about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And you understand that Mr. Jones, do you understand why he died?
No.
You don't understand what actually killed him?
I mean, from reading the newspaper and stuff, like, from when it first happened and stuff.
What do you understand he died from?
From a heart attack.
Okay. And do you understand that he was assaulted?
Yes, I heard that too.
Okay. So you were accused and in fact punished. For your reported involvement in that, and you're out of jail now.
Yes, ma'am.
But in all this time, you have an interest, if you are in fact innocent, in what happened to Mr. Jones.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yes, I want justice for not just us, but for him as well, though. Like, he didn't deserve that.
And you would understand his family would like that answer as well.
Yes, and I would definitely like for them to get that.
So my question is, you understand what I mean by word on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Have you made it your business to see if you can hear or find out anything about what happened?
What you mean, like with
Like, do you
Mr.?
know what the word on the street is? Who did it?
I ain't heard nothing. Like people got their insinuations and stuff, but you can't. Some of the stuff you can't take at face value.
Well, what kind of an insinuation have you heard?
I mean, I done heard probably one of the family members might have did all type of crazy stuff, but you know, I mean, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Okay. All right, and you wouldn't want to speculate.
And I done heard, you know, somebody might have knew him and waited for him, all type. I done heard all type of stuff.
Okay. But nothing specific about who might have actually
No, ma'am.
Okay. And before I let you go, is there anything that you can think of after all this time that is a fact that didn't come out at your trial that might show that you're not guilty?
Just, I mean, people just telling the truth. Just tell the truth. That's all. Just tell the truth. That's all.
Ms. Frank, this is your opportunity. Is there anything else that I or no one at this point has asked you that you would like to say to the commission?
We didn't. I didn't have nothing to do with Mr. Jones' murder. I never was involved. I never participated in it. I would never do nothing like that to nobody. I got a 73-year-old mother. Like, she got diagnosed with breast cancer while I was in there. So I went through a lot of stuff too as well. And I'm sorry for what happened to Mr. Jones, but I didn't have no part in it. And I'll go to my grave until the day I'm dead knowing that I didn't do this. I didn't have no part in it.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners.
Mr. Bryant, good afternoon. My name is Seth Edwards.
Hey, how you doing, Mr.?
Okay. You have this claim today before the North Carolina Innocence Inquiry Commission, and you have at least applied to other innocent type projects in the past, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And you've said that Niles Gerber was your attorney at the trial, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And we've been provided a memorandum of a conversation that one of these other innocence projects had with your attorney, where Mr. Gerber said he was going off memory, but he was pretty certain the boys were guilty. He said all 5 made a plan and followed through with it. Now, why would he say that?
Why would he say that? I never told him nothing like that. He was supposed to fight for me. He never fought for me. He didn't like my brother either. He didn't like my oldest brother that worked for the city. Like, I guess my brother was on him a lot, and you know, cause I only seen him 2 times. I only seen him 2 times the whole time while I was incarcerated. He never came to see. Only thing he came to see me about was taking a plea bargain, and I told him I'm not taking no plea bargain because I didn't do it. I was willing to go in there. I told my mama they probably gonna give me a life sentence, but I'm gonna get out soon, and that's how it happened. They gave me time for something I didn't do.
Now, Mr. Gerber also told this other innocence project that in regard to the statements that you made to the police, and I understand that you and the other co-defendants are saying that they were not true, that they were coerced, you were scared.
They was coerced.
All of that. Mr. Gerber made the statement that, in his opinion, the confessions were coerced, but that they were still true. Why would he say that?
It can't be true. How can they be true? What makes them true? What makes the statements true?
Well, I mean, what he's saying is a coercion, a confession or a statement that somebody gives. You might give a statement because you're scared to death, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie.
Oh, well, these was.
Now, aside from the statements that you and your co-defendants made, one thing I do want to ask you about, and that is the police, after Mr. Jones was killed, they talked with Jamal Tolliver's mom, talked with his sister, talked with his brother. And his sister Yolanda, you probably remember her. Maybe.
Yeah, I know Yolanda Tolliver.
Okay, she was 16 at the time, just had a baby. And she said that, this crime took place on a Friday night. She said on that Sunday night, which would have been November the 17th, 2002, that she was at home with her baby, and that you were over at her house with Jamal Tolliver. And of course, everybody knows you went by Bubba.
Yeah.
Which you're a good sized fella. Okay?
Yeah.
And earlier today, Jamal Tolliver, I asked him, all these guys you ran around with, was there one in particular that you were a little bit closer to than the others? And he said you.
Yeah.
Okay? So back in that time. Well, Yolanda told police, again, she said that the Sunday night following Mr. Jones' murder, she was at home with her baby. You were over at Jamal's house, and she heard the two of you and Jamal talking about being at the park with a white girl and watching Stinky, Rayshawn, and Juan and Black go to the man's house.
That's a lie.
Now, back then, in 2002, who went by Black?
Rayshawn.
Okay, so the statement here that she overheard you and Jamal say Stinky, Rayshawn, and Juan and Black go to the man's house. So Rayshawn and Black were the same person back then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you say that she didn't hear you say that?
No.
All right. She also says that she heard you and Jamal say that the other four split up on each side of the house to wait for the man, meaning Mr. Jones. Did you say that?
I never said that. Only time I ever implicated myself or the others was when I was in the interrogation room. That's the only time I ever implicated anybody.
All right, so two nights after Mr. Jones was killed, were you even over at Jamal's house? Do you remember?
I don't recall if I was over there. I might have been, though. It's a possibility that I was. But we didn't talk about no Mr. Jones.
She said, this is again Yolanda, said she overheard you and Jamal or Jamel talking, and that they said one of the others was sitting at the picnic table and watched the man drive down to his house. She said that either you or Jamal said the other boy there that was Derell Brayboy. Did you talk with Jamal and say that?
No, that's a lie.
She said that either you or Jamel said that Derell did not go all the way down to the man's house.
That's a lie.
Now, again, going back to 2002, I know you were young. All you boys were young. Would it be fair to say that Rayshawn and Nathaniel Coffin, who were brothers, were kind of known to run around the neighborhood and to get into some trouble?
I mean, probably a little bit, but not nothing major as this. Not nothing major as this. Probably steal something out the store or something, but not no killing or robbing nobody. We never did nothing like that. We never did nothing like that.
So these conversations that Yolanda, who was not a suspect, she was not an eyewitness to any crime, she was not implicated in the crime, the statements that, according to the police, she said that she overheard you and Jamal talking about witnessing and watching Mr. Jones be assaulted. You're saying that?
That's a lie. I would never watch nobody get killed. I would never do that.
So you would deny that earlier in that day and that night, all five of y'all were riding around the car with Jessica talking about hitting a lick?
No, I didn't. We didn't ride around talking about hitting no licks. Okay. I didn't even talk like that.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Well, I think Commissioner Cole had a question first.
Hi, Mr. Bryan.
Hey, how you doing, ma'am?
Fine, thank you. So, do you know, I know in March of 2011 that you sent a letter to the center on Innocence. Do you know why they closed your case? Did they ever send you a letter saying why they closed your case? Do you remember that?
They probably did. I probably was disappointed and just you know, like I don't remember why, but I know they did close it though.
So you had mentioned that Rayshawn, somebody's sister had a friend that Rayshawn liked. Was that Jasmine Carter?
No, that was my sister friend, LaShonda B. Code.
Okay. So, you know, we have evidence to support that your mother's Geneva, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Geneva, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then she made a complaint, didn't she?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. You know, your mother made a complaint about how you were treated or expressed a concern with law enforcement about you being down there and how you were treated. But you weren't aware of that?
I didn't know that until my brother had told me something about it a few days ago or whatever. Because wanted, I think the commissioners wanted to talk to him, and he was, I don't know. I don't know. He didn't want to talk really.
So you had mentioned that while you were serving your time in prison, you had really wanted to contact the Pauls.
Yeah.
But you just didn't know how they would receive it. If you had that opportunity, what would you say to them?
I just want to let them know, like, I didn't do that. I didn't commit that crime, and I'll never take nobody's life. I'll never do that. And I wouldn't hang around nobody that would do that.
So you mentioned that you really enjoyed a good relationship with Mr. Hunter Atkins.
I mean, I felt like he had good intentions. And I feel like the Lord don't bring nobody into your life for no reason. Like, he bring people into your life for a reason, to make a purpose, you know? So I took it as that.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. Did Yolanda Tolliver testify about the conversations that Mr. Edwards has just talked about at your trial?
I don't recall her getting on no witness stand. I don't recall.
Would you think you would remember
I think I remember if she got on the witness stand, because I mean the people that got on the witness stand, I kind of remember a few of them.
Is this the first time that you have heard what she said, or have you heard this before?
I can't remember if I ever heard that. I can't recall. Like, that don't make no sense. I can't believe that you would say something like that. Like, and I still, to this day, I still see this girl. Like, that ain't nothing that she heard me or her brother say. I know that, because we wasn't in, we was like the remote control cars and stuff. We ain't killing nobody.
Has she ever told you that's what she told police?
No, I ain't never talked to her about it. I never talked to Miss Eileen Tolliver about nothing. I never talked to nobody about nothing. Because I know what I did as far as me making my false confession. I know they went through the same thing they went through, so I ain't bitter to nobody about nothing.
Would that include Jessica Black?
Yeah, Jessica Black as well. Like, I know I don't know what made her lie on us or whatever, but I know she probably went through the same thing we went through. It's more than likely that's what happened with her. Like, I don't see how 5 people can confess to a crime they didn't commit.
Ms. Newton, I think, asked this question, but we're 8 commissioners here trying to find the truth.
And I'm trying to bring it to you.
Is there anything else you'd like to add to what you've already testified to help us?
I did, I'm going to bring this up. I did say I wasn't at the bowling alley, but I was at the bowling alley on the night of November 15, 2002, because I seen 2 of my classmates there. But the only reason, and I think in one of my things I said something about me not being at the bowling alley, but it was only because I was trying to get somebody to hear me. Like, I was just trying to get somebody to hear me out. Like, I just wanted them to see the credibility of the case, like, to see, like, all the flaws that's in it. Like, that's all I was
What
trying.
you're saying is at some point you told somebody, do you remember who you told that you were not at the ball
I don't
game?
remember. I think I was responding on a thing. I was just trying to get somebody's attention. I was just, because I was getting turned down every single way, and I don't know why. I just felt like maybe it was because Chris Paul, you know, and I'm a Oklahoma. I like him. He played good ball. But my thing is, like, I thought it was maybe because of that. You know, like, I mean, I'm 15, like, I stay in, you know, Devonshire Street, like, my family ain't got no type of money like that, so I just felt like we were just overlooked. We were just overlooked, man. So that's why.
So I want to make something clear because you have now brought to our attention
Okay.
a lie that you told that you
Mhm.
weren't at the bowling alley.
Mhm.
And I appreciate your bringing that to our
Mhm.
attention.
I'm trying to just
Are
give
there
y'all the
any other
truth.
lies about this that you have told anybody other than that and what you told the police, which you are saying is false?
No, ma'am, not that I recall. I know the bowling alley situation. That's the only thing that I shouldn't have did that, but I was just trying to get some help. I was just.
Do you think if you admitted to the bowling alley, somehow that would link you to the crime?
I just thought maybe they'll look at it like, okay, he was at the bowling alley, because, you know, it's stuff that show that I was at the bowling alley. Like, you got Jackie Rose and Timothy Shepard. They went to my school. They know I was at the bowling alley. They seen me. So I just, by Vincent Stephan saying I wasn't there, I thought it would look credible by him saying that, you know. So I just kind of went with that for that time being. But, you know, like, I just want to tell y'all the truth, because
Was that several years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
And it
ma'am.
stayed on your mind?
Yeah, and I mean, the truth is the truth, and I just want, like you say, y'all want the truth, and I'm gonna give y'all all the truth, and whatever y'all don't get, y'all, I'm sure y'all figure it out.
Mr. Jarvis?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing?
Manuel Jarvis.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Jarvis?
Good. So, tell me your release date.
I got out February 3rd, 2017.
And when did you apply to this particular commission? Do you remember?
I don't recall. I just know I
You
used
had
to
documentation. I was just wondering.
I got a packaging slip that the prison give you, and I just used to write all of them, write them.
And how many different innocent organizations had you reached out to?
I done reached out to a lot, even some that ain't even in North Carolina.
And what was the response back?
Some of them ain't responding back, and I felt like some of them probably was because it probably was like way out or something. But I don't think nobody never really, like, some people, you know, took an interest. Like Prison Legal Service came down there to see me when I was down there, and, you know, they say the case didn't make sense to them. But then eventually I guess they couldn't do nothing else. Like they stuff ran out on what they could use to help us, you know.
Okay. So you testified today that you were released from prison February the 3rd, 2017.
Yes, sir.
So over 3 years ago. And recently, probably about a year and a half to 2 years, according to our records that we have here, and it's 2018, you applied to this particular commission. Now, since then, you're out. You testified just now that you have a good job. Would you say life is doing pretty well right now?
I would say I'm doing okay, but I'm not like far as mentally, like I'm still okay, but like that stuff right there bothers me. Just for people to look at me and think that I'm capable of doing something like that, that really bothers me.
And so was that the reason why that you went on, even though you're out, even though you have a job, even though you're making some money, is this the reason why you applied to this commission?
I've been trying to prove my innocence since I first got locked up. Back then, I really didn't know the protocol of how to go about doing stuff. But as time went on, me going to law libraries and trying to get myself out. 'Cause my mama, she had caught breast cancer, man. They had removed one of her breasts, so I didn't know what was gonna happen to my mother. If something would happen to my mother while I was in there, like that would have killed me. Like, and I'm already in prison for something I didn't do, so that would have really killed me.
How old were you when you were incarcerated? I was 15.
15. 15.
And do you remember what time you actually walked into the public safety center?
It was in the evening time.
Was it dark already?
Nah, it was evening time.
Evening, so about 5, 4?
Nah, it was probably about 4, because I was fixing on my moped, and I walked down the street, and it was in the daytime, because it was 2 detectives standing on my front porch, and it was daytime, yeah.
And by the time you had finished your statement, which you're saying today is a false statement, what time was it when you were all done in there?
It was about 11. It was late.
Did they ever provide you with any recordings of any other co-defendants saying anything implicating you?
I'm not sure. They did a lot of stuff. Some of the stuff I can't even recall, because I was like so in the shock. Like some of the stuff I can't even remember.
Did they claim that other co-defendants implicated you in the
Yeah,
crime?
they said Jamal Tolliver said I was the lookout, and I know I know Jamal Tolliver. He would. I know like me and him be together. That ain't nothing we'll do. That's what I'm telling y'all. Like that ain't nothing that none of the ones that's locked up for this, like they in prison for something they didn't do.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's emotional. You know what I'm saying? For me to have to know that they didn't do it, and like, it's emotional, man. It's emotional, man.
Let me ask you this question. Have you ever spoken with a psychologist about young people or juveniles or kids being forced to admit guilt ever?
No, I haven't talked to no psychologist or nothing like that. Not that I know of.
So have you ever spoken to a psychologist about adolescent interrogation at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I never had the opportunity for somebody to present one to me or nothing.
Right. So, in the last since 2002, that Tuesday, which was I think the 19th, have you ever been able to talk to the other co-defendants about their experience in the public safety center? All me and my co-defendants was all in the same dorm together when we was at Foothills. Jamal, since Jamal been out, I talked to his experience, and his experience is, he's still, I ain't gonna say he bitter about nothing. He's getting along well. I had this situation where when I see a police, I get nervous and stuff, and I ain't never had no record. I get nervous. They make me nervous. They make me nervous. So prior to this particular event on that Friday night, had you ever gotten in trouble before with the police?
Yeah, I done got in trouble with the police.
What type of things happened?
Stealing, I stole some candy bars out of Food Line. Just some stealing stuff, stealing little candy, like some Zero bars. I stole a box of Zero bars. Far as robbing or some major crimes, I never did nothing like that. Never been involved in no crimes that's life changing.
When you referred to stealing, did you do that by yourself, or did you do that?
I might go in the store and steal me a Butterfingers or something.
By yourself?
Yeah, I probably would.
Did you ever do any theft with other people?
Oh nah. I mean, we it wasn't no theft. It'd just be go in the store, probably come back from a swimming pool or something. Then you got the little store on the side. You go in there. There's a bunch of kids in there. And then you throw a little candy bar in your pocket or something, stuff like that. I mean, I was 14, 15, that's. I mean, it wasn't all the time, but it was just here and there. If I ain't had no money, sometimes.
Where do you live now?
I stay in a townhouse. I stay at.
How far away is that from East Devonshire?
I stay on the north side of Winston-Salem. It's probably about 20 minutes. 20 minutes from.
Do you go back to this area?
Yeah, my mama stay right there. My mama stay at the same house.
So you mentioned in testimony just earlier that you still talk to the Tollivers, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Jamal Tolliver.
What about Yolanda?
Not really. I mean, I see her and I say hey or whatever, but I don't really like get down and hey, what's up? Like we don't do all that. But I mean, I didn't even know that.
So you didn't know that she actually implicated you in crime?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
This is the first time you're hearing that?
To my knowledge.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Sheriff Ryan.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Sheriff?
Good. My name's Kevin Fry. I want to go back to when you guys were taking Jed home. Seen all the lights and everything. Who all got out of the car?
You say, can you repeat yourself, please?
Okay. When you were taking Jed home, and you pulled up and you seen all the police lights and everything, who all got out of the car?
I know I got out of the car because I remember I talked to a person or two at the stop sign. So I know I got out of the car. I can't recall who else got out of the car. I can't recall.
Okay.
But I know it was probably somebody else got out of the car as well.
What did you see?
I ain't see. Only thing I seen was the tape and the police cars and stuff like that. I didn't see nothing else. I didn't see no dead body or nothing.
You didn't see nobody there at all?
No, I didn't see nobody.
Didn't see anything covered up with a sheet? Okay.
I wasn't right. Like I said, I was right there by the stop sign. So if you know where Mr. Jones' house at, like his house is right here. So I couldn't see nobody wherever they had him at. Like I didn't see nobody.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Anyone else? Mr. Ryan, thank you very much, sir.
That's it. Oh, y'all be good. Thank y'all. I can go.
Mr. Bryant, the sequestration order against you is lifted, except you are asked not to discuss the case of any of the other claimants. You certainly may discuss it with your lawyer.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, we will have another handout for you shortly. Just a few moments. There were some. There were several questions throughout the day about the center and why they closed the case, the Center on Actual Innocence and why they closed the case. We're going to provide for you the portion of the commission staff's interview with Ms. Muma, which talks about her reason for closing the case, just so that you have that as you seem to have a lot of questions about that. So that'll come around in a few minutes. Probably, Your Honor, a good time for a recess. I need to check in.
All right. How much time do you think you need?
What number are we on? 5 minutes. Honestly, just a quick comfort break.
Well, we always seem to stretch out 5 extra minutes, but we'll take a 5-minute break.
It does, but after this, we won't have very much left, and
Yes.
then it'll be
point, as Ms. Guy Smith said, the victim impact statements are not part of the public proceedings. So I will be asking everyone to leave except for the commissioners, commission staff, the victim's family, and the attorneys of the plaintiff.
During this hearing. Handout 122, I believe, in your hearing handout notebooks is a statement from myself. This statement is in response to certain portions of the district attorney's statement that address commission staff and its work on this case. Notwithstanding any factual errors that may be contained in the district attorney's statement, I want to bring your attention to page 12, section 4, paragraphs E and F. In paragraph E, the district attorney's office characterizes my decision to move this case into formal inquiry as taking a position on the innocence of the defendants. Commissioners, that is not accurate. It is not my job to prove innocence to you. Neither I nor commission staff have ever expressed an opinion as to the defendant's innocence in this case, and there has been no testimony to that effect this week. My role is to put cases before you where there is new evidence of innocence. When I present a case, the statute requires that I present not only the new, but all relevant evidence in this non-adversarial hearing. I have done so. In order for me to put a case before the commission, my threshold is that there must be something new. It is incumbent upon the commissioners to determine whether there is sufficient evidence of innocence to merit judicial review. Neither I nor any of you are tasked with opining on the defendant's innocence. In paragraph F, the District Attorney's Office states the Commission staff has confirmation bias and has, quote, decided that there is enough evidence to show the defendant's actual innocence, and therefore they must present it in such a way as to confirm their decision, end quote. Commissioners, I would submit to you that Commission staff has provided you what we learned from an extensive and exhaustive investigative effort, not only by our lead investigators on the case, but by the entirety of our investigative team. We presented every bit of that to you this week, whether it helped the defendants or not. When commissioners had questions that the commission staff did not have answers to immediately, we sought and obtained those answers for you, as we have done so in every hearing the commission has ever held. Our staff continually works to ensure that we do not suffer from confirmation bias. We meet regularly on cases, and we challenge one another to ensure that we are doing everything we can in a case to follow up on an avenue intended to learn as much as we can about the case and the truth, whether that hurts the claimant's case or not. Staff currently has over 1,050 comp hours, much of which was earned as we all pulled together to investigate this case. If you do the math, that is 6 months for a full-time employee. Our job as commission staff and my job as director is to seek the truth, wherever that truth leads. In the search for truth in this case, I am confident that we have fully equipped you to determine whether there is sufficient evidence of innocence to merit judicial review. That concludes the evidence in this case. If you believe that there is some other document or item that you have not been provided that you need in order to consider before you deliberate, please let me know now, because we need to put that into the record before we break for deliberations. Once we begin deliberations, the only way to obtain materials that you have not previously been provided is to reopen the hearing and do so on the record. You are now asked to decide whether you conclude there is sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review. Each of the claimant's convictions resulted from a guilty verdict after a trial. Therefore, 5 of 8 commissioners must conclude that there is sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review in order for each claimant's case to move forward to a 3-judge panel. Separate votes will be taken for each claimant. You have 3 options for each claimant. You may decide that there is sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review, and the claimant's case will be referred to a 3-judge panel. You may decide that there is not sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review, and the claimant's case will be closed. There is no right to appeal that decision. You may also instruct commission staff to continue the investigation and reconvene the hearing at a later date. If there are no further inquiries or no additional information needed, at this time I would ask Judge Locke to close the hearing to the public for deliberations. Deliberations are confidential and are done off the record.
Before doing that, Commissioner Britt has asked if he might be allowed to speak briefly on the record about this matter.
Absolutely.
Mr. Britt.
I just want to say this. I want to commend you and your staff for the professional job in which you carry out your duties. I was an assistant district attorney and a district attorney for 30 years. My job as the district attorney, as is the job of every district attorney in this state, is to seek the truth and to do justice. It is not to be that of a mere advocate. I find Mr. O'Neill's comments in his report offensive. I find that it is offensive to this commission, and I would highly recommend that Mr. O'Neill and or his staff reread the mandate that established this commission. This commission is unique to every criminal justice body in this country, and North Carolina stands out for doing what we are doing here. We may not all have been in agreement, and we may not always be in agreement, but to attack you, to say that you are biased, is unfounded, and, as I said, highly offensive. Thank you.
Mr. Cole, did you wish to make some statement?
Well, I mean, you mentioned something about additional evidence to be on the record. I mean, I think from the handout of 124, that recent one we got, I think I need another page.
Okay.
Because a question is asked that the answer is probably on the next page.
What page does that end on?
28.
28. I'll put 29 for you, and so we will add 29 to handout 124.
But I want to wholeheartedly support Commissioner Britt's statement. I agree wholeheartedly with what he said.
I'd like to join Commissioner Britt's statement and commend this staff on the amazing amount of work you've done in a very professional, very neutral, and very thorough fashion. I, like Mr. Britt, was offended by the District Attorney of Winston-Salem, Forsyth County statements about this commission. I want to go on the record about that.
I will simply add that this is the second of these hearings over which I have presided. I also have served as the senior judge on a 3-judge panel, and so I'm very familiar with the commission's work. I have never detected any bias on the part of any attorney or investigator in any of the cases. Thank you very much for your professionalism.
Yes? I'm sorry to jump in behind you, but to have you capitalize word. I'd just like to add that I read the district attorney's response in this case, and obviously just heard Ms. Smith's response. I just found it insubstantial. I wasn't offended, you know, as a lawyer, but I was disappointed in the lack of substantial detail that they took in writing the report, as opposed to the kind of materials that we've received, and to make the kind of conclusions that they've made that no further hearing is necessary based on saying that there's no new DNA evidence and the statements are unreliable is quite frankly disingenuous when there wasn't DNA to start with, and lack of reliability of the statements could sway the jury. So with lack of corroboration to the confessions, you know, I found that an incredibly disingenuous summary. So I just wanted to say that since we were mentioning it.
I want to say, and I've served on this commission a long time, I don't think we've ever had a case brought before us that didn't deserve the review that we've given it. I think we give it a heartfelt review every time that it's brought before us. It's not just, and I guess maybe it's being a cop for 30-some years, I don't get hurt very much, you know, as far as get my feelings hurt. But I think there's an ignorance in many cases about what this commission does. And through that ignorance, there's a bias against what this commission does. And I think that's the problem that we face every time, whether it be from a district attorney or a judge or whoever, is just their ignorance of what we do. As far as this staff, and Ms. Geis, your staff and this group, you are professional. You give us everything that there is. You give us an abundance of everything that there is to look at each and every case.
And I would add that the legislation creating this commission is very clear about this commission's role as a neutral fact-finding body. And all one has to do to understand the role of this commission in rejecting as many cases as you do, frankly, from the hearing process, is simply to look at the record of this commission factually.
All right, Ms. Tanner will pass around the last page of handout 124, and then if there's nothing further, Your Honor, I would just ask that the hearing be closed for deliberations.
All right, at this time, the hearing will be closed to the public for deliberations. Only the 8 voting commissioners and the commissioner's director may be present during deliberations, which will take place in this room. And of course, I think it's goes without saying that the line can be terminated at this point. All other persons are asked